A piece of steak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Piece of Steak by Jack London. With the last morsel of bread, Tom King wiped his plate clean of the last particle of flour gravy and chewed the resulting mouthful in a slow and meditative way. When he arose from the table, he was oppressed by the feeling that he was distinctly hungry. Yet he alone had eaten. The two children in the other room had been sent early to bed in order that in sleep they might forget that they had gone supperless. His wife had touched nothing and had sat silently and watched him with solicitous eyes. She was a thin, worn woman of the working class, though signs of an earlier prettiness were not wanting in her face. The flour for the gravy she had borrowed from the neighbor across the hall. The last 2 halfpennies had gone to buy the bread. He sat down by the window in a rickety chair that protested under his weight, and quite mechanically he put his pipe in his mouth and dipped into the side pocket of his coat. The absence of any tobacco made him aware of his action, and, with a scowl for his forgetfulness, he put the pipe away. His movements were slow, almost hulking, as though he were burdened by the heavy weight of his muscles. He was a solid-bodied, stolid-looking man, and his appearance did not suffer from being over-prepossessing. His rough clothes were old and slouchy. The uppers of his shoes were too weak to carry the heavy resoling that was itself of no recent date, and his cotton shirt, a cheap 2-shilling affair, showed a frayed collar and ineradicable paint stains. But it was Tom King's face that advertised him unmistakably for what he was. It was the face of a typical prize fighter, of one who had put in long years of service in the squared ring, and by that means developed and emphasized all the marks of the fighting beast. It was distinctly a lowering countenance, and that no feature of it might escape notice, it was clean-shaven. The lips were shapeless and constituted a mouth harsh to excess that was like a gash in his face. The jaw was aggressive, brutal, heavy. The eyes, slow of motion and heavy-lidded, were almost expressionless underneath the shaggy, indrawn brows. Sheer animal that he was, the eyes were the most animal-like feature about him. They were sleepy, lion-like, the eyes of a fighting animal. The forehead slanted quickly back to the hair which, clipped close, showed every bump of a villainous-looking head. A nose twice broken and molded variously by countless blows, and a cauliflower ear, permanently swollen and distorted to twice its size, completed his adornment, while the beard, fresh shaven as it was, sprouted in the skin and gave the face a blue-black stain. Altogether, it was the face of a man to be afraid of in a dark alley or lonely place. And yet Tom King was not a criminal, nor had he ever done anything criminal. Outside of brawls, common to his walk in life, he had harmed no one. Nor had he ever been known to pick a quarrel. He was a professional, and all the fighting brutishness in him was reserved for his professional appearances. Outside the ring he was slow-going, easy-natured, and, in his younger days when the money was flush, too open-handed for his own good. He bore no grudges and had few enemies. Fighting was a business with him. In the ring he struck to hurt, struck to maim, struck to destroy. But there was no animus in it. It was a plain business proposition. Audiences assembled and paid for the spectacle of men knocking each other out. The winner took the big end of the purse. When Tom King faced the Walla Molla gouger 20 years before, he knew that the gouger's jaw was only about 4 months healed after having been broken in a Newcastle bout. And he had played for that jaw and broken it again in the 9th round, not because he bore the gouger any ill will, but because that was the surest way to put the gouger out and win the big end of the purse. Nor had the gouger borne him any ill will for it. It was the game. Both knew the game and played it. Tom King had never been a talker, and he sat by the window, morosely silent, staring at his hands. The veins stood out on the backs of the hands, large and swollen, and the knuckles, smashed and battered and malformed, testified to the use to which they had been put. He had never heard that a man's life was the life of his arteries, but well he knew the meaning of those big upstanding veins. His heart had pumped too much blood through them at top pressure. They no longer did the work. He had stretched the elasticity out of them, and with their distension had passed his endurance. He tired easily now. No longer could he do a fast 20 rounds, hammer and tongs, fight, fight, fight from gong to gong, with fierce rally on top of fierce rally, beaten to the ropes and in turn beating his opponent to the ropes and rallying faster and faster in all that last 20th round with the house on its feet and yelling, himself rushing, striking, ducking, raining showers of blows upon showers of blows and receiving showers of blows in return, and all the time the heart faithfully pumping the surging blood through the adequate veins. The veins, swollen at the time, had always shrunk down again, though each time, imperceptibly at first, not quite, remaining just a trifle larger than before. He stared at them and at his battered knuckles, and for the moment caught a vision of the youthful excellence of those hands before the first knuckle had been smashed on the head of Benny Jones, otherwise known as the Welsh Terror. The impression of his hunger came back on him. "Blimey, but couldn't I go a piece of steak?" he muttered aloud, clenching his huge fist and spitting out a smothered oath. "I tried both Burke's and Solly's," his wife said, half apologetically. "And they wouldn't?" he demanded. "Not a ha'penny. Bert said," she faltered. "Go on. What'd he say?" "As how he was thinking Sandell 'ud do ye to night, and as how your score was comfortable big as it was." Tom King grunted, but did not reply. He was busy thinking of the bull terrier he had kept in his younger days, to which he had fed steaks without end. Burke would have given him credit for 1,000 steaks, then. But times had changed. Tom King was getting old, and old men, fighting before second-rate clubs, couldn't expect to run bills of any size with the tradesmen. He had got up in the morning with a longing for a piece of steak, and the longing had not abated. He had not had a fair training for this fight. It was a drought year in Australia, times were hard, and even the most irregular work was difficult to find. He had had no sparring partner, and his food had not been of the best, nor always sufficient. He had done a few days' navy work when he could get it, and he had run around the domain in the early mornings to get his legs in shape. But it was hard, training without a partner, and a wife and 2 kiddies that must be fed. Credit with the tradesmen had undergone very slight expansion when he was matched with Sandell. The secretary of the Gaiety Club had advanced him £3, the loser's end of the purse, and beyond that had refused to go. Now and again he managed to borrow a few shillings from old pals, who would have lent more only that it was a drought year and they were hard put themselves. No, and there was no use in disguising the fact, his training had not been satisfactory. He should have had better food and no worries. Besides, when a man is 40, it is harder to get into condition than when he is 20. "What time is it, Lizzie?" he asked. His wife went across the hall to inquire and came back. "8:15. They'll be starting the first bout in a few minutes," he said. "Only a try-out. Then there's a 4-round spar between Dealer Wells and Gridley, and a 10-round go between Starlight and some sailor bloke. I don't come on for over an hour." At the end of another silent 10 minutes he rose to his feet. "Truth is, Lizzie, I ain't had proper trainin'." He reached for his hat and started for the door. He did not offer to kiss her, he never did on going out, but on this night she dared to kiss him, throwing her arms around him and compelling him to bend down to her face. She looked quite small against the massive bulk of the man. "Good luck, Tom," she said. "You gotter do 'em." "Aye, I gotter do 'em," he repeated. "That's all there is to it. I just gotter do 'em." He laughed with an attempt at heartiness while she pressed more closely against him. Across her shoulders he looked round the bare room. It was all he had in the world, with the rent overdue, and her, and the kiddies. And he was leaving it to go out into the night to get meat for his mate and cubs. Not like a modern working man going to his machine grind. but in the old primitive royal animal way, by fighting for it. "I gotter do 'em," he repeated, this time with a hint of desperation in his voice. "If it's a win, it's 30 quid, and I can pay all that's owin' with a lump of money left over. If it's a lose, I get naught, not even a penny for me to ride home on the tram. The secretaries give all that's comin' from the loser's end. Good-bye, old woman, I'll come straight home if it's a win. And I'll be waitin' up," she called to him along the hall. It was full 2 miles to the Gaiety, and as he walked along he remembered how in his palmy days he had once been the heavy-weight champion of New South Wales. He would have ridden in a cab to the fight, and how, most likely, some heavy backer would have paid for the cab and ridden with him. There were Tommy Burns and that Yankee nigger Jack Johnson, and they rode about in motor cars. And he walked. And, as any man knew, a hard 2 miles was not the best preliminary to a fight. He was an old 'un, and the world did not wag well with old 'uns. He was good for nothing now except navy work, and his broken nose and swollen ear were against him even in that. He found himself wishing that he had learned a trade. It would have been better in the long run. But no one had told him, and he knew, deep down in his heart, that he would not have listened if they had. It had been so easy. Big money, sharp, glorious fights, periods of rest and loafing in between, a following of eager flatterers, the slaps on the back, the shakes of the hand, the toffs glad to buy him a drink for the privilege of 5 minutes' talk, and the glory of it, the yelling houses, the whirlwind finish, the referees, "King wins," and his name in the sporting columns next day. Those had been times, but he realized now in a slow, ruminating way that it was the old 'uns he had been putting away. He was youth, rising, and they were age, sinking. No wonder it had been easy, they with their swollen veins and battered knuckles and weary in the bones of them from the long battles they had already fought. He remembered the time he had put out old Stowsher Bill at Rushcutter's Bay in the 18th round, and how old Bill had cried afterwards in the dressing-room like a baby. Perhaps old Bill's rent had been overdue. Perhaps he'd had at home a missus and a couple of kiddies. And perhaps Bill, that very day of the fight, had had a hungering for a piece of steak. Bill had fought game and taken incredible punishment. He could see now, after he had gone through the mill himself, that Stowsher Bill had fought for a bigger stake that night 20 years ago than had young Tom King, who had fought for glory and easy money. No wonder Stowsher Bill had cried afterwards in the dressing-room. Well, a man had only so many fights in him to begin with. It was the iron law of the game. One man might have 100 hard fights in him, another man only 20. Each according to the make of him and the quality of his fibre, had a definite number, and when he had fought them he was done. Yes, he had had more fights in him than most of them, and he had had far more than his share of hard, gruelling fights, the kind that worked the heart and lungs to bursting, that took the elastic out of the arteries and made hard knots of muscle out of youth's sleek suppleness, that wore out nerve and stamina and made brain and bones weary from excess of effort and endurance overwrought. Yes, he had done better than all of them. There were none of his old fighting partners left. He was the last of the old guard. He had seen them all finished, and he had had a hand in finishing some of them. They had tried him out against the old 'uns, and one after another he had put them away, laughing when, like old Stowsher Bill, they had cried in the dressing-room. And now he was an old 'un, and they tried out the youngsters on him. There was that bloke Sandell. He had come over from New Zealand with a record behind him. But no one in Australia knew anything about him, so they put him up against old Tom King. If Sandell made a showing, he would be given better men to fight with bigger purses to win, so it was to be depended upon that he would put up a fierce battle. He had everything to win by it, money and glory and career, and Tom King was the grizzled old chopping block that guarded the highway to fame and fortune. And he had nothing to win except 30 quid, to pay to the landlord and the tradesmen. And as Tom King thus ruminated, there came to his stolid vision the form of youth, glorious youth, rising exultant and invincible, supple of muscle and silken of skin, with heart and lungs that had never been tried and torn and that laughed at limitation of effort. Yes, youth was the nemesis. It destroyed the old ones, and recked not that in so doing it destroyed itself. It enlarged its arteries and smashed its knuckles, and was in turn destroyed by youth. For youth was ever youthful. It was only age that grew old. At Castlereagh Street he turned to the left, and 3 blocks along came to the Gaiety. A crowd of young larrikins hanging outside the door made respectful way for him, and he heard one say to another, "That's him. That's Tom King." Inside, on the way to his dressing room, he encountered the secretary, a keen-eyed, shrewd-faced young man who shook his hand. "How are you feeling, Tom?" he asked. "Fit as a fiddle," King answered, though he knew that he lied, and that if he had a quid he would give it right there for a good piece of steak. When he emerged from the dressing room, his seconds behind him, and came down the aisle to the squared ring in the center of the hall, a burst of greeting and applause went up from the waiting crowd. He acknowledged salutations right and left, though few of the faces did he know. Most of them were the faces of kiddies unborn when he was winning his first laurels in the squared ring. He leaped lightly to the raised platform and ducked through the ropes to his corner, where he sat down on a folding stool. Jack Ball, the referee, came over and shook his hand. Ball was a broken-down pugilist who for over 10 years had not entered the ring as a principal. King was glad that he had him for a referee. They were both old uns. If he should rough it with Sandel a bit beyond the rules, he knew Ball could be depended upon to pass it by. Aspiring young heavyweights, one after another, were climbing into the ring and being presented to the audience by the referee. Also, he issued their challenges for them. "Young Pronto," Bell announced, "from North Sydney, challenges the winners for £50 side bet." The audience applauded, and applauded again as Sandel himself sprang through the ropes and sat down in his corner. Tom King looked across the ring at him curiously, for in a few minutes they would be locked together in merciless combat, each trying with all the force of him to knock the other into unconsciousness. But little could he see, for Sandel, like himself, had trousers and sweaters on over his ring costume. His face was strongly handsome, crowned with a curly mop of yellow hair, while his thick, muscular neck hinted at bodily magnificence. Young Pronto went to one corner and then the other, shaking hands with the principals and dropping down out of the ring. The challenges went on. Ever youth climbed through the ropes. Youth unknown, but insatiable, crying out to mankind that with strength and skill it would match issues with the winner. A few years before, in his own heyday of invincibleness, Tom King would have been amused and bored by these preliminaries. But now he sat fascinated, unable to shake the vision of youth from his eyes. Always were these youngsters rising up in the boxing game, springing through the ropes and shouting their defiance, and always were the old uns going down before them. They climbed to success over the bodies of the old uns. And ever they came, more and more youngsters, youth unquenchable and irresistible. And ever they put the old uns away, themselves becoming old uns and traveling the same downward path, while behind them, ever pressing on them, was youth eternal, the new babies grown lusty and dragging their elders down, with behind them more babies to the end of time. Youth that must have its will, and that will never die. King glanced over to the press box and nodded to Morgan, of the Sportsman, and Corbett, of the referee. Then he held out his hands, while Sid Sullivan and Charlie Bates, his seconds, slipped on his gloves and laced them tight, closely watched by one of Sandel's seconds, who first examined critically the tapes on King's knuckles. A second of his own was in Sandel's corner, performing a like office. Sandel's trousers were pulled off, and as he stood up his sweater was skinned off over his head. And Tom King, looking, saw youth incarnate, deep-chested, heavy-thewed, with muscles that slipped and slid like live things under the white satin skin. The whole body was acrawl with life, and Tom King knew that it was a life that had never oozed its freshness out through the aching pores during the long fights wherein youth paid its toll and departed not quite as young as when it entered. The two men advanced to meet each other, and as the gong sounded and the seconds clattered out of the ring with the folding stools, they shook hands and instantly took their fighting attitudes. And instantly, like a mechanism of steel and springs, balanced on a hair-trigger, Sandel was in and out and in again, landing a left to the eyes, a right to the ribs, ducking a counter, dancing lightly away and dancing menacingly back again. He was swift and clever. It was a dazzling exhibition. The house yelled its approbation. But King was not dazzled. He had fought too many fights and too many youngsters. He knew the blows for what they were, too quick and too deft to be dangerous. Evidently Sandel was going to rush things from the start. It was to be expected. It was the way of youth expending its splendor and excellence in wild insurgence and furious onslaught, overwhelming opposition with its own unlimited glory of strength and desire. Sandel was in and out, here, there, and everywhere, light-footed and eager-hearted, a living wonder of white flesh and stinging muscle that wove itself into a dazzling fabric of attack, slipping and leaping like a flying shuttle from action to action through 1,000 actions, all of them centered on the destruction of Tom King, who stood between him and fortune. And Tom King patiently endured. He knew his business, and he knew youth now that youth was no longer his. There was nothing to do till the other had lost some of his steam, was his thought, and he grinned to himself as he deliberately ducked so as to receive a heavy blow on the top of his head. It was a wicked thing to do, yet eminently fair according to the rules of the boxing game. A man was supposed to take care of his own knuckles, and if he insisted on hitting an opponent on top of the head, he did so at his own peril. King could have ducked lower and let the blow whiz harmlessly past, but he remembered his own early fights and how he smashed his first knuckle on the head of the Welsh Terror. He was but playing the game. That duck had accounted for one of Sandel's knuckles. Not that Sandel would mind it now. He would go on, superbly regardless, hitting as hard as ever throughout the fight. But later on, when the long ring battles had begun to tell, he would regret that knuckle and look back and remember how he smashed it on Tom King's head. The first round was all Sandel's, and he had the house yelling with the rapidity of his whirlwind rushes. He overwhelmed King with avalanches of punches, and King did nothing. He never struck once, contenting himself with covering up, blocking and ducking and clinching to avoid punishment. He occasionally feigned, shook his head when the weight of a punch landed, and moved stolidly about, never leaping or springing or wasting an ounce of strength. Sandel must foam the froth of youth away before discreet age could dare to retaliate. All King's movements were slow and methodical, and his heavy-lidded, slow-moving eyes gave him the appearance of being half asleep or dazed. Yet they were eyes that saw everything, that had been trained to see everything through all his 20 years and odd in the ring. They were eyes that did not blink or waver before an impending blow, but coolly saw and measured distance. Seated in his corner for the minute's rest at the end of the round, he lay back with outstretched legs, his arms resting on the right angle of the ropes, his chest and abdomen heaving frankly and deeply as he gulped down the air driven by the towels of his second. He listened with closed eyes to the voices of the house. "Why don't you fight?" Tom many were crying. "You ain't afraid of 'em, are you?" "Muscle bound," he heard a man in the front row comment. "He can't move quicker. 2-1 on Sandel and quids." The gong struck and the two men advanced from their corners. Sandel came forward fully 3/4 of the distance, eager to begin again, but King was content to advance the shorter distance. It was in line with his policy of economy. He had not been well trained and he had not had enough to eat, and every step counted. Besides, he had already walked 2 miles to the ringside. It was a repetition of the first round, with Sandel attacking like a whirlwind and with the audience indignantly demanding to know why King did not fight. Beyond feinting and several slowly delivered and ineffectual blows, he did nothing save block and stall and clinch. Sandel wanted to make the pace fast, while King, out of his wisdom, refused to accommodate him. He grinned with a certain wistful pathos in his ring-battered countenance, and went on cherishing his strength with a jealousy of which only age is capable. Sandel was youth, and he threw his strength away with the munificent abandon of youth. To King belonged the ring generalship, the wisdom bred of long, aching fights. He watched with cool eyes and head moving slowly and waiting for Sandel's froth to foam away. To the majority of the onlookers it seemed as though King was hopelessly outclassed, and they voiced their opinions in offers of 3-1 on Sandel. But there were wise ones, a few, who knew King of old time and covered what they considered easy money. The third round began as usual, one-sided, with Sandel doing all the leading and delivering all the punishment. A half-minute had passed when Sandel, overconfident, left an opening. King's eyes and right arm flashed in the same instant. It was his first real blow, a hook, with a twisted arch of the arm to make it rigid, and with all the weight of the half-pivoted body behind it. It was like a sleepy-seeming lion suddenly thrusting out a lightning paw. Sandel, caught on the side of the jaw, was felled like a bullock. The audience gasped and murmured awestruck applause. The man was not muscle-bound after all, and he could drive a blow like a trip-hammer. Sandel was shaken. He rolled over and attempted to rise, but the sharp yells from his seconds to take the count restrained him. He knelt on one knee, ready to rise, and waited, while the referee stood over him, counting the seconds loudly in his ear. At the ninth he rose in fighting attitude, and Tom King, facing him, knew regret that the blow had not been an inch nearer the point of the jaw. That would have been a knockout, and he could have carried the 30 quid home to the missus and the kiddies. The round continued to the end of its 3 minutes, Sandel for the first time respectful of his opponent, and King slow of movement and sleepy-eyed as ever. As the round neared its close, King, warned of the fact by sight of the seconds, crouching outside ready for the spring and through the ropes, worked the fight around to his own corner. And when the gong struck he sat down immediately on the waiting stool, while Sandel had to walk all the way across the diagonal of the square to his own corner. It was a little thing, but it was the sum of little things that counted. Sandel was compelled to walk that many more steps, to give up that much energy, and to lose a part of the precious minute of rest. At the beginning of every round, King loafed slowly out from his corner, forcing his opponent to advance the greater distance. The end of every round found the fight maneuvered by King into his own corner so that he could immediately sit down. 2 more rounds went by, in which King was parsimonious of effort and Sandel prodigal. The latter's effort to force a fast pace made King uncomfortable, for a fair percentage of the multitudinous blows showered upon him went home. Yet King persisted in his dogged slowness, despite the crying out of the young hotheads for him to go in and fight. Again, in the 6th round, Sandel was careless. Again Tom King's fearful right flashed out to the jaw, and again Sandel took the 9 seconds count. By the 7th round Sandel's pink of condition was gone, and he settled down to what he knew was to be the hardest fight in his experience. Tom King was an old 'un, but a better old 'un than he had ever encountered, an old 'un who never lost his head, who was remarkably able at defense, whose blows had the impact of a knotted club, and who had a knockout in either hand. Nevertheless, Tom King dared not hit often. He never forgot his battered knuckles, and knew that every hit must count if the knuckles were to last out the fight. As he sat in his corner, glancing across at his opponent, the thought came to him that the sum of his wisdom and Sandel's youth would constitute a world's champion heavyweight. But that was the trouble. Sandel would never become a world champion. He lacked the wisdom, and the only way for him to get it was to buy it with youth. And when wisdom was his, youth would have been spent in buying it. King took every advantage he knew. He never missed an opportunity to clinch, and in effecting most of the clinches his shoulder drove stiffly into the other's rib. In the philosophy of the ring, a shoulder was as good as a punch so far as damage was concerned, and a great deal better so far as concerning expenditure of effort. Also in the clinches, King rested his weight on his opponent and was loath to let go. This compelled the interference of the referee, who tore them apart, always assisted by Sandel, who had not yet learned to rest. He could not refrain from using those glorious flying arms and writhing muscles of his, and when the other rushed into a clinch, striking shoulder against rib, and with head resting under Sandel's left arm, Sandel almost invariably swung his right behind his own back and into the projecting face. It was a clever stroke, much admired by the audience, but it was not dangerous, and was, therefore, just that much wasted strength. But Sandel was tireless and unaware of limitations, and King grinned and doggedly endured. Sandel developed a fierce right to the body, which made it appear that King was taking an enormous amount of punishment, and it was only the old ringsters who appreciated the deft touch of King's left glove to the other's bicep just before the impact of the blow. It was true, the blow landed each time, but each time it was robbed of its power by that touch on the biceps. In the ninth round, 3 times inside a minute, King's right hooked its twisted arch to the jaw, and 3 times Sandel's body, heavy as it was leveled to the mat. Each time he took the 9 seconds allowed him and rose to his feet, shaken and jarred, but still strong. He had lost much of his speed, and he wasted less effort. He was fighting grimly, but he continued to draw upon his chief asset, which was youth. King's chief asset was experience. As his vitality had dimmed and his vigor abated, he had replaced them with cunning, with wisdom born of the long fights, and with a careful shepherding of strength. Not alone had he learned never to make a superfluous movement, but he had learned how to seduce an opponent into throwing his strength away. Again and again, by feint of foot and hand and body, he continued to inveigle Sandel into leaping back, ducking, or countering. King rested, but he never permitted Sandel to rest. It was the strategy of age. Early in the 10th round, King began stopping the other's rushes with straight lefts to the face, and Sandel, grown wary, responded by drawing the left, then by ducking it and delivering his right in a swinging hook to the side of the head. It was too high up to be vitally effective, but when first it landed, King knew the old, familiar descent of the black veil of unconsciousness across his mind. For the instant, or for the slightest fraction of an instant, rather, he ceased. In the one moment he saw his opponent ducking out of his field of vision in the background of white, watching faces. In the next moment he again saw his opponent in the background of faces. It was as if he had slept for a time and just opened his eyes again, and yet the interval of unconsciousness was so microscopically short that there had been no time for him to fall. The audience saw him totter and his knees give, and then saw him recover and tuck his chin deeper into the shelter of his left shoulder. Several times Sandel repeated the blow, keeping King partially dazed, and then the latter worked out his defense, which was also a counter. Feinting with his left, he took a half step backwards, at the same time uppercutting with the whole strength of his right. So accurately was it timed that it landed squarely on Sandel's face in the full downward sweep of the duck, and Sandel lifted in the air and curled backward, striking the mat on his head and shoulders. Twice King achieved this, then turned loose and hammered his opponent to the ropes. He gave Sandel no chance to rest or to set himself, but smashed blow in upon blow till the house rose to its feet, and the air was filled with an unbroken roar of applause. But Sandel's strength and endurance were superb, and he continued to stay on his feet. A knockout seemed certain, and the captain of police, appalled at the dreadful punishment, arose by the ringside to stop the fight. The gong struck for the end of the round, and Sandel staggered to his corner, protesting to the captain that he was sound and strong. To prove it, he threw 2 back air springs, and the police captain gave in. Tom King, leaning back in his corner and breathing hard, was disappointed. If the fight had been stopped, the referee, perforce, would have rendered him the decision and the purse would have been his. Unlike Sandel, he was not fighting for glory or career, but for 30 quid. And now Sandal would recuperate in a minute of rest. Youth will be served. This saying flashed into King's mind, and he remembered the first time he had heard it, the night when he had put away Stosher Bill. The toff who had bought him a drink after the fight and patted him on the shoulder used those words. Youth will be served. The toff was right. And on that night in the long ago he had been Youth. Tonight Youth sat in the opposite corner. As for himself, he had been fighting for half an hour now, and he was an old man. Had he fought like Sandal, he would not have lasted 15 minutes. But the point was that he did not recuperate. Those upstanding arteries and that sorely tried heart would not enable him to gather strength in the intervals between the rounds, and he had not had sufficient strength in him to begin with. His legs were heavy under him and beginning to cramp. He should have not walked those 2 miles to the fight. And there was the steak which he had got up longing for that morning. A great and terrible hatred rose up in him for the butcher who had refused him credit. It was hard for an old man to go into a fight without enough to eat. And a piece of steak was such a little thing, a few pennies at best, yet it meant 30 quid to him. With the gong that opened the 11th round, Sandal rushed, making a show of freshness which he did not really possess. King knew it for what it was, a bluff as old as the game itself. He clinched to save himself, then, going free, allowed Sandal to get set. This was what King desired. He feinted with his left, drew the answering duck and swinging upward hook, then made the half-step backward, delivered the uppercut full to the face, and crumpled Sandal over to the mat. After that he never let him rest, receiving punishment himself but inflicting far more, smashing Sandal to the ropes, hooking and driving all manner of blows into him, tearing away from his clinches or punching him out of attempted clinches, and even when Sandal would have fallen, catching him with one uplifting hand and with the other immediately smashing him into the ropes where he could not fall. The house by this time had gone mad, and it was his house, nearly every voice yelling, "Go it, Tom! Get him! Get him! You've got him, Tom! You've got him!" It was to be a whirlwind finish, and that was what a ringside audience paid to see. And Tom King, who for half an hour had conserved his strength, now expended it prodigally in the one great effort he knew he had in him. It was his one chance, now or not at all. His strength was waning fast, and his hope was that before the last of it ebbed out of him he would have beaten his opponent down for the count. And as he continued to strike and force, coolly estimating the weight of his blow and the quantity of damage done, he realized how hard a man Sandal was to knock out. Stamina and endurance were his to an extreme degree, and they were the virgin stamina and endurance of youth. Sandal was certainly a coming man. He had it in him. Only out of such rugged fibre were successful fighters fashioned. Sandal was reeling and staggering, but Tom King's legs were cramping and his knuckles going back on him. Yet he steeled himself to strike the fierce blows, every one of which brought anguish to his tortured hands. Though now he was receiving practically no punishment, he was weakening as rapidly as the other. His blows went home, but there was no longer the weight behind them, and each blow was the result of a severe effort of will. His legs were like lead, and they dragged visibly under him, while Sandal's backers, cheered by this symptom, began calling encouragement to their man. King was spurred to a burst of effort. He delivered 2 blows in succession, a left, a trifle too high, to the solar plexus, and a right cross to the jaw. They were not heavy blows, yet so weak and dazed was Sandal that he went down and lay quivering. The referee stood over him, shouting the count of the fatal seconds in his ear. If before the 10th second was called he did not rise, the fight was lost. The house stood in hushed silence. King rested on trembling legs. A mortal dizziness was upon him, and before his eyes the sea of faces sagged and swayed, while to his ears, as from a remote distance, came the count of the referee. Yet he looked upon the fight as his. It was impossible that a man so punished could rise. Only youth could rise, and Sandal rose. By the 4th second he rolled over on his face and groped blindly for the ropes. By the 7th second he had dragged himself to his knee where he rested, his head rolling groggily on his shoulders. As the referee cried 9, Sandel stood upright in proper stalling position, his left arm wrapped around his face, his right wrapped around his stomach. Thus were his vital points guarded, while he lurched forward toward King in the hope of effecting a clinch and gaining more time. At the instant Sandel arose, King was at him, but the 2 blows he delivered were muffled on the stalled arms. The next moment Sandel was in the clinch and holding on desperately while the referee strove to drag the 2 men apart. King helped to force himself free. He knew the rapidity with which Youth recovered, and he knew that Sandel was his if he could prevent that recovery. One stiff punch would do it. Sandel was his, indubitably his. He had outgeneraled him, outfought him, outpointed him. Sandel reeled out of the clinch, balanced on the hairline between defeat or survival. One good blow would topple him over and down and out. And Tom King, in a flash of bitterness, remembered that piece of steak and wished that he had it then behind the necessary punch he must deliver. He nerved himself for the blow, but it was not heavy enough nor swift enough. Sandel swayed but did not fall, staggering back to the ropes and hanging on. King staggered after him and, with a pang like that of disillusion, delivered another blow. But his body had deserted him. All that was left of him was a fighting intelligence that was dimmed and clouded from exhaustion. The blow that was aimed for the jaw struck no higher than the shoulder. He had willed the blow higher, but the tired muscles had not been able to obey. And from the impact of the blow, Tom King himself reeled back and nearly fell. Once again he strove. This time his punch missed altogether, and from absolute weakness he fell against Sandel and clinched, holding on to save himself from sinking to the floor. King did not attempt to free himself. He had shot his bolt. He was gone. And Youth had been served. Even in the clinch he could feel Sandel growing stronger against him. When the referee thrust them apart there before his eyes, he saw Youth recuperate. From instant to instant Sandel grew stronger. His punches, weak and futile at first, became stiff and accurate. Tom King's blurred eyes saw the gloved fist driving at his jaw, and he willed to guard it by interposing his arm. He saw the danger, willed the act, but the arm was too heavy. It seemed burdened with 100 weight of lead. It would not lift itself, and he strove to lift it with his soul. Then the gloved fist landed home. He experienced a sharp snap that was like an electric spark, and simultaneously the veil of blackness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he was in his corner, and he heard the yelling of the audience like the roar of the surf at Bondi Beach. A wet sponge was being pressed against the base of his brain, and Sid Sullivan was blowing cold water in a refreshing spray over his face and chest. His gloves had already been removed, and Sandel, bending over him, was shaking his hand. He bore no ill will toward the man who had put him out, and he returned the grip with a heartiness that made his battered knuckles protest. Then Sandel stepped to the center of the ring, and the audience hushed as pandemonium to hear him accept young Prado's challenge and offer to increase the side bet to 100 pounds. King looked on apathetically while his seconds mopped the streaming water from him, dried his face, and prepared him to leave the ring. He felt hungry. It was not the ordinary gnawing kind, but a great faintness, a palpitation at the pit of the stomach that communicated itself to all his body. He remembered back into the fight to the moment when he had Sandel swaying and tottering on the hairline balance of defeat. Ah, that piece of steak would have done it. He had lacked just that for the decisive blow, and he had lost. It was all because of the piece of steak. His seconds were half supporting him as they helped him through the ropes. He tore free from them, ducked through the ropes unaided, and leaped heavily to the floor, following on their heels as they forced a passage for him down the crowded center aisle. Leaving the dressing room for the street, in the entrance to the hall some young fellow spoke to him. "Why didn't you go in and get him when you 'ad him?" the young man asked. "Aw, go to hell," said Tom King, and passed down the steps to the sidewalk. The doors at the public house at the corner were swinging wide, and he saw the lights and the smiling barmaids, heard the many voices discussing the fight and the prosperous clink of money on the bar. Someone called to him to have a drink. He hesitated perceptibly, then refused and went on his way. He had not a copper in his pocket, and the 2-mile walk home seemed very long. He was certainly getting old. Crossing the domain, he sat down suddenly on a bench, unnerved by the thought of the missus sitting up for him, waiting to learn the outcome of the fight. That was harder than any knockout, and it seemed almost impossible to face. He felt weak and sore, and the pain of his smashed knuckles warned him that, even if he could find a job at Navy work, it would be a week before he could grip a pick handle or a shovel. The hunger palpitation at the pit of his stomach was sickening. His wretchedness overwhelmed him, and into his eyes came an unwanted moisture. He covered his face with his hands, and as he cried, he remembered Stowsher Bill and how he had served him that night in the long ago. Poor old Stowsher Bill. He could understand now why Bill had cried in the dressing room. End of A Piece of Steak by Jack London. A Piece of Steak was read by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, USA in November 2009.
The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dorleen Kaplan. Some years ago I engaged passage from Charleston, South Carolina to the city of New York in the fine packet ship Independence, Captain Hardy. We were to sail on the 15th of the month, June, weather permitting, and on the 14th I went on board to arrange some matters in my stateroom. I found that we were to have a great many passengers, including a more than usual number of ladies. On the list were several of my acquaintances, and among other names I was rejoiced to see that of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt, a young artist for whom I entertained feelings of warm friendship. He had been with me a fellow student at C University, where we were very much together. He had the ordinary temperament of genius, and was a compound of misanthropy, sensibility, and enthusiasm. To these qualities he united the warmest and truest heart which ever beat in a human bosom. I observed that his name was carded upon 3 staterooms, and upon again referring to the list of passengers, I found that he had engaged passage for himself, wife, and 2 sisters, his own. The staterooms were sufficiently roomy, and each had 2 berths, one above the other. These berths, to be sure, were so exceedingly narrow as to be insufficient for more than one person. Still, I could not comprehend why there were 3 staterooms for these 4 persons. I was just at that epoch in one of those moody frames of mind which make a man abnormally inquisitive about trifles, and I confess with shame that I busied myself in a variety of ill-bred and preposterous conjectures about this matter of the supernumerary stateroom. It was no business of mine, to be sure, but with none the less pertinacity did I occupy myself in attempts to resolve the enigma. At last I reached a conclusion which wrought in me great wonder why I had not arrived at it before. "It is a servant, of course," I said. "What a fool I am, not sooner to have thought of so obvious a solution." And then I again repaired to the list. But here I saw distinctly that no servant was to come with the party, although, in fact, it had been the original design to bring one, for the words "and servant" had been first written and then overscored. "Oh, extra baggage, to be sure," I now said to myself. "Something he wishes not to be put in the hold, something to be kept under his own eye. Ah, I have it, a painting or so, and this is what he had been bargaining about with Nicolino, the Italian Jew." This idea satisfied me, and I dismissed my curiosity for the nonce. Wyatt's 2 sisters I knew very well, and most amiable and clever girls they were. His wife he had newly married, and I had never yet seen her. He had often talked about her in my presence, however, and in his usual style of enthusiasm. He described her as of surpassing beauty, wit, and accomplishment. I was, therefore, quite anxious to make her acquaintance. On the day in which I visited the ship, the 14th, Wyatt and party were also to visit it, so the captain informed me, and I waited on board an hour longer than I had designed, in hope of being presented to the bride. But then an apology came. Mrs. W. was a little indisposed, and would decline coming on board until to-morrow at the hour of sailing. The morrow having arrived, I was going from my hotel to the wharf, when Captain Hardy met me and said that, owing to circumstances—a stupid but convenient phrase—he rather thought the Independence would not sail for a day or two, and that when all was ready he would send up and let me know. This I thought strange, for there was a stiff southerly breeze; but as the circumstances were not forthcoming, although I pumped for them with much perseverance, I had nothing to do but to return home and digest my impatience at leisure. I did not receive the expected message from the captain for nearly a week. It came at length, however, and I immediately went on board. The ship was crowded with passengers, and everything was in the bustle attendant upon making sail. Wyatt's party arrived in about 10 minutes after myself. There were the two sisters, the bride, and the artist, the latter in one of his customary fits of moody misanthropy. I was too well used to these, however, to pay them any special attention. He did not even introduce me to his wife, this courtesy devolving perforce upon his sister Marian, a very sweet and intelligent girl, who, in a few hurried words, made us acquainted. Mrs. Wyatt had been closely veiled, and when she raised her veil, in acknowledging my bow, I confess that I was very profoundly astonished. I should have been much more so, however, had not long experience advised me not to trust with too implicit a reliance the enthusiastic descriptions of my friend the artist when indulging in comments upon the loveliness of woman. When beauty was a theme, I well knew with what facility he soared into the regions of the purely ideal. The truth is, I could not help regarding Mrs. Wyatt as a decidedly plain-looking woman. If not positively ugly, she was not, I think, very far from it. She was dressed, however, in exquisite taste, and then I had no doubt that she had captivated my friend's heart by the more enduring graces of the intellect and soul. She said very few words, and passed at once into her stateroom with Mr. W. My old inquisitiveness now returned. There was no servant. That was a settled point. I looked, therefore, for the extra baggage. After some delay a cart arrived at the wharf, with an oblong pine box, which was everything that seemed to be expected. Immediately upon its arrival we made sail, and in a short time were safely over the bar, and standing out to sea. The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2½ in breadth. I observed it attentively, and liked to be precise. Now this shape was peculiar, and no sooner had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend the artist would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Nicolino. And now here was a box, which from its shape could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper done by Rubini the younger at Florence, I had known, for some time, to be in the possession of Nicolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. It was the first time I had ever known Wyatt to keep from me any of his artistical secrets, but here he evidently intended to steal a march upon me, and smuggle a fine picture to New York under my very nose, expecting me to know nothing of the matter. I resolved to quiz him well now and hereafter. One thing, however, annoyed me not a little. The box did not go into the extra stateroom. It was deposited in Wyatt's own, and there too it remained, occupying very nearly the whole of the floor, no doubt to the exceeding discomfort of the artist and his wife. This the more especially as the tar or paint with which it was lettered in sprawling capitals emitted a strong, disagreeable, and, to my fancy, a peculiarly disgusting odor. On the lid were painted the words, "Mrs. Adelaide Curtis, Albany, New York. Charge of Cornelius Wyatt, Esquire. This side up. To be handled with care." Now I was aware that Mrs. Adelaide Curtis of Albany was the artist's wife's mother. But then I looked upon the whole address as mystification, intended especially for myself. I made up my mind, of course, that the box and contents would never get farther north than the studio of my misanthropic friend in Chambers Street, New York. For the first 3 or 4 days we had fine weather, although the wind was dead ahead, having chopped round to the northward immediately upon our losing sight of the coast. The passengers were consequently in high spirits and disposed to be social. I must except, however, Wyatt and his sisters, who behaved stiffly, and I could not help thinking uncourteously to the rest of the party. Wyatt's conduct I did not so much regard. He was gloomy even beyond his usual habit. In fact, he was morose. But in him I was prepared for eccentricity. For the sisters, however, I could make no excuse. They secluded themselves in their staterooms during the greater part of the passage, and absolutely refused, although I repeatedly urged them, to hold communication with any person on board. Mrs. Wyatt herself was far more agreeable. That is to say, she was chatty, and to be chatty is no slight recommendation at sea. She became excessively intimate with most of the ladies, and, to my profound astonishment, evinced no equivocal disposition to coquet with the men. She amused us all very much. I say amused, and scarcely know how to explain myself. The truth is, I soon found that Mrs. W. was far often laughed at than with. The gentlemen said little about her, but the ladies in a little while pronounced her a good-hearted thing, rather indifferent-looking, totally uneducated, and decidedly vulgar. The great wonder was how Wyatt had been entrapped into such a match. Wealth was the general solution, but this I knew to be no solution at all, for Wyatt had told me that she had neither brought him a dollar nor had any expectations from any source whatever. He had married, he said, for love, and for love only, and his bride was far more than worthy of his love. When I thought of these expressions on the part of my friend, I confess that I felt indescribably puzzled. Could it be possible that he was taking leave of his senses? What else could I think? He, so refined, so intellectual, so fastidious, with so exquisite a perception of the faulty, and so keen an appreciation of the beautiful? To be sure, the lady seemed especially fond of him, particularly so in his absence, when she made herself ridiculous by frequent quotations of what had been said by her beloved husband, Mr. Wyatt. The word husband seemed forever, to use one of her own delicate expressions, forever on the tip of her tongue. In the meantime, it was observed by all on board that he avoided her in the most pointed manner, and for the most part shut himself up alone in his state-room, where, in fact, he might have been said to live altogether, leaving his wife at full liberty to amuse herself as she thought best in the public society of the main cabin. My conclusion from what I saw and heard was that the artist, by some unaccountable freak of fate, or perhaps in some fit of enthusiastic and fanciful passion, had been induced to unite himself with a person altogether beneath him, and that the natural result, entire and speedy disgust, had ensued. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart, but could not, for that reason, quite forgive his uncommunicativeness in the matter of the Last Supper. For this I resolved to have my revenge. One day he came upon deck, and taking his arm, as had been my wont, I sauntered with him backward and forward. His gloom, however, which I considered quite natural under the circumstances, seemed entirely unabated. He said little, and that moodily and with evident effort. I ventured a jest or two, and he made a sickening attempt at a smile. Poor fellow! As I thought of his wife, I wondered that he could have heart to put on even the semblance of mirth. I determined to commence a series of covert insinuations, or innuendoes, about the oblong box, just to let him perceive gradually that I was not altogether the butt or victim of his little bit of pleasant mystification. My first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and as I spoke the words I smiled knowingly, winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark. But as its point seemed slowly to make its way into his brain, his eyes, in the same proportion, seemed protruding from their sockets. Then he grew very red, then hideously pale. Then, as if highly amused with what I had insinuated, he began a loud and boisterous laugh, which, to my astonishment, he kept up, with gradually increasing vigor, for 10 minutes or more. In conclusion, he fell flat and heavily upon the deck. When I ran to uplift him, to all appearance he was dead. I called assistance, and with much difficulty we brought him to himself. Upon reviving, he spoke incoherently for some time. At length we bled him and put him to bed. The next morning he was quite recovered, so far as regarded his mere bodily health. Of his mind I say nothing, of course. I avoided him during the rest of the passage by advice of the captain, who seemed to coincide with me altogether in my views of his insanity, but cautioned me to say nothing on this head to any person on board. Several circumstances occurred immediately after this fit of Wyatt, which contributed to heighten the curiosity with which I was already possessed. Among other things, this: I had been nervous, drank too much strong green tea, and slept ill at night. In fact, for 2 nights I could not be properly said to sleep at all. Now, my stateroom opened into the main cabin or dining room, as did those of all the single men on board. Wyatt's 3 rooms were in the after cabin, which was separated from the main one by a slight sliding door, never locked even at night. As we were almost constantly on a wind, and the breeze was not a little stiff, the ship heeled to leeward very considerably, and whenever her starboard side was to leeward, the sliding door between the cabins slid open, and so remained, nobody taking the trouble to get up and shut it. But my berth was in such a position that when my own stateroom door was open, as well as the sliding door in question (and my own door was always open on account of the heat), I could see into the after cabin quite distinctly, and just at that portion of it, too, where were situated the staterooms of Mr. Wyatt. Well, during 2 nights, not consecutive, while I lay awake, I clearly saw Mrs. W. about 11 o'clock upon each night steal cautiously from the stateroom of Mr. W. and enter the extra room, where she remained until daybreak, when she was called by her husband and went back. That they were virtually separated was clear. They had separate apartments, no doubt in contemplation of a more permanent divorce, and here, after all, I thought, was the mystery of the extra stateroom. There was another circumstance, too, which interested me much. During the 2 wakeful nights in question, and immediately after the disappearance of Mrs. Wyatt into the extra stateroom, I was attracted by certain singular, cautious, subdued noises in that of her husband. After listening to them for some time with thoughtful attention, I at length succeeded perfectly in translating their import. They were sounds occasioned by the artist in prying open the oblong box by means of a chisel and mallet, the latter being apparently muffled or deadened by some soft woolen or cotton substance in which its head was enveloped. In this manner I fancied I could distinguish the precise moment when he fairly disengaged the lid, also that I could determine when he removed it altogether, and when he deposited it upon the lower berth in his room. This latter point I knew, for example, by certain slight taps which the lid made in striking against the wooden edges of the berth, as he endeavored to lay it down very gently, there being no room for it on the floor. After this there was a dead stillness, and I heard nothing more, upon either occasion, until nearly daybreak, unless, perhaps, I may mention a low sobbing or murmuring sound, so very much suppressed as to be nearly inaudible, if indeed the whole of this latter noise were not rather produced by my own imagination. I say it seemed to resemble sobbing or sighing, but of course it could not have been either. I rather think it was a ringing in my own ears. Mr. Wyatt, no doubt, according to custom, was merely giving the rein to one of his hobbies, indulging in one of his fits of artistic enthusiasm. He had opened his oblong box in order to feast his eyes on the pictorial treasure within. There was nothing in this, however, to make him sob. I repeat, therefore, that it must have been simply a freak of my own fancy, distempered by good Captain Hardy's green tea. Just before dawn on each of the 2 nights of which I speak, I distinctly heard Mr. Wyatt replace the lid upon the oblong box, and force the nails into their old places by means of the muffled mallet. Having done this, he issued from his stateroom, fully dressed, and proceeded to call Mrs. W. from hers. We had been at sea 7 days, and were now off Cape Hatteras, when there came a tremendously heavy blow from the southwest. We were in a measure prepared for it, however, as the weather had been holding out threats for some time. Everything was made snug, alow and aloft, and as the wind steadily freshened, we lay to at length under spanker and foretopsail, both double reefed. In this trim we rode safely enough for 48 hours, the ship proving herself an excellent sea boat in many respects, and shipping no water of any consequence. At the end of this period, however, the gale had freshened into a hurricane, and our aftersail split into ribbons, bringing us so much in the trough of water that we shipped several prodigious seas, one immediately after the other. By this accident we lost 3 men overboard, with the caboose, and nearly the whole of the larboard bulwarks. Scarcely had we recovered our senses before the foretopsail went into shreds, when we got up a storm-stay sail, and with this did pretty well for some hours, the ship heading the sea much more steadily than before. The gale still held on, however, and we saw no signs of its abating. The rigging was found to be ill-fitted and greatly strained, and on the 3rd day of the blow, about 5 in the afternoon, our mizzen-mast, in a heavy lurch to windward, went by the board. For an hour or more we tried in vain to get rid of it on account of the prodigious rolling of the ship, and before we had succeeded, the carpenter came aft and announced 4 feet of water in the hold. To add to our dilemma, we found the pumps choked and nearly useless. All was now confusion and despair, but an effort was made to lighten the ship by throwing overboard as much of her cargo as could be reached, and by cutting away the 2 masts that remained. This we at last accomplished, but we were still unable to do anything at the pumps, and, in the meantime, the leak gained on us very fast. At sundown the gale had sensibly diminished in violence, and as the sea went down with it, we still entertained faint hopes of saving ourselves in the boats. At 8 P.M. the clouds broke away to windward, and we had the advantage of a full moon, a piece of good fortune which served wonderfully to cheer our drooping spirits. After incredible labor we succeeded at length in getting the long-boat over the side without material accident, and into this we crowded the whole of the crew and most of the passengers. This party made off immediately, and after undergoing much suffering, finally arrived in safety at Ocracoke Inlet on the 3rd day after the wreck. 14 passengers with the captain remained on board, resolving to trust their fortunes to the jolly-boat at the stern. We lowered it without difficulty, although it was only by a miracle that we prevented it from swamping as it touched the water. It contained, when afloat, the captain and his wife, Mr. Wyatt and party, a Mexican officer, wife, 4 children, and myself, with a negro valet. We had no room, of course, for anything except a few positively necessary instruments, some provisions, and the clothes upon our backs. No one had thought of even attempting to save anything more. What must have been the astonishment of all, then, when, having proceeded a few fathoms from the ship, Mr. Wyatt stood up in the stern sheets and coolly demanded of Captain Hardy that the boat should be put back for the purpose of taking in his oblong box. "Sit down, Mr. Wyatt," replied the captain, somewhat sternly. "You will capsize us if you do not sit quite still. Our gunwale is almost in the water now." "The box!" vociferated Mr. Wyatt, still standing. "The box, I say! Captain Hardy, you cannot, you will not refuse me. Its weight will be but a trifle. It is nothing, mere nothing. By the mother who bore you, for the love of heaven, by your hope of salvation, I implore you to put back for the box." The captain for a moment seemed touched by the earnest appeal of the artist, but he regained his stern composure, and merely said: "Mr. Wyatt, you are mad. I cannot listen to you. Sit down, I say, or you will swamp the boat. Stay, hold him, seize him. He's about to spring overboard. There, I knew it, he's over." As the captain said this, Mr. Wyatt in fact sprang from the boat, and as we were yet in the lee of the wreck, succeeded, by almost superhuman exertion, in getting hold of a rope which hung from the fore chains. In another moment he was on board, and rushing frantically down into the cabin. In the meantime we had been swept astern of the ship, and being quite out of her lee, were at the mercy of the tremendous sea which was still running. We made a determined effort to put back, but our little boat was like a feather in the breath of the tempest. We saw at a glance that the doom of the unfortunate artist was sealed. As our distance from the wreck rapidly increased, the madman, for as such only could we regard him, was seen to emerge from the companionway, up which, by dint of strength that appeared gigantic, he dragged bodily the oblong box. While we gazed in the extremity of astonishment, he passed rapidly several turns of a 3-inch rope, first around the box, and then around his body. In another instant both body and box were in the sea, disappearing suddenly at once and forever. We lingered a while sadly upon our oars, with our eyes riveted upon the spot. At length we pulled away. The silence remained unbroken for an hour. Finally I hazarded a remark. "Did you observe, Captain, how suddenly they sank? Was not that an exceedingly singular thing? I confess that I entertained some feeble hope of his final deliverance, when I saw him lash himself to the box and commit himself to the sea." "They sank as a matter of course," replied the captain, "and that like a shot. They will soon rise again, however, but not till the salt melts." "The salt!" I ejaculated. "Hush!" said the captain, pointing to the wife and sisters of the deceased. "We must talk of these things at some more appropriate time." We suffered much, and made a narrow escape, but fortune befriended us, as well as our mates in the long-boat. We landed, in fine, more dead than alive, after 4 days of intense distress, upon the beach opposite Roanoke Island. We remained there a week, were not ill-treated by the wreckers, and at length obtained passage to New York. About a month after the loss of the Independence, I happened to meet Captain Hardy in Broadway. Our conversation turned naturally upon the disaster, and especially upon the sad fate of poor Wyatt. I thus learned the following particulars. The artist had engaged passage for himself, wife, 2 sisters, and a servant. His wife was indeed, as she had been represented, a most lovely and most accomplished woman. On the morning of the 14th of June, the day in which I first visited the ship, the lady suddenly sickened and died. The young husband was frantic with grief, but circumstances imperatively forbade the deferring of his voyage to New York. It was necessary to take to her mother the corpse of his adored wife; and, on the other hand, the universal prejudice which would prevent his doing so openly was well known. 9/10 of the passengers would have abandoned the ship rather than take passage with a dead body. In this dilemma Captain Hardy arranged that the corpse, being first partially embalmed and packed with a large quantity of salt in a box of suitable dimensions, should be conveyed on board as merchandise. Nothing was to be said of the lady's decease, and as it was well understood that Mr. Wyatt had engaged passage for his wife, it became necessary that some person should personate her during the voyage. This the deceased lady's maid was easily prevailed upon to do. The extra stateroom originally engaged for this girl during her mistress's life was now merely retained. In this stateroom the pseudo wife slept, of course, every night. In the daytime she performed to the best of her ability the part of her mistress, whose person, it had been carefully ascertained, was unknown to any of the passengers on board. My own mistake arose naturally enough through too careless, too inquisitive, and too impulsive a temperament. But of late it is a rare thing that I sleep soundly at night. There is a countenance which haunts me, turn as I will; there is an hysterical laugh which will forever ring within my ears. End of The Oblong Box, by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Bush Dance by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Bush Dance by Henry Lawson. Tap, tap, tap. The little schoolhouse and residence in the scrub was lighted brightly in the midst of the close, solid blackness of that moonless December night, when the skies and stars were smothered and suffocated by drought haze. It was the evening of the school children's feast. That is to say, the children had been sent and let go, and the younger ones fetched, through the blazing heat to the school, one day early in the holidays, and raced, sometimes in couples tied together by the legs, and caked and bunned, and finally improved upon by the local chadband, and got rid of. The schoolroom had been cleared for dancing, the maps rolled and tied, the desks and blackboards stacked against the wall outside. Tea was over, and the trestles and boards, whereon had been spread better things than had been provided for the unfortunate youngsters, had been taken outside to keep the desks and blackboards company. On stools running end to end along one side of the room sat about 20 more or less blooming country girls, of from about 15 to 20 odd. On the rest of the stools, running end to end along the other wall, sat about 20 more or less blooming chaps. It was evident that something was seriously wrong. None of the girls spoke above the hushed whisper. None of the men spoke above a hushed oath. Now and then 2 or 3 sidled out, and if you had followed them you would have found they went outside to listen hard into the darkness and to swear. Tap, tap, tap. The rows moved uneasily, and some of the girls turned pale faces nervously towards the side door in the direction of the sound. Tap, tap. The tapping came from the kitchen at the rear of the teacher's residence, and was uncomfortably suggestive of a coffin being made. It was also accompanied by a sickly, indescribable odour, more like that of warm, cheap glue than anything else. In the schoolroom was a painful scene of strained listening. Whenever one of the men returned from outside, or put his head in at the door, all eyes were fastened on him in the flash of a single eye, and then withdrawn hopelessly. At the sound of a horse's step, all eyes and ears were on the door, till some one muttered, "It's only the horses in the paddock." Some of the girls' eyes began to glisten suspiciously, and at last the belle of the party, a great dark-haired pink and white Blue Mountain girl, who had been sitting for a full minute staring before her with blue eyes unnaturally bright, suddenly covered her face with her hands, rose, and started blindly from the room, from which she was steered in a hurry by 2 sympathetic and rather upset girl friends, and as she passed out she was heard sobbing hysterically, "Oh, I can't help it. I did want to dance. It's a shame. I can't help it. I want to dance. I rode 20 miles to dance. and I want to dance." A tall, strapping young bushman rose without disguise and followed the girl out. The rest began to talk loudly of stock, dogs, and horses, and other bush things. But above their voices rang out that of the girl from outside, being man comforted. "I can't help it, Jack. I did want to dance. I had such a job to get mother and father to let me come, and now—" The two girl friends came back. "He says to leave it to him," they whispered in reply to an interrogatory glance from the schoolmistress. "It's no use, Jack," came the voice of grief. "You don't know what father and mother is. I won't be able to get away again for not till I'm married, perhaps." The schoolmistress glanced uneasily along the row of girls. "I'll take her into my room and make her lie down," she whispered to her sister, who was staying with her. "She'll start some of the other girls presently. It's just the weather for it." And she passed out quietly. That schoolmistress was a woman of penetration. A final tap tap from the kitchen, then a sound like the squawk of a hurt or frightened child, and the faces in the room turned quickly in that direction and brightened. But there came a bang and a sound like "damn," and hopelessness settled down. A shout from the outer darkness, and most of the men and some of the girls rose and hurried out. Fragments of conversation heard in the darkness. "It's 3 horses, I tell you." "It's 2 horses, I tell you." "It's 3, you." "Lay you." "Put the stuff up." A clack of gate thrown open. "Who is it, Tom?" Voices from gate were yelling, "Johnny Mears! They've got Johnny Mears!" Then rose yells and a cheer such as is seldom heard in scrublands. Out in the kitchen Long Dave Regan grabbed from the far side of the table, where he had thrown it, a burst and battered concertina, which he had been for the last hour vainly trying to patch and make airtight, and holding it out toward the back door between his palms as a football is held, he let it drop and fetched it neatly on to the toe of his riding boot. It was a beautiful kick. The concertina shot out into the blackness, from which was projected, in return, first a short, sudden howl, then a face with one eye glaring and the other covered by an enormous brick-coloured hand, and a voice that wanted to know who shot "that lurrid loaf of bread." But from the schoolroom was heard the loud, free voice of Joe Matthews, M.C. "Take your partners! Hurry up! Take your partners! They've got Johnny Mears with his fiddle." End of story.
The Gryphon and the Minor Canon by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Gryphon and the Minor Canon by Frank R. Stockton. Over the great door of an old, old church, which stood in a quiet town of far-away land, there was carved in stone the figure of a large griffin. The old-time sculptor had done his work with great care, but the image he had made was not a pleasant one to look at. It had a large head, with enormous open mouth and savage teeth. From its back arose great wings, armed with sharp hooks and prongs. It had stout legs in front, with projecting claws, but there were no legs behind, the body running out into a long and powerful tail, finished off at the end with a barbed point. This tail was coiled up under him, the end sticking up just back of his wings. The sculptor, or the people who had ordered this stone figure, had evidently been very much pleased with it, for little copies of it, also in stone, had been placed here and there along the sides of the church, not very far from the ground, so that people could easily look at them and ponder on their curious forms. There were a great many other sculptures on the outside of this church. saints, martyrs, grotesque heads of men, beasts, and birds, as well as those of other creatures which cannot be named because nobody knows exactly what they were. But none were so curious and interesting as the great griffin over the door, and the little griffins on the sides of the church. A long, long distance from the town, in the midst of dreadful wilds scarcely known to man, there dwelt the griffin whose image had been put up over the church-goer. In some way or other the old-time sculptor had seen him, and afterward, to the best of his memory, had copied his figure in stone. The griffin had never known this until, hundreds of years afterward, he heard from a bird, from a wild animal, or in some manner which is not now easy to find out, that there was a likeness of him on the old church in the distant town. Now this griffin had no idea how he looked. He had never seen a mirror, and the streams where he lived were so turbulent and violent that a quiet piece of water which would reflect the image of anything looking into it could not be found. Being, as far as could be ascertained, the very last of his race, he had never seen another griffin. Therefore it was that when he heard of this stone image of himself he became very anxious to know what he looked like, and at last he determined to go to the old church and see for himself what manner of being he was. So he started off from the dreadful wilds, and flew on and on until he came to the countries inhabited by men, where his appearance in the air created great consternation. But he alighted nowhere, keeping up a steady flight until he reached the suburbs of the town which had his image on its church. Here, late in the afternoon, he alighted in a green meadow by the side of a brook, and stretched himself on the grass to rest. His great wings were tired, for he had not made such a long flight in a century or more. The news of his coming spread quickly over the town, and the people, frightened nearly out of their wits by the arrival of so extraordinary a visitor, fled into their houses and shut themselves up. The griffin called loudly for some one to come to him, but the more he called, the more afraid the people were to show themselves. At length he saw two laborers hurrying to their homes through the fields, and in a terrible voice he commanded them to stop. Not daring to disobey, the men stood trembling. "What is the matter with you all?" cried the griffin. "Is there not a man in your town who is brave enough to speak to me?" "I think," said one of the laborers, his voice shaking so that his words could hardly be understood, "that perhaps the Minor Canon would come." "Go call him, then," said the griffin. "I want to see him." The Minor Canon, who filled a subordinate position in the church, had just finished the afternoon services, and was coming out of a side door with three aged women who had formed the week-day congregation. He was a young man of a kind disposition, and very anxious to do good to the people of the town. Apart from his duties in the church, where he conducted services every week-day, he visited the sick and the poor, counseled and assisted persons who were in trouble, and taught a school composed entirely of the bad children in the town with whom nobody else would have anything to do. Whenever the people wanted something difficult done for them, they always went to the Minor Canon. Thus it was that the laborer thought of the young priest when he found that some one must come and speak to the griffin. The Minor Canon had not heard of the strange event, which was known to the whole town except himself and the three old women, and when he was informed of it, and was told that the griffin had asked to see him, he was greatly amazed and frightened. "Me!" he exclaimed. "He has never heard of me. What should he want with me?" "Oh, you must go instantly," cried the two men. "He is very angry now because he has been kept waiting so long, and nobody knows what may happen if you don't hurry to him." The poor Minor Canon would rather have had his hand cut off than go out to meet an angry griffin, but he felt that it was his duty to go, or it would be a woeful thing if injury should come to the people of the town because he was not brave enough to obey the summons of the griffin. So, pale and frightened, he started off. "Well," said the griffin as soon as the young man came near, "I am glad to see that there is some one who has the courage to come to me." The Minor Canon did not feel very courageous, but he bowed his head. "Is this the town," said the griffin, "where there is a church with a likeness of myself over one of the doors?" The Minor Canon looked at the frightful creature before him, and saw that it was without doubt exactly like the stone image on the church. "Yes," he said, "you are right." "Well, then," said the griffin, Will you take me to it? I wish very much to see it." The Minor Canon instantly thought that if the Griffin entered the town without the people knowing what he came for, some of them would probably be frightened to death, and so he sought to gain time to prepare their minds. "It is growing dark now," he said, very much afraid as he spoke that his words might enrage the Griffin, "and objects on the front of the church cannot be seen clearly. It would be better to wait until morning if you wish to get a good view of the stone image of yourself." "That will suit me very well," said the Griffin. "I see you are a man of good sense. I am tired, and I will take a nap here on this soft grass while I cool my tail in the little stream that runs near me. The end of my tail gets red hot when I am angry or excited, and it is quite warm now. So you may go, but be sure to come early tomorrow morning and show me the way to the church." The Minor Canon was glad enough to take his leave, and hurried into the town. In front of the church he found a great many people assembled to hear his report of his interview with the Griffin. When they found that he had not come to spread ruin and devastation, but simply to see his stony likeness on the church, they showed neither relief nor gratification, but began to upbraid the Minor Canon for consenting to conduct the creature into the town. "What could I do?" cried the young man. "If I should not bring him, he would come himself, and perhaps end by setting fire to the town with his red-hot tail." Still the people were not satisfied, and a great many plans were proposed to prevent the Griffin from coming into town. Some elderly persons urged that the young men should go out and kill him, but the young men scoffed at such a ridiculous idea. Then some one said that it would be a good thing to destroy the stone image, so that the Griffin would have no excuse for entering the town. And this proposal was received with such favor that many of the people ran for hammers, chisels, and crowbars with which to tear down and break up the stone Griffin. But the Minor Canon resisted this plan with all the strength of his mind and body. He assured the people that this action would enrage the Griffin beyond measure, for it would be impossible to conceal from him that his image had been destroyed during the night. But the people were so determined to break up the stone Griffin that the Minor Canon saw that there was nothing for him to do but stay there and protect it. All night he walked up and down in front of the church door, keeping away the men who brought ladders by which they might mount to the great stone Griffin and knock it to pieces with their hammers and crowbars. After many hours the people were obliged to give up their attempts, and went home to sleep. But the Minor Canon remained at his post till early morning, and then he hurried away to the field where he had left the Griffin. The monster had just awakened, and rising to his forelegs and shaking himself, he said that he was ready to go into the town. The Minor Canon therefore walked back, the Griffin flying slowly through the air at a short distance above the head of his guide. Not a person was to be seen in the streets, and they proceeded directly to the front of the church, where the Minor Canon pointed out the stone Griffin. The real Griffin settled down in the little square before the church, and gazed earnestly at his sculptured likeness. For a long time he looked at it. First he put his head on one side, and then he put it on the other. Then he shut his right eye and gazed with his left, after which he shut his left eye and gazed with his right. Then he moved a little to one side and looked at the image. Then he moved the other way. After a while he said to the Minor Canon, who had been standing by all this time, It must be an excellent likeness. That breadth between the eyes, that expansive forehead, those massive jaws. I feel that it must resemble me. If there is any fault to find with it, it is that the neck seems a little stiff. But that is nothing. It is an admirable likeness. Admirable!" The Griffin sat looking at his image all the morning and all the afternoon. The Minor Canon had been afraid to go away and leave him, and had hoped all through the day that he would soon be satisfied with his inspection and fly away home. But by evening the poor young man was utterly exhausted, and felt that he must eat and sleep. He frankly admitted this fact to the Griffin, and asked him if he would not like something to eat. He said this because he felt obliged in politeness to do so. But as soon as he had spoken the words, he was seized with dread, lest the monster should demand half a dozen babies, or some tempting repast of that kind. "Oh no," said the Griffin, "I never eat between the equinoxes. At the vernal and at the autumnal equinox I take a good meal, and that lasts me for half a year. I am extremely regular in my habits, and do not think it healthful to eat at odd times. But if you need food, go and get it, and I will return to the soft grass where I slept last night and take another nap." The next day the Griffin came again to the little square before the church, and remained there until evening, steadfastly regarding the stone griffin over the door. The Minor Canon came once or twice to look at him, and the Griffin seemed very glad to see him, but the young clergyman could not stay as he had done before, for he had many duties to perform. Nobody went to the church, but the people came to the Minor Canon's house, and anxiously asked him how long the Griffin was going to stay. "I do not know," he answered, "but I think he will soon be satisfied with regarding his stone likeness, and then he will go away." But the Griffin did not go away. Morning after morning he came to the church, but after a time he did not stay there all day. He seemed to have taken a great fancy to the Minor Canon, and followed him about as he pursued his various avocations. He would wait for him at the side door of the church, for the Minor Canon held services every day, morning and evening, though nobody came now. If any one should come, he said to himself, I must be found at my post. When the young man came out, the Griffin would accompany him in his visits to the sick and poor, and would often look into the windows of the schoolhouse where the Minor Canon was teaching his unruly scholars. All the other schools were closed, but the parents of the Minor Canon's scholars forced them to go to school, because they were so bad they could not endure them all day at home, Griffin or no Griffin. But it must be said they generally behaved very well when that great monster sat up on his tail and looked in at the schoolroom window. When it was perceived that the Griffin showed no signs of going away, all the people who were able to do so left the town. The canons and the higher officers of the church had fled away during the first day of the Griffin's visit, leaving behind only the Minor Canon and some of the men who opened the doors and swept the church. All the citizens who could afford it shut up their houses and traveled to distant parts, and only the working people and the poor were left behind. After some days these ventured to go about and attend to their business, for if they did not work they would starve. They were getting a little used to seeing the Griffin, and having been told that he did not eat between equinoxes, they did not feel so much afraid of him as before. Day by day the Griffin became more and more attached to the Minor Canon. He kept near him a great part of the time, and often spent the night in front of the little house where the young clergyman lived alone. This strange companionship was often burdensome to the Minor Canon, but, on the other hand, he could not deny that he derived a great deal of benefit and instruction from it. The Griffin had lived for hundreds of years, and had seen much, and he told the Minor Canon many wonderful things. "It is like reading an old book," said the young clergyman to himself. "But how many books would I have had to read before I would have found out what the Griffin has told me about the earth, the air, the water, about minerals and metals and growing things, and all the wonders of the world." Thus the summer went on and drew toward its close, and now the people of the town began to be very much troubled again. "It will not be long," they said, "before the autumnal equinox is here, and then that monster will want to eat. He will be dreadfully hungry, for he has taken so much exercise since his last meal. He will devour our children. Without doubt he will eat them all. What is to be done?" To this question no one could give answer, but all agreed that the Griffin must not be allowed to remain until the approaching equinox. After talking over the matter a great deal, a crowd of people went to the Minor Canon, at a time when the Griffin was not with him. "It is all your fault," they said, "that the monster is among us. You brought him here, and you ought to see that he goes away. It is only on your account that he stays here at all, for although he visits his image every day, he is with you the greater part of the time. If you were not here, he would not stay. It is your duty to go away, and then he will follow you, and we shall be free from the dreadful danger which hangs over us." "Go away!" cried the Minor Canon, greatly grieved at being spoken to in such a way. "Where shall I go? If I go to some other town, shall I not take this trouble there? Have I a right to do that?" "No," said the people, "you must not go to any other town. There is no town far enough away. You must go to the dreadful wilds where the Griffin lives, and then he will follow you and stay there." They did not say whether or not they expected the Minor Canon to stay there also, and he did not ask them anything about it. He bowed his head and went into his house to think. The more he thought, the more clear it became to his mind that it was his duty to go away, and thus free the town from the presence of the Griffin. That evening he packed a leathern bag full of bread and meat, and early the next morning he set out on his journey to the dreadful wilds. It was a long, weary, and doleful journey, especially after he had gone beyond the habitations of men, but the Minor Canon kept on bravely and never faltered. The way was longer than he had expected, and his provisions soon grew so scanty that he was obliged to eat but a little every day. But he kept up his courage and pressed on, and after many days of toilsome travel he reached the dreadful wilds. When the Griffin found that the Minor Canon had left the town, he seemed sorry, but showed no disposition to go and look for him. After a few days had passed, he became much annoyed, and asked some of the people where the Minor Canon had gone. But although the citizens had been anxious that the young clergyman should go to the dreadful wilds, thinking that the Griffin would immediately follow him, they were now afraid to mention the Minor Canon's destination, for the monster seemed angry already, and if he should suspect their trick, he would doubtless become very much enraged. So everyone said he did not know, and the Griffin wandered about disconsolate. One morning he looked into the Minor Canon's schoolhouse, which was always empty now, and thought that it was a shame that everything should suffer on account of the young man's absence. "It does not matter so much about the church," he said, "for nobody went there, but it is a pity about the school. I think I will teach it myself until he returns." It was the hour for opening the school, and the Griffin went inside and pulled the rope which rang the school bell. Some of the children who heard the bell ran in to see what was the matter, supposing it to be a joke of one of their companions, but when they saw the Griffin they stood astonished and scared. "Go tell the other scholars," said the monster, "that school is about to open, and that if they are not all here in 10 minutes I shall come after them." In 7 minutes every scholar was in place. Never was seen such an orderly school. Not a boy or girl moved or uttered a whisper. The Griffin climbed into the master's seat, his wide wings spread on each side of him, because he could not lean back in his chair while they stuck out behind, and his great tail coiled around in front of the desk, the barbed end sticking up, ready to tap any boy or girl who might misbehave. The Griffin now addressed the scholars, telling them that he intended to teach them while their master was away. In speaking he endeavored to imitate as far as possible the mild and gentle tones of the Minor Canon, but it must be admitted that in this he was not very successful. He had paid a good deal of attention to the studies of the school, and he determined not to attempt to teach them anything new, but to review them in what they had been studying. So he called up the various classes and questioned them upon their previous lessons. The children racked their brains to remember what they had learned. They were so afraid of the Griffin's displeasure that they recited as they had never recited before. One of the boys far down in his class answered so well that the Griffin was astonished. "I should think you would be at the head," said he. "I am sure you have never been in the habit of reciting so well. Why is this?" "Because I did not choose to take the trouble," said the boy, trembling in his boots. He felt obliged to speak the truth, for all the children thought that the great eyes of the Griffin could see right through them, and that he would know when they told a falsehood. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," said the Griffin. "Go down to the very tail of the class, and if you are not at the head in 2 days I shall know the reason why." The next afternoon the boy was number 1. It was astonishing how much these children had learned of what they had been studying. It was as if they had been educated over again. The Griffin used no severity toward them, but there was a look about him which made them unwilling to go to bed until they were sure they knew their lessons for the next day. The Griffin now thought that he ought to visit the sick and the poor, and he began to go about the town for this purpose. The effect upon the sick was miraculous. All except those who were very ill indeed jumped from their beds when they heard he was coming, and declared themselves quite well. To those who could not get up he gave herbs and roots which none of them had ever before thought of as medicines, but which the Griffin had seen used in various parts of the world, and most of them recovered. But for all that, they afterward said that no matter what happened to them, they hoped that they should never again have such a doctor coming to their bedsides, feeling their pulses and looking at their tongues. As for the poor, they seemed to have utterly disappeared. All those who had depended upon charity for their daily bread were now at work in some way or other, many of them offering to do odd jobs for their neighbors just for the sake of their meals, a thing which before had been seldom heard of in the town. The Griffin could find no one who needed his assistance. The summer had now passed, and the autumnal equinox was rapidly approaching. The citizens were in a state of great alarm and anxiety. The Griffin showed no signs of going away, but seemed to have settled himself permanently among them. In a short time the day for his semi-annual meal would arrive, and then what would happen? The monster would certainly be very hungry, and would devour all their children. Now they greatly regretted and lamented that they had sent away the Minor Canon. He was the only one on whom they could have depended in this trouble, for he could talk freely with the Griffin, and so find out what could be done. But it would not do to be inactive. Some step must be taken immediately. A meeting of the citizens was called, and 2 old men were appointed to go and talk to the Griffin. They were instructed to offer to prepare a splendid dinner for him on Equinox Day, one which would entirely satisfy his hunger. They would offer him the fattest mutton, the most tender beef, fish, and game of various sorts, and anything of the kind that he might fancy. If none of these suited, they were to mention that there was an orphan asylum in the next town. Anything would be better, said the citizens, than to have our dear children devoured. The old men went to the Griffin, but their propositions were not received with favor. "From what I have seen of the people of this town," said the monster, "I do not think I could relish anything which was prepared by them. They appear to be all cowards, and therefore mean and selfish. As for eating one of them, old or young, I could not think of it for a moment. In fact, there was only one creature in the whole place for whom I could have had any appetite, and that was the Minor Canon, who has gone away. He was brave and good and honest, and I think I should have relished him." "Ah," said one of the old men very politely, "in that case I wish we had not sent him to the dreadful wilds." "What?" cried the Griffin. "What do you mean? Explain instantly what you are talking about." The old man, terribly frightened at what he had said, was obliged to tell how the Minor Canon had been sent away by the people, in the hope that the Griffin might be induced to follow him. When the monster heard this he became furiously angry. He dashed away from the old men, and spreading his wings flew backwards and forwards over the town. He was so much excited that his tail became red hot and glowed like a meteor against the evening sky. When at last he settled down in the little field where he usually rested, and thrust his tail into the brook, the steam arose like a cloud, and the water of the stream ran hot through the town. The citizens were greatly frightened, and bitterly blamed the old man for telling about the Minor Canon. "It is plain," they said, "that the Griffin intended at last to go and look for him, and we should have been saved. Now who can tell what misery you have brought upon us?" The Griffin did not remain long in the little field. As soon as his tail was cool he flew to the town hall and rang the bell. The citizens knew that they were expected to come there, and although they were afraid to go, they were still more afraid to stay away, and they crowded into the hall. The Griffin was on the platform at one end, flapping his wings and walking up and down, and the end of his tail was still so warm that it slightly scorched the boards as he dragged it after him. When everybody who was able to come was there, the Griffin stood still and addressed the meeting. "I have had a contemptible opinion of you," he said, "ever since I discovered what cowards you are, but I had no idea that you were so ungrateful, selfish, and cruel as I now find you to be. Here was your Minor Canon, who labored day and night for your good, and thought of nothing else but how he might benefit you and make you happy, and as soon as you imagine yourselves threatened with a danger, for well I know you are dreadfully afraid of me, you send him off, caring not whether he returns or perishes, hoping thereby to save yourselves. Now I had conceived a great liking for that young man, and had intended in a day or two to go and look him up, but I have changed my mind about him. I shall go and find him, but I shall send him back here to live among you, and I intend that he shall enjoy the reward of his labor and his sacrifices. Go, some of you, to the officers of the church who so cowardly ran away when I first came here, and tell them never to return to this town under penalty of death. And if when your Minor Canon comes back to you, you do not bow yourselves before him, put him in the highest place among you, and serve and honor him all his life, beware of my terrible vengeance. There were only two good things in this town, the Minor Canon and the stone image of myself over your church door. One of these you have sent away, and the other I shall carry away myself." With these words he dismissed the meeting, and it was time, for the end of his tail had become so hot that there was danger of its setting fire to the building. The next morning the Griffin came to the church, and tearing the stone image of himself from its fastenings over the great door, he grasped it with his powerful forelegs and flew up into the air. Then, after hovering over the town for a moment, he gave his tail an angry shake and took up his flight to the dreadful wilds. When he reached this desolate region he set the stone griffin upon a ledge of rock which rose in front of the dismal cave he called his home. There the image occupied a position somewhat similar to that it had had over the church door, and the Griffin, panting with the exertion of carrying such an enormous load so great a distance, lay down upon the ground and regarded it with much satisfaction. When he felt somewhat rested he went to look for the Minor Canon. He found the young man weak and half starved, lying under the shadow of a rock. After picking him up and carrying him to his cave, the Griffin flew away to a distant marsh, where he procured some roots and herbs which he well knew were strengthening and beneficial to man, though he had never tasted them himself. After eating these the Minor Canon was greatly revived, and sat up and listened while the Griffin told him what had happened in the town. "Do you know," said the monster when he had finished, "that I have had, and still have, a great liking for you?" "I am very glad to hear it," said the Minor Canon, with his usual politeness. "I am not at all sure that you would be," said the Griffin, "if you thoroughly understood the state of the case. But we will not consider that now. If some things were different, other things would be otherwise. I have been so enraged by discovering the manner in which you have been treated, that I have determined that you shall at last enjoy the rewards and honors to which you are entitled. Lie down and have a good sleep, and then I will take you back to the town." As he heard these words a look of trouble came over the young man's face. "You need not give yourself any anxiety," said the Griffin, "about my return to the town. I shall not remain there. Now that I have that admirable likeness of myself in front of my cave, where I can sit at my leisure and gaze upon its noble features and magnificent proportions, I have no wish to see that abode of cowardly and selfish people." The Minor Canon, relieved from his fears, lay back and dropped into a doze, and when he was sound asleep the Griffin took him up and carried him back to the town. He arrived just before daybreak, and putting the young man gently on the grass in the little field where he himself used to rest, the monster, without having been seen by any of the people, flew back to his home. When the Minor Canon made his appearance in the morning among the citizens, the enthusiasm and cordiality with which he was received were truly wonderful. He was taken to a house which had been occupied by one of the vanished high officers of the place, and every one was anxious to do all that could be done for his health and comfort. The people crowded into the church when he held services, so that the three old women who used to be his week‐day congregation could not get to the best seats which they had always been in the habit of taking, and the parents of the bad children determined to reform them at home, in order that he might be spared the trouble of keeping up his former school. The Minor Canon was appointed to the highest office of the old church, and before he died he became a bishop. During the first years after his return from the dreadful wilds, the people of the town looked up to him as a man to whom they were bound to do honor and reverence, but they often also looked up to the sky to see if there were any signs of the Griffin coming back. However, in the course of time they learned to honor and reverence their former Minor Canon without the fear of being punished if they did not do so. But they need never have been afraid of the Griffin. The autumnal equinox day came around, and the monster ate nothing. If he could not have the Minor Canon he did not care for anything. So, lying down, with his eyes fixed upon the great stone Griffin, he gradually declined and died. It was a good thing for some people of the town that they did not know this. If you should ever visit the old town, you will still see the little griffins on the side of the church, but the great stone Griffin that was over the door is gone. End of The Griffin and the Minor Canon, by Frank R. Stockton. The Bee-Man of Orne by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Bee-Man of Orne by Frank R. Stockton. In the ancient country of Orne there lived an old man who was called the Bee-Man, because his whole life was spent in the company of bees. He lived in a small hut, which was nothing more than an immense beehive, for these little creatures had built their honeycombs in every corner of the one room it contained, on the shelves, under the little table, all about the rough bench on which the old man sat, and even about the headboard and along the sides of his low bed. All day the air of the room was thick with buzzing insects, but this did not interfere in any way with the old Bee-Man, who walked in among them, ate his meals, and went to sleep without the slightest fear of being stung. He had lived with the bees so long, they had become so accustomed to him, and his skin was so tough and hard, that the bees no more thought of stinging him than they would of stinging a tree or a stone. A swarm of bees had made their hive in a pocket of his old leathern doublet, and when he put on this coat to take one of his long walks in the forest in search of wild bees' nests, he was very glad to have this hive with him, for if he did not find any wild honey he would put his hand in his pocket and take out a piece of the comb for luncheon. The bees in his pocket worked very industriously, and he was always certain of having something to eat with him wherever he went. He lived principally upon honey, and when he needed bread or meat he carried some fine combs to a village not far away and bartered them for other food. He was ugly, untidy, shriveled, and brown. He was poor, and the bees seemed to be his only friends. But for all that he was happy and contented. He had all the honey he wanted, and his bees, whom he considered the best company in the world, were as friendly and sociable as they could be, and seemed to increase in number every day. One day there stopped at the hut of the Bee-Man a junior sorcerer. This young person, who was a student of magic, necromancy, and the kindred arts, was much interested in the Bee-Man, whom he had frequently noticed in his wanderings, and he considered him an admirable subject for study. He had got a great deal of useful practice by endeavoring to find out, by the various rules and laws of sorcery, exactly why the old Bee-Man did not happen to be something that he was not, and why he was what he happened to be. He had studied a long time at this matter, and had found out something. "Do you know," he said, when the Bee-Man came out of his hut, "that you have been transformed?" "What do you mean by that?" said the other, much surprised. "You have surely heard of animals and human beings who have been magically transformed into different kinds of creatures?" "Yes, I have heard of these things," said the Bee-Man, "but what have I been transformed from?" "That is more than I know," said the junior sorcerer, "but one thing is certain: you ought to be changed back. If you will find out what you have been transformed from, I will see that you are made all right again. Nothing would please me better than to attend to such a case." And having a great many things to study and investigate, the junior sorcerer went his way. This information greatly disturbed the mind of the Bee-Man. If he had been changed from something else, he ought to be that other thing, whatever it was. He ran after the young man and overtook him. "If you know, kind sir," he said, "that I have been transformed, you surely are able to tell me what it is that I was." "No," said the junior sorcerer, "my studies have not proceeded far enough for that. When I become a senior I can tell you all about it, but in the meantime it will be well for you to try to discover for yourself your original form, and when you have done that I will get some of the learned masters of my art to restore you to it. It will be easy enough to do that, but you could not expect them to take the time and trouble to find out what it was." And with these words he hurried away, and was soon lost to view. Greatly disquieted, the Bee-Man retraced his steps and went to his hut. Never before had he heard anything which had so troubled him. "I wonder what I was transformed from," he thought, seating himself on his rough bench. Could it have been a giant, or a powerful prince, or some gorgeous being whom the magicians or the fairies wished to punish? It may be that I was a dog, or a horse, or perhaps a fiery dragon, or a horrid snake. I hope it was not one of these. But whatever it was, everyone has certainly a right to his original form, and I am resolved to find out mine. I will start early tomorrow morning, and I am sorry now that I have not more pockets to my old doublet, so that I might carry more bees and more honey for my journey." He spent the rest of the day in making a hive of twigs and straw, and having transferred to this a number of honeycombs and a colony of bees which had just swarmed, he rose before sunrise the next day, and having put on his leathern doublet, and having bound his new hive to his back, he set forth on his quest, the bees who were to accompany him buzzing around him like a cloud. As the Bee Man passed through the little village, the people greatly wondered at his queer appearance, with the hive upon his back. "The Bee Man is going on a long expedition this time," they said, but no one imagined the strange business on which he was bent. About noon he sat down under a tree near a beautiful meadow covered with blossoms, and ate a little honey. Then he untied his hive and stretched himself out on the grass to rest. As he gazed upon his bees hovering about him, some going out to the blossoms in the sunshine, and some returning laden with the sweet pollen, he said to himself, "They know just what they have to do, and they do it. But, alas for me, I know not what I may have to do, and yet, whatever it may be, I am determined to do it. In some way or other I will find out what was my original form, and then I will have myself changed back to it." And now the thought came to him that perhaps his original form might have been something very disagreeable, or even horrid. "But it does not matter," he said sturdily. "Whatever I was, that shall I be again. It is not right for anyone to retain a form which does not properly belong to him. I have no doubt I shall discover my original form in the same way that I find the trees in which the wild bees hive. When I first catch sight of a bee tree, I am drawn towards it, I know not how. Something says to me, 'That is what you are looking for.' In the same way I believe that I shall find my original form. When I see it, I shall be drawn toward it. Something will say to me, 'That is it.'" When the Bee Man was rested, he started off again, and in about an hour he entered a fair domain. Around him were beautiful lawns, grand trees, and lovely gardens, while at a little distance stood the stately palace of the lord of the domain. Richly dressed people were walking about, or sitting in the shade of the trees and arbors. Splendidly caparisoned horses were waiting for their riders, and everywhere were seen signs of opulence and gaiety. "I think," said the Bee Man to himself, "that I should like to stop here for a time. If it should happen that I was originally like any of these happy creatures, it would please me much." He untied his hive and hid it behind some bushes, and taking off his old doublet, laid that beside it. It would not do to have his bees flying around him if he wished to go among the inhabitants of this fair domain. For 2 days the Bee Man wandered about the palace and its grounds, avoiding notice as much as possible, but looking at everything. He saw handsome men and lovely ladies, the finest horses, dogs, and cattle that were ever known, beautiful birds in cages, and fishes in crystal globes, and it seemed to him that the best of all living things were here collected. At the close of the 2nd day the Bee Man said to himself, "There is one being here toward whom I feel very much drawn, and that is the lord of the domain. I cannot feel certain that I was once like him, but it would be a very fine thing if it were so, and it seems impossible for me to be drawn toward any other being in the domain when I look upon him so handsome, rich, and powerful. But I must observe him more closely, and feel more sure of the matter, before applying to the sorcerers to change me back into a lord of a fair domain." The next morning the Bee Man saw the lord of the domain walking in his gardens. He slipped along the shady paths, and followed him so as to observe him closely, and find out if he were really drawn toward this noble and handsome being. The lord of the domain walked on for some time, not noticing that the Bee Man was behind him, but suddenly turning, he saw the little old man. "What are you doing here, you vile beggar?" he cried, and he gave him a kick that sent him into some bushes that grew by the side of the path. The Bee-man scrambled to his feet and ran as fast as he could to the place where he had hidden his hive and his old doublet. If I am certain of anything, he thought, it is that I was never a person who would kick a poor old man. I will leave this place. I was transformed from nothing that I see here. He now traveled for a day or two longer, and then he came to a great black mountain, near the bottom of which was an opening like the mouth of a cave. This mountain, he had heard, was filled with caverns and underground passages, which were the abodes of dragons, evil spirits, horrid creatures of all kinds. "Ah me," said the Bee-man with a sigh, "I suppose I ought to visit this place. If I am going to do this thing properly, I should look on all sides of the subject, and I may have been one of those horrid creatures myself." Thereupon he went to the mountain, and as he approached the opening of the passage which led into its inmost recesses, he saw, sitting upon the ground and leaning his back against a tree, a languid youth. "Good day," said this individual when he saw the Bee-man. "Are you going inside?" "Yes," said the Bee-man, "that is what I intend to do." "Then," said the languid youth, slowly rising to his feet, "I think I will go with you. I was told that if I went in there I should get my energies toned up, and they need it very much. But I did not feel equal to entering by myself, and I thought I would wait until some one came along. I am very glad to see you, and we will go in together." So the two went into the cave, and they had proceeded but a short distance when they met a very little creature, whom it was easy to recognize as a Very Imp. He was about 2 feet high, and resembled in color a freshly polished pair of boots. He was extremely lively and active, and came bounding toward them. "What did you two people come here for?" he asked. "I came," said the languid youth, "to have my energies toned up." "You have come to the right place," said the Very Imp. "We will tone you up. And what does that old Bee-man want?" "He has been transformed from something, and wants to find out what it is. He thinks he may have been one of the things in here." "I should not wonder if that were so," said the Very Imp, rolling his head on one side, and eyeing the Bee-man with a critical gaze. "All right," said the Very Imp. "He can go around and pick out his previous existence. We have here all sorts of vile creepers, crawlers, hissers, and snorters. I suppose he thinks anything will be better than a Bee-man." "It is not because I want to be better than I am," said the Bee-man, "that I started out on this search. I have simply an honest desire to become what I originally was." "Oh, that is it?" said the other. "There is an idiotic mooncalf here with a clam head, which must be just like what you used to be." "Nonsense," said the Bee-man. "You have not the least idea what an honest purpose is. I shall go about and see for myself." "Go ahead," said the Very Imp, "and I will attend to this fellow who wants to be toned up." So saying, he joined the languid youth. "Look here," said that individual, regarding him with interest, "do you black and shine yourself every morning?" "No," said the other, "it is waterproof varnish. You want to be invigorated, don't you? Well, I will tell you a splendid way to begin. You see that Bee-man has put down his hive and his coat with the bees in it. Just wait till he gets out of sight, and then catch a lot of those bees and squeeze them flat. If you spread them on a sticky rag and make a plaster and put it on the small of your back, it will invigorate you like everything, especially if some of the bees are not quite dead." "Yes," said the languid youth, looking at him with his mild eyes, "but if I had energy enough to catch a bee, I would be satisfied. Suppose you catch a lot for me." "The subject is changed," said the Very Imp. "We are now about to visit the spacious chamber of the King of the Snapdragons." "That is a flower," said the languid youth. "You will find him a gay old blossom," said the other. "When he has chased you round his room, and has blown sparks at you, and has snorted and howled, and cracked his tail, and snapped his jaws like a pair of anvils, your energies will be toned up higher than ever before in your life." "No doubt of it," said the languid youth, "but I think I will begin with something a little milder." "Well, then," said the other, "there is a flat-tailed demon of the gorge in here. He is generally asleep, and if you say so, you can slip into the farthest corner of his cave, and I'll solder his tail to the opposite wall. Then he will rage and roar, but he can't get at you, for he doesn't reach all the way across the cave. I have measured him. It will tone you up wonderfully to sit there and watch him." "Very likely," said the Languid Youth, "but I would rather stay outside and let you go up in the corner. The performance in that way will be more interesting to me." "You are dreadfully hard to please," said the Very Imp. "I have offered them to you loose, and I have offered them fastened to a wall, and now the best thing I can do is give you a chance at one of them that can't move at all. It is the Ghastly Griffin, and is enchanted. He can't stir so much as the tip of his whiskers for 1,000 years. You can go to his cave and examine him just as if he were stuffed, and then you can sit on his back and think how it would be if you should live to be 1,000 years old, and he should wake up while you are sitting there. It would be easy to imagine a lot of horrible things he would do to you when you look at his open mouth with its awful fangs, his dreadful claws, and his horrible wings all covered with spikes." "I think that might suit me," said the Languid Youth. "I would much rather imagine the exercises of these monsters than to see them really going on." "Come on, then," said the Very Imp, and he led the way to the cave of the Ghastly Griffin. The Bee man went by himself through a great part of the mountain, and looked into many of its gloomy caves and recesses, recoiling in horror from most of the dreadful monsters who met his eyes. While he was wandering about, an awful roar was heard resounding through the passages of the mountain, and soon there came flapping along an enormous dragon, with body black as night, and wings and tail of fiery red. In his great fore claws he bore a little baby. "Horrible!" exclaimed the Bee man. "He is taking that little creature to his cave to devour it." He saw the dragon enter a cave not far away, and following looked in. The dragon was crouched upon the ground with the little baby lying before him. It did not seem to be hurt, but was frightened and crying. The monster was looking upon it with delight, as if he intended to make a dainty meal of it as soon as his appetite should be a little stronger. "It is too bad," thought the Bee man. "Somebody ought to do something." And turning around, he ran away as fast as he could. He ran through various passages until he came to the spot where he had left his beehive. Picking it up, he hurried back, carrying the hive in his 2 hands before him. When he reached the cave of the dragon, he looked in and saw the monster still crouched over the weeping child. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bee man rushed into the cave and threw his hive straight into the face of the dragon. The bees, enraged by the shock, rushed out in an angry crowd, and immediately fell upon the head, mouth, eyes, and nose of the dragon. The great monster, astounded by this sudden attack, and driven almost wild by the numberless stings of the bees, sprang back to the farthest portion of his cave, still followed by his relentless enemies, at whom he flapped wildly with his great wings and struck with his paws. While the dragon was thus engaged with the bees, the Bee man rushed forward, and seizing the child, he hurried away. He did not stop to pick up his doublet, but kept on until he reached the entrance of the caves. There he saw the Very Imp hopping along on one leg, and rubbing his back and shoulders with his hands, and stopped to inquire what was the matter, and what had become of the Languid Youth. "He is no kind of fellow," said the Very Imp. "He disappointed me dreadfully. I took him up to the Ghastly Griffin, and told him the thing was enchanted, and that he might sit on its back and think about what it could do if it was awake. And when he came near it, the wretched creature opened its eyes and raised its head, and then you ought to have seen how mad that simpleton was. He made a dash at me, and seized me by the ears. He kicked and beat me till I can scarcely move." "His energies must have been toned up a good deal," said the Bee man. "Toned up! I should say so!" cried the other. "I raised a howl, and a scissor-jawed clipper came out of his hole and got after him, but that lazy fool ran so fast that he could not be caught." The Bee man now ran on, and soon overtook the Languid Youth. "You need not be in a hurry now," said the latter, "for the rules of this institution don't allow the creatures inside to come out of this opening, or to hang around it. If they did, they would frighten away the visitors. They go in and out of holes in the upper part of the mountain." The two proceeded on their way. "What are you going to do with that baby?" said the Languid Youth. "I shall carry it along with me," said the Bee man, "as I go on with my search, and perhaps I may find its mother. If I do not, I shall give it to somebody in that little village yonder. Anything would be better than leaving it to be devoured by that horrid dragon." "Let me carry it. I feel quite strong enough now to carry a baby." "Thank you," said the Bee-man, "but I can take it myself. I like to carry something, and I have now neither my hive nor my doublet." "It is very well that you had to leave them behind," said the youth, "for the bees would have stung the baby." "My bees never sting babies," said the other. "They probably never had a chance," remarked his companion. They soon entered the village, and after walking a short distance the youth exclaimed, "Do you see that woman over there sitting at the door of her house? She has beautiful hair, and she is tearing it all to pieces. She should not be allowed to do that." "No," said the Bee-man, "her friends should tie her hands." "Perhaps she is the mother of this child," said the youth, "and if you give it to her she will no longer think of tearing her hair." "But," said the Bee-man, "you don't really think this is her child?" "Suppose you go over and see," said the other. The Bee-man hesitated a moment, and then he walked toward the woman. Hearing him coming, she raised her head, and when she saw the child she rushed toward it, snatched it into her arms, and screaming with joy she covered it with kisses. Then with happy tears she begged to know the story of the rescue of her child, whom she never expected to see again, and she loaded the Bee-man with thanks and blessings. The friends and neighbors gathered around, and there was great rejoicing. The mother urged the Bee-man and the youth to stay with her and rest and refresh themselves, which they were glad to do, as they were tired and hungry. They remained at the cottage all night, and in the afternoon of the next day the Bee-man said to the youth, "It may seem an odd thing to you, but never in all my life have I felt myself drawn towards any living being as I am drawn towards this baby. Therefore I believe that I have been transformed from a baby." "Good!" cried the youth. "It is my opinion that you have hit the truth. And now, would you like to be changed back to your original form?" "Indeed I would," said the Bee-man. "I have the strongest yearning to be what I originally was." The youth, who had now lost every trace of languid feeling, took a great interest in the matter, and early the next morning started off to inform the Junior Sorcerer that the Bee-man had discovered what he had been transformed from, and desired to be changed back to it. The Junior Sorcerer and his learned masters were filled with enthusiasm when they heard this report, and they at once set out for the mother's cottage. And there, by magic arts, the Bee-man was changed back into a baby. The mother was so grateful for what the Bee-man had done for her that she agreed to take charge of this baby and to bring it up as her own. "It will be a grand thing for him," said the Junior Sorcerer, "and I am glad that I studied his case. He will now have a fresh start in life, and will have a chance to become something better than a miserable old man living in a wretched hut with no friends or companions but buzzing bees." The Junior Sorcerer and his masters then returned to their homes, happy in the success of their great performance, and the youth went back to his home, anxious to begin a life of activity and energy. Years and years afterward, when the Junior Sorcerer had become a senior, and was very old indeed, he passed through the country of Orn, and noticed a small hut about which swarms of bees were flying. He approached it, and looking in at the door he saw an old man in a leathern doublet, sitting at a table eating honey. By his magic art he knew that this was the baby which had been transformed from the Bee-man. "Upon my word!" exclaimed the Sorcerer, "he has grown into the same thing again." End of The Bee-man of Orn, by Frank R. Stockton.
The Mockingbird by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The time, a pleasant Sunday afternoon in the early autumn of 1861. The place, a forest heart in the mountain region of southwestern Virginia. Private Grayrock of the Federal Army is discovered seated comfortably at the root of a great pine tree, against which he leans, his legs extended straight along the ground, his rifle lying across his thighs, his hands, clasped in order that they may not fall away to his sides, resting upon the barrel of the weapon. The contact of the back of his head with the tree has pushed his cap downward over his eyes, almost concealing them. One seeing him would say that he slept. Private Grayrock did not sleep. To have done so would have imperiled the interests of the United States, for he was a long way outside the lines and subject to capture or death at the hands of the enemy. Moreover, he was in a frame of mind unfavorable to repose. The cause of his perturbation of spirit was this. During the previous night he had served on the picket guard, and had been posted as a sentinel in this very forest. The night was clear, though moonless, but in the gloom of the wood the darkness was deep. Grey Rock's post was at a considerable distance from those to right and left, for the pickets had been thrown out a needless distance from the camp, making the line too long for the force detailed to occupy it. The war was young, and military camps entertained the error that while sleeping they were better protected by thin lines a long way out toward the enemy than by thicker ones close in, and surely they needed as long notice as possible of an enemy's approach, for they were at the time addicted to the practice of undressing, than which nothing could be more unsoldierly. On the morning of the memorable 6th of April, at Shiloh, many of Grant's men, when spitted on Confederate bayonets, were as naked as civilians, but it should be allowed that this was not because of any defect in their picket line. Their error was of another sort. They had no pickets. This is perhaps a vain digression. I should not care to undertake the interest the reader in the fate of an army. What we have here to consider is that of Private Grayrock. For 2 hours after he had been left at his lonely post that Saturday night, he stood stock still, leaning against the trunk of a large tree, staring into the darkness in his front, and trying to recognize known objects, for he had been posted at the same spot during the day. But all was now different. He saw nothing in detail, but only groups of things, whose shapes not observed, when there was something more of them to observe, were now unfamiliar. They seemed not to have been there before. A landscape that is all trees and undergrowth, moreover, lacks definition, is confused and without accentuated points upon which attention can gain a foothold. Add the gloom of a moonless night, and something more than great natural intelligence and a city education is required to preserve one's knowledge of direction. And that is how it occurred that Private Grayrock, after vigilantly watching the spaces in his front, and then imprudently executing a circumspection of his whole dimly visible environment, silently walking around his tree to accomplish it, lost his bearings and seriously impaired his usefulness as a sentinel. Lost at his post, unable to stay in which direction to look for an enemy's approach, and in which lay the sleeping camp, for whose security he was accountable with his life, conscious, too, of many other awkward features of the situation and of considerations affecting his own safety, Private Grayrock was profoundly disquieted. Nor was he given time to recover his tranquillity, for almost at the moment that he realized his awkward predicament, he heard a stir of leaves and a snap of fallen twigs, and turning with a stilled heart in the direction whence it came, saw in the gloom the indistinct outlines of a human figure. "Halt!" shouted Private Grayrock, peremptorily as in duty bound, backing up the command with the sharp metallic snap of his cocking rifle. "Who goes there?" There was no answer. At least there was an instant's hesitation, and the answer, if it came, was lost in a report of a sentinel's rifle. In the silence of the night, and the forest sound was deafening, and hardly had it died away when it was repeated by the pieces of the pickets to the right and left, a sympathetic fusillade. For 2 hours every unconverted civilian of them had been evolving enemies from his imagination, and peopling the woods in his front with them, and Grayrock's shot had started the whole encroaching host into visible existence. Having fired, all retreated breathless to the reserves, all but Grayrock, who did not know in what direction to retreat. when no enemy appearing, the roused camp 2 miles away had undressed and got itself into bed again, and the pocket line was cautiously re-established. He was discovered bravely holding his ground, and was complimented by the officer of the guard as the one soldier of that devoted band who could rightly be considered the moral equivalent of that uncommon unit of value, a whoop in hell. In the meantime, however, Grayrock had made a close but unavailing search for the mortal part of the intruder, at whom he had fired, and whom he had marked man's intuitive sense of having hit. For he was one of those born experts who shoot without aim by an instinctive sense of direction, and are nearly as dangerous by night as by day. During a full half of his 24 years, he had been a terror to the targets of all the shooting galleries in 3 cities. Unable now to produce his dead game, he had the discretion to hold his tongue, and was glad to observe in his offering comrades the natural assumption that, not having run away, he had seen nothing hostile. His honorable mention had been earned by not running away anyhow. Nevertheless, Private Grayrock was far from satisfied with the night's adventure, and when the next day he made some fair enough pretext to apply for a pass to go outside the lines, and the general commanding promptly granted it in recognition of his bravery, the night before he passed out at the point where that had been displayed, telling the sentinel then on duty there that he had lost something, which was true enough. He renewed the search for the person whom he supposed himself to have shot, and whom, if only wounded, he hoped to trail by the blood. He was no more successful by daylight than he had been in the darkness, and after covering a wide area and boldly penetrating a long distance into the Confederacy, he gave up this search, somewhat fatigued, seated himself at the root of the great pine tree, where we have seen him, and indulged his disappointment. It is not to be inferred that Grayrock's was the charging of a cruel nature, balked of his bloody deed. In the clear large eyes, finely wrought lips, and broad forehead of that young man one could read quite another story, and in point of fact his character was a singularly felicitous compound of boldness and sensibility, courage and conscience. "I find myself disappointed," he said to himself, sitting there at the bottom of the golden haze, submerging the forest like a subtler sea, "disappointed in failing to discover a fellow man dead by my hand. Do I then really wish that I had taken life in the performance of a duty as well as performed without? What more could I wish? If any danger threatened, my shot averted it. That is what I was there to do. No, I am glad indeed, if no human life was needlessly extinguished by me. But I am in a false position. I have suffered myself to be complimented by my officers, and envied by my comrades. The camp is ringing with praise of my courage. That is not just. I know myself courageous, but this praise is for specific acts which I did not perform, or performed otherwise. It is believed that I remained at my post bravely, without firing, whereas it was I who began the fusillade, and I did not retreat in the general alarm, because bewildered. What then shall I do? Explain that I saw an enemy and fired? They have all said that of themselves, yet none believes it. Shall I tell a truth which, discrediting my courage, will I have the effect of a lie? Ugh! It is an ugly business altogether. I wish to God I could find my man." And so wishing, Private Grayrock, overcome at last by a languor of the afternoon, and lulled by the stilly sounds of insects, droning and prosing, in certain fragrant shrubs, so far forgot the interests of the United States as to fall asleep and expose himself to capture, and sleeping he dreamed. He thought himself a boy living in a far, fair land by the border of a great river upon which the tall steamboats moved grandly up and down beneath their towering evolutions of black smoke, which announced them long before they had rounded the bends, and marked their movements when miles out of sight. With them always, At his side, as he watched them, was one to whom he gave his heart and soul in love, a twin brother. Together they strolled along the banks of the stream, together explored the fields lying farther away from it, and gathered pungent mints and sticks of fragrant sassafras in the hills overlooking all, beyond which lay the realm of conjecture, and from which, looking southward across the great river, they caught glimpses of the enchanted land. Hand in hand, the heart in heart, they two, the only children of a widowed mother, walked in paths of light through valleys of peace, seeing new things under a new sun. And though all the golden days floated once unceasing sound, the rich, thrilling melody of a mocking-bird in a cage by the cottage door, it pervaded and possessed all the spiritual intervals of the dream, like a musical benediction. The joyous bird was always in song. Its infinitely various notes seemed to flow from its throat, effortless, in bubbles and rills at each heartbeat, like the waters of a pulsing spring. That fresh, clear melody seemed, indeed, the spirit of the scene, the meaning and interpretation, the sense of the mysteries of life and love. But there came a time when the days of the dream grew dark with sorrow. In a rain of tears, the good mother was dead. The meadow-side home was the great river was broken up, and the brothers were parted between two of their kinsmen. William, the dreamer, went to live in a populous city in the realm of conjecture, and John, crossing the river into the enchanted land, was taken into a distant region, whose people and their lives and ways were said to be strange and wicked. To him, in the distribution of the dead mother's estate, had fallen all that they deemed of value. The mocking-bird. They could be divided, but it could not, so it was carried away into the strange country, and the world of William knew it no more forever. Yet still through the aftertime of his loneliness its song filled all the dream, and seemed always sounding in his ear and in his heart. The kinsmen who had adopted the boys were enemies, holding no communication. For a time letters full of boyish bravado and boastful narratives of the new and larger experience, grotesque descriptions of their widening lives and the new worlds they had conquered, passed between them. But these gradually became less frequent, and with William's removal to another and greater city seas altogether, but ever though it all ran the song of a mocking-bird. And when the dreamer opened his eyes and stared through the vistas of the pine forest, the cessation of the music first apprised him that he was awake. The sun was low and red in the west. The level rays projected from the trunk of each giant pine, a wall of shadow traversing the golden haze to eastward until light and shade were blended in undistinguishable blue. Private Grayrock rose to his feet, looked cautiously about him, shouldered his rifle, and set off toward camp. He had gone perhaps a half-mile, and was passing a thicket of laurel, when a bird rose the mist of it, and perching on the branch of a tree above, poured from its joyous breast so inexhaustible floods of song as but one of all God's creatures can utter in his praise. There was little in that. It was only to open the bill and breathe. Yet the man stopped, as if struck, stopped, and let fall his rifle, looked upward at the bird, covered his eyes with the hands, and wept like a child. For the moment he was indeed a child, in spirit and in memory, dwelling again by the great river, over against the enchanted land. Then with an effort of the will he pulled himself together, picked up his weapon, and audibly damning himself for an idiot strode on. Passing an opening that reached into the heart of the little thicket, he looked in, and there supine upon the earth, its arms all abroad, its grey uniform stained with a single spot of blood upon the breast, its white face turned sharply upward and backward, lay the image of himself, the body of John Grayrock, dead of a gunshot wound, and still warm. He had found his man. As the unfortunate soldier knelt beside that masterwork of civil war, the shrilling bird upon the bough overhead stilled her song, and flushed with sunset's crimson glory glided silently away through the solemn spaces of the wood. At roll call that evening in the Federal camp, the name William Grayrock brought no response, nor ever again thereafter. End of The Mockingbird by Ambrose Bierce. Read by Chris Caron.
A Desperate Adventure by Max Adler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wanted. 4 persons who are bent upon committing suicide to engage in a hazardous adventure. Apply ETC to Captain Cowgill, number dash blank street, after 9 o'clock in the morning. Captain Cowgill inserted the above advertisement in 3 of the morning papers, with only a faint expectation that it would be responded to. But the result was that between 9 o'clock and noon, 5 men and 2 women called at his office to inquire respecting the nature of their proposed adventure, and to offer their services in the event that it should involve nothing of a criminal character. Of the 7, Captain Cowgill selected 4, 3 men and 1 young woman, and when he had dismissed the others, he shut the door and said to the 4 applicants, "What I wanted you for was this. I have made up my mind that the North Pole can never be reached by an exploring party traveling upon ships and sledges. The only route that is possibly practicable is through the air, and the only available vehicle, of course, is a balloon. But an attempt to reach the pole in a balloon must expose the explorers to desperate risks, and it occurred to me that those risks had better be taken by persons who do not value their lives than by persons who do. It has always seemed to me that a part of the sin of suicide lies in the fact that the life wantonly sacrificed might have been expended in a cause which would have conferred benefits, directly or indirectly, upon the human race. I have a large and superbly equipped balloon, which will be thoroughly stocked for a voyage to the Arctic regions, and among other things, it will contain apparatus for making fresh supplies of hydrogen gas. Are you 4 persons willing to make the required attempt in this balloon?" All 4 of the visitors answered, "Yes." "Were you going to sacrifice your lives at any rate?" An affirmative answer was given by the 4. "Permit me to take your names," said Captain Cowgill, and he wrote them down as follows: William P. Crater, Dr. Henry O'Hagan, at Mount Johnville, Mary Dumont. Mr. Crater was a man apparently of about 60 years, handsomely dressed, manifestly a gentleman, but with a flushed face which indicated that he had perhaps indulged to some extent in dissipation. Dr. O'Hagan was thin, pallid, and careworn. He looked as if he were ill, and as if all joy were dead in his heart. Mr. Johnville appeared to be a working man, but his countenance, sad as it was full of intelligence, and his manner was that of a man who had occupied a social position much above the lowest. Miss Dermot sat with an air of dejection, her hands in her lap, a thin and faded shawl pinned about her, and with her pale cheeks suggestive of hunger and mental suffering. "My hope," said Captain Cowgill, "is that you will safely reach your destination and safely return. But you fully understand that the chances are against you. For my own protection, I will ask you to certify in writing that you go with full knowledge of the risks. I will inflate the balloon tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, come to this office at 9 o'clock, and you shall then make the ascent at once." On the appointed day, the 4 volunteers appeared, and Captain Cowgill drove with them in a carriage to a yard in the outskirts of the city, where the balloon, inflated and swaying to and fro in the wind, was held to the earth with stout ropes. The 3 men were supplied with warm clothing, but Miss Dumont had only her threadbare shawl, and so Captain Cowgill gave her his overcoat and 2 blankets which he took from the carriage. While the voyagers were taking their places in the commodious car attached to the balloon, a young man entered the yard and hurriedly approached Captain Cowgill. "I am going with the balloon," he said, almost fiercely, and hardly deigning to look at the captain. "Impossible," said the captain. "The crew is made up. You don't comprehend our purpose." "Yes, I do," said the young man. "These people are would-be suicides, and they are starting for the pole. I am going along." "But, my dear sir," began the captain in a tone of expostulation, "I will go, or I will slay myself right here before you. These people are not any more tired of life than I am." "Let him come," said Dr. O'Hagan gloomily. "But," returned Captain Coggle, "I'm afraid the balloon will be overloaded." "I am going anyhow," said the young man as he leaped into the car. Captain Coggle sighed and said, "Well, have your own way about it." "My name is John Wyndon," remarked the intruder. "I'll tell you, so that you will know if anyone cares after me, but I don't imagine anybody will." Then Captain Coggle bade farewell to the party. The ropes were loosened, and the balloon went sailing swiftly towards the clouds. Dr. O'Hagan was the navigator in charge. Presently a northeasterly current of wind struck the airship, and it began to move with great rapidity upon a horizontal line. For a long time nobody in the car spoke. Indeed, the voyagers scarcely looked at each other, and none had enough curiosity to peer over the side upon the glorious landscape they lay beneath. But after a while Mr. Crater, gazing at Miss Dumont, said, "Are you fully resolved upon self-destruction?" "Yes," she replied. "So am I," said Mr. Crater. "So am I," remarked Mr. Wyndon. "So am I," observed Mr. Johnville. "And I also," added Dr. O'Hagan. "Even if we reach the pole safely and return, I shall not want to leave," said Mr. Crater. "Neither shall I," said Miss Dumont. "Nor I," remarked Mr. Wyndon. "Nor I," added Dr. O'Hagan and Mr. Johnville in a breath. Then there was silence for the space of half an hour or more. Mr. Crater then remarked, "Do you know, I find this to be rather a pleasant experience, sailing along here through the ether calmly, far above the distractions of the world. If I were not so miserable, I think I should really enjoy it." "I'm too unhappy to enjoy anything," said Miss Dumont, "but this, I confess, is not unpleasant." "Pleasant enough," remarked Mr. Wyndon, "if a man had no anguish in his soul." "I had no idea that there was so much exhilaration in the upper regions of the atmosphere," said Dr. O'Hagan, rather cheerily. "I think I feel better myself," said Mr. Johnville. "It is very strange," observed Mr. Crater, addressing Miss Dumont, "that young people like you and Mr. Wyndon here should be weary of life. That an old man like me should long for that is comprehensible. But why do you wish to die?" Neither Mr. Wyndon nor Miss Dumont made any response. "I'll tell you," said Dr. O'Hagan, throwing a bag of ballast overboard to check the descent of the balloon. "We are all going to destruction together, and why should we not, as companions in misery, unfold our griefs to each other?" "It would be very proper, I think," said Mr. Crater, "and I will begin if the rest will consent to follow." The other 4 travellers agreed to do so. "Well, I haven't much to tell," said Mr. Crater. "The fact is, I have always had plenty of money with which to live in idleness and luxury, and I have so lived. I have tried every kind of pleasure life can afford and money buy, and I have reached a condition of satiety. Moreover, I have ruined my digestion, and I am now a sufferer from chronic dyspepsia of a horrible kind. This makes existence a burden. I am eager to quit it. That is the whole story." "How strange the difference between us," said Dr. O'Hagan. "I have been deeply engaged in the practice of my profession for many years, and I am utterly worn out and broken down with overwork. I am nervous, exhausted, irritable, and wretched. But I have lost my savings in a speculative venture and cannot rest. I must either work or die." "That is partly my case," said Miss Dumont. "I am friendless and poor. I cannot earn enough by saving to buy sufficient food, and I can no longer face the misery that I have endured for so many years. I prefer death 1,000 times." "And I," said Mr. Johnville, "am a disappointed inventor. I have for years laboured upon the construction of a smoke consumer, but now that it is done I have not money enough to pay for a patent, and I am starving. After trying every way to obtain assistance, I have resolved to give up the struggle and to find refuge in the grave." Mr. Wyndon cleared his throat once or twice before beginning his story. He seemed to labour under some embarrassment. "The truth is," he said, "I was rejected last night by a young lady whom I love, and I made up my mind that life without her would not be worth living." Nobody spoke for some time, and then Dr. O'Hagan said, "The balloon is falling, and instead of throwing out ballast, I think it might be better, perhaps, to let it come down and to tie it to a tree, and make a fresh start with additional gas in the morning." The other aeronauts gave their approval to this plan, and Dr. O'Hagan threw out the grapnel. It caught up on a treetop, and after some difficulty the balloon was brought down and tied fast, while the whole party stepped out of the car. It was a wild and desolate place, but the foreman soon started a fire, and while Mr. Wyndham and Mr. Johnville prepared supper, Dr. O'Hagan and Mr. Crowther went to work to arrange some kind of shelter for Miss Dermot for the night. After supper, the 5 people gathered about the fire, and there really seemed to be a growth of cheerfulness in the party. "I have been thinking," said Mr. Crowther, "what an outrageous shame it is that this poor child here," pointing to Miss Dermot, "should actually be in want of food, while I have more money than I know what to do with. I'll tell you what, Miss Dermot, if you will agree to go back, you can have my whole fortune. I have left it to an asylum, but I'll write a new will now, and tell you where you can find the other one, so as to tear it up." "I don't want to go back," said Miss Dermot. "I would if I were you," said Mr. Wyndham. "It's a shame for you to go upon such an awful journey as this. And I have been thinking, Mr. Johnville, since you spoke about your smoke consumer, that my father, who is a wealthy iron mill owner, has offered a large reward for a perfect contrivance of that sort. If yours is a good one, he will help you to a fortune." "I wish I had known that yesterday," said Mr. Johnville. "Yes," said Dr. O'Hagan, "and if I had known that Mr. Crowther here has been driven to suicide by dyspepsia, I could have helped him, for I have been very successful in treating that complaint. Let me examine you, Mr. Crowther. Yes?" said the doctor, after expending a few moments looking at and talking to Mr. Crowther. "I feel certain I can cure you." "I would have given you half my fortune yesterday for such an assurance," said Mr. Crowther, "but it is now too late." "If I had met you then," said the doctor, "I should not have been here now." "Can't we all go back again?" asked Mr. Johnville. "Impossible," said Dr. O'Hagan. "I have got nothing to go back for," said Mr. Wyndham. "There is no remedy for my trouble that I can perceive." "There are other young ladies who could make good wives," said Mr. Crowther. "Oh, I know, but," said Mr. Wyndham, hesitating and looking furtively at Miss Dermot. Miss Dermot blushed. "Suppose we rest for the night and sleep on the matter," said Dr. O'Hagan. "There is no use being in a hurry." Miss Dermot retired to sleep beneath a shelter of boughs, where were strewn some pine and hemlock branches. Dr. O'Hagan covered her carefully with the blankets, and then the 4 men stretched themselves by the fire and fell asleep. The conversation between the travellers must inevitably have had a good effect. The surest remedy for a morbid propensity to brood over our own troubles is to have our sympathy excited for the troubles of other people. After breakfast in the morning, Mr. Crowther, "I have solemnly considered all that was said last night, and I have a proposition to make. Dr. O'Hagan, if you will return with Miss Dermot and Mr. Johnville, you 3 may divide my fortune between you, and Mr. Wyndham can give a letter to his father to Mr. Johnville about the smoke consumer. And dear Mr. Wyndham and I will continue the journey together. How will that do?" "I am willing to drop off and return," said Mr. Johnville. "I will go only on one condition. You will go also," said Dr. O'Hagan. "I will make you a well man if you agree." "But," said Mr. Crowther, "it would be a shame to have Wyndham here alone with this balloon. No, I have had enough of life. I will proceed on the voyage." "There is a good deal of force in what the doctor says, though," remarked Mr. Wyndham. "Why, you are not thinking about backing up too, are you?" inquired Mr. Crowther. "Well, I don't know," said Mr. Wyndham, looking half ashamed. "It seems to me last night, when I got to thinking about it, that a woman's scorn is hardly worth a man's life, and "You are right," said Mr. Crowther. "It isn't. Suppose we put the matter in this way. If Dr. O'Hagan cures me, I'll pay him $50,000 in cash, and I will go into partnership with Mr. Johnville in his invention. We can see your father about it, and you can return to him while I adopt Miss Dermot as my daughter." "I had thought," said Mr. Wyndham, "of a slightly different plan, but possibly it could be carried out." "What was that?" asked Dr. O'Hagan. Why, said Mr. O'Hagan, I thought perhaps, but no, there is no use of mentioning it. Out with it, said Mr. Crowther. We are the opinions of all hands. I did think, said Mr. Winton, that possibly Miss Dermot, instead of becoming your daughter, would consent to become my wife. Would you entertain such a proposition, Miss Dermot? Miss Dermot hung her head and seemed to be covered with confusion. I'll think about it, she said. That means she will give her consent, said Mr. Crowther, smiling. Let her come with me while she is thinking the matter over. Are you all agreed to my plan? Everybody expressed assent to it, and everybody seemed very happy. Why, what is that? Suddenly exclaimed Miss Dermot, pointing to a distant object above them. I verily believe that is our balloon, said Dr. O'Hagan. Yes, it is gone. It must have broken loose while we were at breakfast. Oh, well, said Mr. Crowther, let it go, who cares? I'll pay Captain Cowgill for his losses, and now let us see about getting home. Mr. Winton and Mr. Johnville started to hunt for a conveyance, and in about 2 hours they returned with one. The nearest railway station was 13 miles away, but in 2 more hours the party reached it, and while Mr. Crowther purchased tickets for a coming train, Dr. O'Hagan went into the telegraph office and sent the following dispatch. Captain W. A. Cowgill. Balloon escaped. Party all safe, perfectly happy. Will reach home tomorrow morning. Signed, Henry O'Hagan. End of A Desperate Adventure by Max Sadler. Read by Om123.
A Blaze on Pard Huff by Florence Finch Kelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Kaplan. One summer night, I was on a train that was speeding eastward across southern New Mexico. It was one of the white nights of that region, when the full moon, shining like sunlighted snow and hanging so low in the sky that it seems to be dropping earthward, fills the clear, dry air with a silvery radiance and floods the barren plain with a transfiguring whiteness in which the gray sands glimmer as if with some unearthly light of their own. The day had been long, wearisome, and unspeakably hot and dusty, and with the coming of this beautiful night and its cool breezes, most of the passengers betook themselves to the car steps and platforms where they lingered until we reached the little town of Separ late in the evening. As the train stopped, we saw that apparently the entire population of the village was crowded inside the station house. One after another, men came cautiously out upon the platform, carrying guns in their hands and casting long, anxious looks across the plain. Their set faces and ready revolvers and rifles showed that it was no ordinary matter which had sent the whole town to find protection in the railroad depot. They told us that a man had come running into town a little while before, and, falling headlong, exhausted, at the feet of the first person he met, had cried out that the Apaches were coming. Hastily revived and cared for, he explained that the Indians had attacked a cattle camp 10 or 12 miles south of Separ, where he and some other cowboys had been making a roundup and killed all but himself. He had managed to creep out undiscovered and had run at the top of his speed all the way to Separ to bring the warning. He said that the Apaches, in a large band numbering at least 100, had surprised the camp, killing the men as they lay in their blankets and committing horrible atrocities upon the dead bodies, and had then fallen upon the horses and cattle, killing and maiming the poor beasts in mere lust of cruelty. He was sure they were following him. He had heard their yells several times during his desperate race, and each time he had redoubled his speed. His shoes were gone, his stocking hung in shreds from his ankles, and his feet were a mass of raw and bleeding flesh, pierced by hundreds of cactus thorns. He had hurried away on an eastern-bound freight train to Deming, the next station, to rouse the citizens and help to raise a militia company whose coming was expected in a few hours. and telegrams had been sent to Fort Bayard giving news of the outbreak and asking for a troop of cavalry. Every soul in Separ, men, women, and children, with all the arms and ammunition in the town, had huddled in the station house. They'd be able to make a successful resistance, and as one man said, make as many good Injuns as the Lord would let them. For in those days, the hearts of the bravest in the Southwest knew terror, and with good reason when the Apache went on the warpath. The train sped on into the radiant white night, but the car steps and platforms were deserted. The passengers all sought their berths as soon as possible, there to lie below the level of the windows and pile all the pillows they can get between themselves and the side of the car. When we reached Deming, we found the place in an uproar. Every bell in town, from the gong of the railroad restaurant to the church bell, was ringing its loudest and wildest. Men in varying degrees of undress were running up and down the streets, calling loudly upon all citizens to come out at once. The people were assembling at the depot, where 2 or 3 of the cooler-headed had taken the place of leaders and had begun to organize the excited mass into an armed and officered company and get it ready to go quickly to the assistance of beleaguered little Separ. Then our train sped on again through the wondrous night, and I knew no more about the Indian war at Separ until I sat on the kitchen doorstep at Apache Teju one evening some years later and beguiled Texas Bill into telling me yarns of his long and checkered experience as a cowboy. The cool, soft breath of evening filled the air. The alfalfa field glowed in its most vivid emerald in the yellow rays of the setting sun, and in the same rich light the gray barren hillside beyond shone like beaten gold. And Texas Bill, just in from a week's trip on the range, soothed and inspired by the civilizing influences of the ranch house, a shave, clean clothes, and a supper, unbent from his usual bashful dignity, and talked. Texas Bill was tall and big and loose-jointed, and he spoke always in a long, soft, indifferent drawl. He held 2 articles of belief which no man might dispute without getting sight of the knife in his bootleg or the revolver on his hip. One was that Texas was the biggest and best state in the Union, and the other that the cow business was no longer fit for a gentleman to follow. He lounged on a bench beside the door and told me tales of the range and the roundup, of herds of cattle stampeded by the smell of water, of long rides and blinding sandstorms, of the taking in of the tenderfoot, of centipedes and sidewinders, of Indian fights and narrow escapes. Were you ever in one of these Indian attacks yourself? I asked, for his Indian yarns had been about other men. Texas Bill solemnly considered the heel of his boot a moment, and then just as solemnly replied, "Yes, I was killed by the Apaches once." He turned a serious face off towards Cook Peak, which towered a mighty sculptured mass of purest sapphire blue against a turquoise sky, and I, seeing that his countenance bore just such an expression of inscrutable solemnity as it might have done had he been acting as chief mourner at his own funeral, answered just as soberly, "That must have been very interesting. I wish you'd tell me about it." His gaze returned to his feet, his face relaxed into a smile. A chuckle began somewhere in his throat, wandered down his long frame, and lost itself in his boots, which were high-heeled and 2 sizes too small for him. Then he spoke again. "That was the time we run a blaze on Pard Huff." Then he relapsed into silence, contemplation of his boots, and several successive and long-drawn chuckles. But at last he began his story. "You see, Pard Huff, he was a tenderfoot, and there wasn't nothing he wasn't afraid of at all. You couldn't convince him that coyotes ain't dangerous, and he thought it was sure death if a tarantula looked at him. You could make him jump out of his boots any time by just buzzing your tongue behind his ear. I reckon he'd have sure died of fright if he had ever seen a live rattlesnake spitting its tongue at him. And Injuns? Well, he watched for Apaches all day long during sight more. He did for cattle, and he couldn't sleep nights for being afraid they'd catch him. He didn't seem to think of anything but Apaches, and he hadn't been us very long when the boys didn't give him a chance to think of anything else at all. We was making a roundup down below Separ then, and there was 10 of us in the chuck wagon where we made camp at night. Well, one night, Pard Huff, he was a scareder than ever. The boys struck his gate right off and kept him a-running. I didn't know they was going to blaze him quite so bad, or I'd have done my best to stop the thing. Well, and they wouldn't either if he hadn't been the meanest sort of coward that ever laid awake nights. He asked each of us separate, and then all of us in a bunch at supper, if there was any danger of Apaches down there. And we all told him there was lots of it. One of the boys said he'd seen signs over towards Hatchet Mountain that very day that sure meant Apaches, and another said he'd heard that a little ranch about 40 miles away had lately been cleaned out by them and everybody killed. Then we all talked about it and agreed they might come on us at any minute, that most likely they'd attack us that very night, and that we ought to be getting ready for them. Well, sir, that Pard Huff, he never said another word. He just sat there with his eyes getting bigger and his face whiter every minute. We kept it up, told stories about the way them devils do, everything we'd ever heard of, how they hold you and pull your tongue out, or cut off your ears, or run a stake through you and pin you to the ground, or smash your face to jelly with a rock, or burn you alive, till Pard Huff didn't know which end he was a-standing on at all. We got out our blankets and turned in, but just kept a-talking about the Apaches, till that Pard Huff, he was shaking as if he had a fit. One of the boys said he'd bet if the Apaches did come, Pard Huff would get his ears cut off the first rattle, because they was so big the Indians couldn't see nothing else at all in the camp till they got them out of the way. And then bang, bang, bang went some six-shooters. The boys yelled, "Injuns, Apaches," as loud as they could. And the feller on the other side of Pard Huff, Pard was laying next to me, yelled out, "Boys, I'm killed," says he. And he rolled over on his face and kicked and yelled and groaned. Then bang, bang, bang went the six-shooters again. And then he ought to seen that Pard Huff. Well, sir, he was sure buffaloed. He jumped out of his blankets, let out one yell. The chuck wagon was right behind us, and he gave one jump and went clean over it, lit out across the country like an antelope. You all just ought to have seen that tenderfoot pull his freight. The boys come up a-laughing and watched him run. They was a-betting he wouldn't stop till he got to Apache Teju. But I said it wasn't right to buffalo him that bad. So we all yelled and called him to come back, but he only run the faster. The darn fool tenderfoot thought it was the Apaches chasing him. We all thought he'd soon find out there was nothing wrong at all and come back, and so we went to bed again. But he didn't. The next day I had to come to Apache Teju, and I found Pard Huff's bloody tracks most all the way to Separ. He'd run right over stones and cactus and prairie dog holes and everything else in his way. And them fool people at Separ was all huddled up in the depot, and a company of men with Winchesters and six-shooters was there from Deming, and everybody was watching the country all around with spyglasses for Injuns. Well, sir, that darn fool tenderfoot, that Pard Huff, had told them a fool yarn about Apache surprising our camp, and killing everybody but him, and they was sure buffaloed. Yes, I said, I know they were. You? How did you know anything about it? Oh, I was there that night. I passed through on the train, and Separ and Deming were the worst scared times I ever saw. Texas Bill chuckled, pleased at this verification of his story, and went on. Then you know what I'm telling you is sure true. I thought maybe you all mightn't believe it at all, for it sure don't look reasonable that folks could get so buffaloed over a darn fool tenderfoot's yarn. They looked at me with mighty big eyes when I rode into Separ. Says they, how did you get out alive? We sure thought you was dead. Well, says I, as far as I know, I'm sure alive, and I don't know as I've been into anything to get out of at all. Why, says that Pard Huff. Oh, says I, damn Pard Huff. He's a tenderfoot and afraid of his shatter. He dreamed about Apaches and jumped up with a yell and lit out, for God's sakes. We tried to call him back, and he thought it was the Apaches after him. I reckon he scared you all half to death with this yarn. You're as bad as tenderfeet yourselves. But they'd got the notion scared out of them so bad they couldn't believe anything else, and they sure thought there must be Indians around somewheres. And so I left them and rode on for Apache Teju. Pretty soon I met a troop of cavalry from Fort Bayard on the trot for Separ. The captain rode up to me and says, have you been near the scene of the Indian depredations? No, sir, says I ain't seen no Indian depredations, nor Injuns neither this summer. Humph, says he, that's queer. Yes, sir, says I think likely. I heard there's been some trouble with them last night down below Separ. But if there's been any Injun depredations, I ain't seen 'em at all. And then I rode on, for I hadn't time to be bothered with no more of his questions, and too, I reckon, likely him and his soldiers needed some exercise. And they got it, too. They just kept on the trot for the Mexican line and kept it going for 3 months. They'd started out for Injuns, and Injuns they was bound to have. They just wound around through all that country south of Separ and over into old Mexico and back again, up into the mountains and across the plains, and didn't even see any Apache the whole 3 months. And they didn't find out it was all nothing but a blaze on Pard Huff till they got come back, and I reckon about that time they concluded there ain't no bigger fool on earth than a tenderfoot at all, and there ain't neither. Well, I tell you, that Pard Huff was sure mad when we found out we had all been running a blaze on him. I don't know as I blame him much, for that 10-mile run of his to Separ and his rock-socked feet over cactus and stones wasn't much of a joke at all. But he was an all-fired a fool tenderfoot then, we supposed, or we wouldn't have done it. End of A Blaze on Pard Huff by Florence Finch Kelly.
The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain. 35 years ago I was out prospecting on the Stanislaus, tramping all day long with pick and pan and horn, and washing a hatful of dirt here and there, always expecting to make a rich strike and never doing it. It was a lovely region, woodsy, balmy, delicious, and had once been populous long years before, but now the people had vanished and the charming paradise was a solitude. They went away when the surface diggings gave out. In one place, where a busy little city with banks and newspapers and fire companies and a mayor and aldermen had been, was nothing but a wide expanse of emerald turf, with not even the faintest sign that human life had ever been present there. This was down toward Tuttletown. In the country neighborhood thereabouts, along the dusty roads, one found at intervals the prettiest little cottage homes, snug and cozy, and so cobwebbed with vines snowed thick with roses that the doors and windows were wholly hidden from sight. Sign that these were deserted homes, forsaken years ago by defeated and disappointed families who could neither sell them nor give them away. Now and then, half an hour apart, one came across solitary log cabins of the earliest mining days, built by the first gold miners, the predecessors of the cottage builders. In some few cases these cabins were still occupied, and when this was so, you could depend upon it that the occupant was the very pioneer who had built the cabin. And you could depend on another thing, too, that he was there because he had once had his opportunity to go home to the States rich, and had not done it, had rather lost his wealth, and had then in his humiliation resolved to sever all communication with his home relatives and friends, and be to them thenceforth as one dead. Round about California in that day were scattered a host of these living dead men, pride-smitten poor fellows, grizzled and old at 40, whose secret thoughts were made all of regrets and longings. Regrets for their wasted lives, and longings to be out of the struggle and done with it all. It was a lonesome land. Not a sound in all those peaceful expanses of grass and woods but the drowsy hum of insects. No glimpse of man or beast, nothing to keep up your spirits and make you glad to be alive. And so, at last, in the early part of the afternoon, when I caught sight of a human creature, I felt a most grateful uplift. This person was a man about 45 years old, and he was standing at the gate of one of those cozy little rose-clad cottages of the sort already referred to. However, this one hadn't a deserted look. It had the look of being lived in and petted and cared for and looked after, and so had its front yard, which was a garden of flowers, abundant, gay, and flourishing. I was invited in, of course, and required to make myself at home. It was the custom of the country. It was delightful to be in such a place after long weeks of daily and nightly familiarity with miners' cabins, with all which this implies of dirt floor, never made beds, tin plates and cups, bacon and beans and black coffee, and nothing of ornament but war pictures from the Eastern illustrated papers tacked to the log walls. That was all hard, cheerless, materialistic desolation. But here was a nest which had aspects to rest the tired eye, and refresh that something in one's nature which, after long fasting, recognizes when confronted by the belongings of art, howsoever cheap and modest they may be, that it has unconsciously been famishing and now has found nourishment. I could not have believed that a rag carpet could feast me so, and so content me, or that there could be such solace to the soul in wall paper and framed lithographs, and bright colored tidies, and lamp mats, and Windsor chairs, and varnished whatnots, with sea shells, and books, and china vases on them, and the score of little unclassifiable tricks and touches that a woman's hand distributes about a home, which one sees without knowing he sees them, yet would miss in a moment if they were taken away. The delight that was in my heart showed in my face, and the man saw it and was pleased, saw it so plainly that he answered it as if it had been spoken. "All her work," he said caressingly. "She did it all herself, every bit." And he took the room in with a glance which was full of affectionate worship. One of those soft Japanese fabrics with which women drape with careful negligence the upper part of a picture frame was out of adjustment. He noticed it, and rearranged it with cautious pains, stepping back several times to gauge the effect before he got it to suit him. Then he gave it a light finishing pat or two with his hand, and said, "She always does that. You can't tell just what it lacks, but it does lack something until you've done that. You can see it yourself after it's done, but that is all you know. You can't find out the law of it. It's like the finishing pats a mother gives the child's hair after she's got it combed and brushed, I reckon. I've seen her fix all these things so much that I can do them all just her way, though I don't know the law of any of them. But she knows the law. She knows the why and the how both, but I don't know the why. I only know the how." He took me into a bedroom so that I might wash my hands, such a bedroom as I had not seen for years. White counterpane, white pillows, carpeted floor, papered walls, pictures, dressing table with mirror and pincushion and dainty toilet things, and in the corner a washstand with real chinaware bowl and pitcher, and with soap in a china dish, and on a rack more than a dozen towels, towels too clean and white for one out of practice to use without some vague sense of profanation. So my face spoke again, and he answered with gratified words. "All her work. She did it all herself, every bit. Nothing here that hasn't felt the touch of her hand. Now you would think but I mustn't talk so much." By this time I was wiping my hands and glancing from detail to detail of the room's belongings, as one is apt to do when he is in a new place, where everything he sees is a comfort to the eye and his spirit. And I became conscious, in one of those unaccountable ways, you know, that there was something there somewhere that the man wanted me to discover for myself. I knew it perfectly, and I knew he was trying to help me by furtive indications with his eye. So I tried hard to get on the right track, being eager to gratify him. I failed several times, as I could see out of the corner of my eye without being told, but at last I knew I must be looking straight at the thing, knew it from the pleasure issuing in invisible waves from him. He broke into a happy laugh, and rubbed his hands together, and cried out, "That's it! You found it! I knew you would! It's her picture!" I went to the little black walnut bracket on the farther wall, and did find there what I had not yet noticed, a daguerreotype case. It contained the sweetest girlish face, and the most beautiful, as it seemed to me, that I had ever seen. The man drank the admiration from my face, and was fully satisfied. "19, her last birthday," he said, as he put the picture back. "And that was the day we were married. When you see her, just wait till you see her." "Where is she? When will she be in?" "Oh, she's away now. She's gone to see her people. They live 40 or 50 miles from here. She's been gone 2 weeks today." "When do you expect her back?" "This is Wednesday. She'll be back Saturday in the evening, about 9 o'clock, likely." I felt a sharp sense of disappointment. "I'm sorry, because I'll be gone then," I said regretfully. "Gone? No. Why should you go? Don't go. She'll be disappointed." She would be disappointed, that beautiful creature. If she had said the words herself, they could hardly have blessed me more. I was feeling a deep, strong longing to see her, a longing so supplicating, so insistent, that it made me afraid. I said to myself, I will go straight away from this place for my peace of mind's sake. You see, she likes to have people come and stop with us, people who know things and can talk, people like you. She delights in it, for she knows, she knows nearly everything herself, and can talk, like a bird. And the books she reads, why, you would be astonished. Don't go. It's only a little while, you know, and she'll be so disappointed." I heard the words, but hardly noticed them. I was so deep in my thinkings and strugglings. He left me, but I didn't know. Presently he was back, with the picture case in his hand, and he held it open before me and said, "There. Now tell her to her face you could have stayed to see her, and you wouldn't." That second glimpse broke down my good resolution. I would stay and take the risk. That night we smoked the tranquil pipe, and talked till late about various things, but mainly about her, and certainly I had no such pleasant and restful time for many a day. The Thursday followed, and slipped comfortably away. Toward the twilight a big miner from 3 miles away came, one of the grizzled, stranded pioneers, and gave us warm salutation, clothed in grave and sober speech. Then he said, "I only just dropped over to ask about the little madam, and when she's coming home. Any news from her?" "Oh, yes, a letter. Would you like to hear it, Tom?" "Well, I should think I would, if you don't mind, Henry." Henry got the letter out of his wallet, and said he would skip some of the private phrases, if we were willing. Then he went on and read the bulk of it. A loving, sedate, and altogether charming and gracious piece of handiwork, with a postscript full of affectionate regards and messages to Tom and Joe and Charlie, and other close friends and neighbors. As the reader finished, he glanced at Tom, and cried out, "Oh ho! You're at it again! Take your hands away, and let me see your eyes. You always do that when I read a letter from her. I will write and tell her." "Oh, no, you mustn't, Henry. I'm getting old, you know, and any little disappointment makes me want to cry. I thought she'd be here herself, and now you've got only a letter." "Well, now, what put that in your head? I thought everybody knew she wasn't coming till Saturday." "Saturday? Why, come to think, I did know it. I wonder what's the matter with me lately. Certainly I knew it. Ain't we all getting ready for her? Well, I must be going, but I'll be on hand when she comes, old man." Late Friday afternoon another gray veteran tramped over from his cabin a mile or so away, and said the boys wanted to have a little gaiety and a good time Saturday night, if Henry thought she wouldn't be too tired after her journey to be kept up. Tired? She tired? Oh, hear the man, Joe. You know she'd sit up 6 weeks to please any one of you. When Joe heard that there was a letter, he asked to have it read, and the loving messages in it for him broke the old fellow all up. But he said he was such an old wreck that would happen to him if she only just mentioned his name. "Lord, we miss her so," he said. Saturday afternoon I found I was taking out my watch pretty often. Henry noticed it, and said with a startled look, "You don't think she ought to be here soon, do you?" I felt caught and a little embarrassed, but I laughed and said it was a habit of mine when I was in a state of expectancy. But he didn't seem quite satisfied, and from that time on he began to show uneasiness. 4 times he walked me up the road to a point whence we could see a long distance, and there he would stand, shading his eyes with his hand and looking. Several times he said, "I'm getting worried. I'm getting right down worried. I know she's not due till about 9 o'clock, and yet something seems to be trying to warn me that something's happened. You don't think anything has happened, do you?" I began to get pretty thoroughly ashamed of him for his childishness, and at last, when he repeated that imploring question still another time, I lost my patience for the moment, and spoke pretty brutally to him. It seemed to shrivel him up and cow him, and he looked so wounded and so humble after that, that I detested myself for having done the cruel and unnecessary thing. And so I was glad when Charlie, another veteran, arrived toward the edge of the evening and nestled up to Henry to hear the letter read, and talked over the preparations for the welcome. Charlie fetched out one hearty speech after another, and did his best to drive away his friend's boding and apprehensions. "Anything happen to her? Henry, that's pure nonsense. There isn't anything going to happen to her. Just make your mind easy as to that. What did the letter say? Said she was well, didn't it? And said she'd be here by 9 o'clock, didn't it? Did you ever know her to fail of her word? Why, you know you never did. Well, then, don't you fret. She'll be here, and that's absolutely certain, and as sure as you're born. Come now, let's get to decorating. Not much time left." Pretty soon Tom and Joe arrived, and then all hands set about adoring the house with flowers. Toward 9 the 3 miners said that as they had brought their instruments they might as well tune up, for the boys and girls would be arriving now, and hungry for a good old-fashioned breakdown. A fiddle, a banjo, and a clarinet were the instruments. The trio took their places side by side and began to play some rattling dance music and beat time with their big boots. It was getting very close to 9. Henry was standing in the door with his eyes directed up the road, his body swaying to the torture of his mental distress. He had been made to drink to his wife's health and safety several times, and now Tom shouted, "All hands stand by. One more drink and she's here." Joe brought the glasses on a waiter and served the party. I reached for one of the 2 remaining glasses, but Joe growled under his breath, "Drop that. Take the other." Which I did. Henry was served last. He had hardly swallowed his drink when the clock began to strike. He listened till it finished, his face growing pale and paler. Then he said, "Boys, I'm sick with fear. Help me. I want to lie down." They helped him to the sofa. He began to nestle and drowse, but presently spoke up like one talking in his sleep, and said, "Did I hear horses' feet? Have they come?" One of the veterans answered close to his ear, "It was Jimmy Parish come to say the party got delayed, but they're right up the road a piece, and coming along. Her horse is lame, but she'll be here in half an hour. Oh, I'm so thankful nothing has happened." He was asleep almost before the words were out of his mouth. In a moment those handy men had his clothes off, and had tucked him into his bed in the chamber where I had washed my hands. They closed the door and came back. Then they seemed preparing to leave, but I said, "Please don't go, gentlemen. She won't know me. I am a stranger." They glanced at each other. Then Joe said, "She? Poor thing, she's been dead 19 years. Dead? That, or worse. She went to see her folks half a year after she was married, and on her way back, on a Saturday evening, the Indians captured her within 5 miles of this place, and she's never been heard of since." "And he lost his mind in consequence?" "Never has been sane an hour since. But he only gets bad when that time of year comes around. Then we begin to drop in here 3 days before she's due, to encourage him up and ask if he's heard from her, and Saturday we all come and fix up the house with flowers and get everything ready for a dance. We've done it every year for 19 years. The first Saturday there was 27 of us, without counting the girls. There's only 3 of us now, and the girls are all gone. We drug him to sleep or he would go wild. Then he's all right for another year, thinks she's with him till the last 3 or 4 days come around. Then he begins to look for her and gets out his poor old letter, and we come and ask him to read it to us. Lord, she was darling." End of The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain.
The Heel of Achilles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Laffin. From The Clicking of Cuthbert by P.G. Woodhouse. On the young man's face as he sat sipping ginger ale in the clubhouse smoking room, there was a look of disillusionment. "Never again," he said. The oldest member glanced up from his paper. "You're proposing to give up golf once more?" he queried. "Not golf, betting on golf. The young man frowned. "I've just been let down badly. Wouldn't you have thought I had a good thing, laying 7-1 on McTavish against Robinson?" "Undoubtedly," said the sage. "The odds, indeed generous as they are, scarcely indicate the former's superiority. Do you mean to tell me that the thing came unstitched?" "Robinson won at a walk after being 3 down at the turn." "Strange. What happened?" "Why, they looked in at the bar to have a refresher before starting for the 10th," said the young man, his voice quivering. "And McTavish suddenly discovered that there was a hole in his trousers pocket and 6 pence had dropped out. He worried so frightfully about it that on the second 9 he couldn't do a thing right, went completely off his game and didn't win a hole." The sage shook his head gravely. "If this is really going to be a lesson to you, my boy, never bet on the result of a golf match. It will be a blessing in disguise. There is no such thing as certainty in golf. I wonder if I ever told you a rather curious episode in the career of Vincent Jopp." "The Vincent Jopp? The American multimillionaire?" "The same. You never knew he once came within an ace of winning the American Amateur Championship, did you?" "I never heard of him playing golf." "He played for 1 season. After that he gave it up and has not touched a club since. Ring the bell and get me a small lime juice, and I will tell you all." "It was long before your time," said the oldest member, "that the events which I am about to relate took place. I had just come down from Cambridge and was feeling particularly pleased with myself because I had secured the job of private and confidential secretary to Vincent Jopp, then a man in his early 30s, busy laying the foundations of his present remarkable fortune. He engaged me and took me with him to Chicago. Jopp was, I think, the most extraordinary personality I have encountered in a long and many-sided life. He was admirably equipped for success in finance, having the steely eye and square jaw without which it is hopeless for a man to enter that line of business. He possessed also an overwhelming confidence in himself, and the ability to switch a cigar from one corner of his mouth to the other without wiggling his ears, which, as you know, is the stamp of a true monarch of the money market. He was the nearest approach to the financier on the films, the fellow who makes his jaw muscles jump when he is telephoning, that I have ever seen. Like all successful men, he was a man of method. He kept a pad on his desk on which he would scribble down his appointments, and it was my duty on entering the office each morning to take this pad and type its contents neatly in a loose-leafed ledger. Usually, of course, these entries referred to business appointments and deals which he was contemplating. But one day I was interested to note, against the date May 3rd, the entry "Proposed to Amelia." I was interested, as I say, but not surprised. Though a man of steel and iron, there was nothing of the celebrate about Vincent Jopp. He was one of those men who marry early and often. On 3 separate occasions before I joined his service, he had jumped off the dock to scramble back to shore again later by means of the divorce court lifebelt. Scattered here and there about the country, there were 3 ex-Mrs. Jopps drawing their monthly envelope, and now it seemed he complicated the addition of a 4th to the platoon. I was not surprised, I say, at this resolve of his. What did seem a little remarkable to me was the thorough way in which he had thought the thing out. This iron-willed man recked nothing of possible obstacles. Under the date of June 1st was the entry, "Marry Amelia," while in March of the following year he had arranged to have his firstborn christened Thomas Reginald. Later on, the short coating of Thomas Reginald was arranged for, and there was a note about sending him to school. Many hard things have been said about Vincent Jopp, but nobody has ever accused him of not being a man who looked ahead. On the morning of May 4th, Jopp came into the office looking, I fancied, a little thoughtful. He sat for some moments staring before him with his brow a trifle furrowed. Then he seemed to come to himself. He rapped his desk. "Hi, you!" he said. It was thus he habitually addressed me. "Mr. Jopp," I replied. "What's golf?" I had, at that time, just succeeded in getting my handicap down into single figures, and I welcomed the opportunity of dilating on the noblest of pastimes. But I had barely begun my eulogy when he stopped me. "It's a game, isn't it?" "I suppose you could call it that," I said, "but it is an offhand way of describing the holiest—" "How do you play it?" "Pretty well," I said. "At the beginning of the season I didn't seem able to keep 'em straight at all, but lately I've been doing fine. Getting better every day. Whether it was I was moving my head or gripping too tightly with the right hand—" "Keep the reminiscences for your children during long winter evenings," he interrupted abruptly, as was his habit. "What I want to know is what a fellow does when he plays golf. Tell me in as few words as you can just what it's all about. You hit a ball with a stick till it falls into a hole. Easy, he snapped. Take dictation. I produced my pad. May the 5th. Take up golf. What's an amateur championship? It's the annual competition to decide which is the best player among amateurs. There is also a professional championship and an open event. Oh, there are golf professionals, are there? What do they do? They teach golf. Which is the best of them? Sandy McHoots won both British and American Open events last year. Wire him to come here at once. But McHoots is at Inverlochty, in Scotland. Never mind, get him. Tell him to name his own terms. When is the amateur championship? I think it's on September the 12th this year. All right, take dictation. September 12th, win amateur championship. I stared at him in amazement, but he was not looking at me. Got that? He said. September 3rd. Oh, I was forgetting. Add September 12th. Corner wheat. September 13th. Mary Amelia. Mary Amelia, I echoed, moistening my pencil. Where do you play this, what's its name, golf? There are clubs all over the country. I belong to the Wissahicky Glen. Is that a good place? Very good. Arrange today for my becoming a member. Sandy McHoots arrived in due course, and was shown into the private office. Mr. McHoots, said Vincent Jopp. Humph, said the Open champion. I've sent for you, Mr. McHoots, because I hear that you are the greatest living exponent of this game golf. Aye, said the champion cordially, I am that. I wish you to teach me the game. I am already somewhat behind schedule owing to the delay incident upon your long journey, so let us start at once. Name a few of the most important points in connection with the game. My secretary will make notes of them, and I will memorize them. In this way, we shall save time. Now, what is the most important thing to remember when playing golf? Keep your head still. A simple task? Not so simple as it sounds. Nonsense, said Vincent Jopp curtly. If I decide to keep my head still, I shall keep it still. What next? Keep your eye on the bar. It shall be attended to. And the next? Do not press. I won't. And to resume. Mr. McHoots ran through a dozen of the basic rules, and I took them down in shorthand. Vincent Jopp studied the list. Very good. Easier than I had supposed. On the first tee at Wissahicky Glen at 11 sharp tomorrow, Mr. McHoots, hi, you. Sir, I said. Go out and buy me a set of clubs, a cloth cap, a pair of spiked shoes, and a ball. One ball? Certainly. What need is there more? It sometimes happens, I explained, that a player who is learning the game fails to hit his ball straight, and then he often loses it in the rough side of the fairway. Absurd, said Vincent Jopp. If I set out to drive my ball straight, I shall drive it straight. Good morning, Mr. McHoots. You'll excuse me now. I am busy concerning woven textiles. Golf is, in its essence, a simple game. You laugh in a sharp, bitter, barking manner when I say this, but nevertheless it is true. Where the average man goes wrong in making the game difficult for himself. Observe the non-player, the man who walks around with you for the sake of fresh air. He will haul out a single carefree flick of his umbrella, the 20-foot putt over which you would ponder and hesitate for a full minute before sending it right off the line. Put a driver in his hands, and he takes the ball into the next country without a thought. It is only when he takes to the game in earnest that he becomes self-conscious and anxious, and tops his shots even as you and I. A man who could retain through his golfing career the almost scornful confidence of a non-player would be unbeatable. Fortunately, such an attitude of mind is beyond the scope of human nature. It was not, however, beyond the scope of Vincent Jopp, the Superman. Vincent Jopp was, I am inclined to think, the only golfer who ever approached the game in a spirit of pure reason. I have read of men who, never having swum in their lives, studied a textbook on their way down to the swimming bath, mastered its contents, and dived in and won the big race. In just such a spirit did Vincent Jopp start to play golf. He committed McHoots' hints to memory, and then went out on the links and put them into practice. He came to the tee with a clear picture in his mind of what he had to do, and he did it. He was not intimidated, like the average novice, by the thought that if he pulled in his hands he would slice, or if he gripped too tightly with the right he would pull. Pulling in his hands was an error, so he did not pull in his hands. Gripping too tightly was a defect, so he did not grip too tightly. With that weird concentration which had served him so well in business, he did precisely what he had set out to do, no less and no more. Golf with Vincent Jopp was an exact science. The annals of the game are studded with the names of those who have made rapid progress in their first season. Colonel Quill, we read in our Varden, took up golf at the age of 56, and by devising an ingenious machine consisting of a fishing line and a sawed-down bedpost, was enabled to keep his head so still that he became a scratch player before the end of the year. But no one, I imagine, except Vincent Jopp, has ever achieved scratch on his first morning out on the links. The main difference, we are told, between the amateur and the professional golfer is the fact that the latter is always aiming at the pin, while the former has in his mind a vague picture of getting somewhat reasonably near it. Vincent Jopp invariably went for the pin. He tried to hole out from anywhere inside 220 yards. The only occasion on which I ever heard him express any chagrin or disappointment was during the afternoon round on his first day out, when from the tee on the 280-yard seventh he laid his ball within 6 inches of the hole. "A marvelous shot!" I cried, genuinely stirred. "Too much to the right," said Vincent Jopp, frowning. He went on from triumph to triumph. He won the monthly medal in May, June, July, August, and September. Toward the end of May he was heard to complain that the Wissahicky Glen was not a sporting course. The Greens Committee sat up night after night trying to adjust his handicap so as to give the other members an outside chance against him. The golf experts of the daily papers wrote columns about his play, and it was pretty generally considered throughout the country that it would be a pure formality for anyone else to enter against him in the amateur championship, an opinion which was borne out when he got through the final without losing a hole. A safe man to have betted on, you would have said, but mark the sequel. The American Amateur Championship was held that year in Detroit. I had accompanied my employer there, for, though engaged on this nerve-wearing contest, he refused to allow his business to be interfered with. As he had indicated on his schedule, he was busy at the time cornering wheat, and it was my task to combine the duties of caddy and secretary. Each day I accompanied him round the links with my notebook and his bag of clubs, and the progress of his various matches was somewhat complicated by the arrival of a stream of telegraph boys bearing important messages. He would read these between strokes and dictate replies to me, never, however, taking more than 5 minutes allowed by the rules for an interval between strokes. I am inclined to think that it was this that put the finishing touch on his opponent's discomfiture. It is not soothing for a nervous man to have the game hung up on the green while his adversary dictates to his caddy a letter beginning, "Yours of the 11th instantly received and contents noted," in reply would state. This sort of thing puts a man off his game. I was resting in the lobby of our hotel after a strenuous day's work when I found that I was being paged. I answered the summons and was informed that a lady wished to see me. Her card bore the name Miss Amelia Merridew. Amelia! That name seemed familiar. I remembered. Amelia was the name of the girl Vincent Jopp intended to marry, the fourth of the long line of Mrs. Jopps. I hurried to present myself and found a tall, slim girl who was plainly laboring under a considerable agitation. "Miss Merridew?" I said. "Yes," she murmured. "My name may be strange to you." "Am I right," I queried, "in supposing that you are the lady to whom Mr. Jopp—" I am," she replied, "and oh, what shall I do?" "Kindly give me the particulars," I said, taking out a pad from force of habit. She hesitated a moment, as if afraid to speak. "You are caddying for Mr. Jopp in the final tomorrow?" she said at last. "I am." "Then would you mind, would it be giving you too much trouble if I asked you to shout 'Boo!' at him while he was making his stroke, if he looks like winning?" I was perplexed. "I don't understand." "I see that I must tell you all. I'm sure you'll treat what I say as absolutely confidential." "Certainly." "I'm provisionally engaged to Mr. Jopp." "Provisionally?" She gulped. "Let me tell you my story. Mr. Jopp asked me to marry him, and I would rather do anything on earth than marry him. But how could I say no with those awful eyes boring me through? I knew that if I said no, he would argue me out of it in 2 minutes. I had an idea. I gathered that he had never played golf, so I told him that I would marry him if he won the amateur championship this year. And now I find that he has been a golfer all along, and, what is more, a plus man. It isn't fair." "He was not a golfer when you made that condition," I said. "He took up the game on the following day." "Impossible! How could he have become as good as he is in this short time?" "Because he is Vincent Jopp. In his lexicon there is no such word as impossible." She shuddered. "What a man! But I can't marry him," she cried. "I want to marry somebody else. Oh, won't you help me? Do shout 'boo' at him when he is starting his downswing." I shook my head. It would take more than a single boo to put Vincent Jopp off his stroke. "But won't you try it?" "I cannot. My duty is to my employer." "Oh, do!" No, duty is duty and paramount with me. Besides, I've made a bet on him to win." The stricken girl uttered a faint moan and tottered away. I was in our suite shortly after dinner that night, going over some of the notes I had made that day, when the telephone rang. Jop was out at the time, taking a short stroll with his after-dinner cigar. I unhooked the receiver, and a female voice spoke. "Is that Mr. Jop?" "Mr. Jop's secretary speaking. Mr. Jop is out." "Oh, it's nothing important. Will you say that Mrs. Luella Mainprice Jop called up to wish him luck? I shall be on the course tomorrow to see him win the final." I returned to my notes. Soon afterwards the telephone rang again.
"Vincent, dear?"
"Mr. Jop's secretary speaking."
"Oh, will you say that Mrs. Jane Jukes Jop called up to wish him luck? I shall be there tomorrow to see him play."
I resumed my work. I had hardly started when the telephone rang for the third time. "Mr. Jop?" "Mr. Jop's secretary speaking." "This is Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jop. I just called up to wish him luck. I shall be looking on tomorrow." I shifted my work nearer to the telephone table so as to be ready for the next call. I had heard that Vincent Jop had only been married 3 times, but you never knew. Presently Jop came in.
"Anybody call up?"
he asked. "Nobody on business. An assortment of your wives were on the wire wishing you luck. They asked me to say that they will be on the course tomorrow." For a moment it seemed that the man's iron repose was shaken.
"Luella?"
he asked. "She was the first."
"Jane?"
"And Jane."
"And Agnes?"
"Agnes," I said, "is right." "Humph," said Vincent Jop, and for the first time since I had known him, I thought he was ill at ease. The day of the final dawned bright and clear. At least I was not awake at the time to see, but I supposed it did, for at 9 o'clock, when I came down to breakfast, the sun was shining brightly. The first 18 holes were to be played before lunch, starting at 11. Until 20 minutes before the hour, Vincent Jop kept me busy taking dictation, partly on matters connected with his wheat deal and partly on a signed article dealing with the final, entitled, "How I Won." At 11 sharp we were out on the first tee. Jop's opponent was a nice-looking man, but obviously nervous. He giggled in a distraught sort of way as he shook hands with my employer. "Well, may the best man win," he said.
"I have arranged to do so,"
replied Jop curtly, and started to address his ball. There was a large crowd at the tee, and as Jop started his downswing, from somewhere on the outskirts of this crowd there came a sudden musical "boo!" It rang out in the clear morning air like a bugle. I had been right in my estimate of Vincent Jop. His forceful stroke never wavered. The head of his club struck the ball, dispatching it a good 200 yards down the middle of the fairway. As we left the tee, I saw Amelia Merridew being led away with bowed head by 2 members of the Greens Committee. Poor girl! My heart bled for her. And yet, after all, fate had been kind in removing her from the scene, even in custody, for she could hardly have borne to watch the proceedings. Vincent Jop made rings around his antagonist. Hole after hole he won in his remorseless, machine-like way, until, when lunchtime came at the end of the 18th, he was 10 up. All the other holes had been halved. It was after lunch, as we made our way to the first tee, that the advance guard of the Mrs. Jops appeared in the person of Luella Mainprice Jop, a kittenish little woman with blonde hair and a Pekingese dog. I remember reading in the papers that she had divorced my employer for persistent and aggravated mental cruelty, calling witnesses to bear out her statement that he had said he did not like her in pink, and that on 2 separate occasions he had insisted on her dog eating the leg of a chicken instead of the breast. But time, the great healer, seemed to have removed all bitterness, and she greeted him affectionately. "Wassum's going to win the great big championship against the rough, strong man," she said.
"Such," said Vincent Jop, "is my intention. It was kind of you, Luella, to trouble to come and watch me. I wonder if you know Miss Agnes Parsons Jop," he said courteously, indicating a kind-looking, motherly woman who had just come up. "How are you, Agnes?"
"If you had asked me that question this morning, Vincent," replied Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jop, "I would have been obliged to say that I felt far from well. I had an odd throbbing feeling in the left elbow, and I'm sure my temperature was up above normal, but this afternoon I am feeling a little better. How are you, Vincent?" Although she had, as I recalled from the reports of the case, been compelled some years earlier to request the court to sever her marital relationships with Vincent Jop on the ground of calculated and inhuman brutality, in that he had callously refused, in spite of her pleadings, to take old Dr. Bennett's tonic swamp juice 3 times a day, her voice, as she spoke, was kind and even anxious. Badly as this man had treated her, and I remember hearing that several of the jury had been unable to restrain their tears when she was in the witness box giving her evidence, there still seemed to linger some remnants of the old affection.
"I am quite well, thank you, Agnes,"
said Vincent Jop. "Are you wearing your liver pad?" A frown flitted across my employer's strong face.
"I am not wearing my liver pad,"
he replied brusquely. "Oh, Vincent, how rash of you!" He was about to speak when a sudden exclamation from his rear checked him. A genial-looking woman in a sports coat was standing there eyeing him in a sort of humorous horror.
"Well, Jane," he said.
I gathered that this was Mrs. Jane Jukes Jopp, the wife who had divorced him for systematic and ingrowing fiendishness on the ground that he had repeatedly outraged her feelings by wearing a white waistcoat with a dinner jacket. She continued to look at him dumbly, and then uttered a sort of strangled, hysterical laugh.
"Those legs!" she cried. "Those legs!"
Vincent Jopp flushed darkly. Even the strongest and most silent of us have our weaknesses, and my employer's was the rooted idea that he looked well in his knickerbockers. It was not my place to try to dissuade him, but there was no doubt that they did not suit him. Nature, in bestowing upon him a massive head and jutting chin, had forgotten to finish him off at the other end. Vincent Jopp's legs were skinny.
"You poor dear man,"
went on Mrs. Jane Jukes Jopp.
"What practical joker ever lured you into appearing in public in knickerbockers?"
"I don't object to knickerbockers," said Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jopp, "but when he foolishly comes out in quite a strong east wind without his liver pad—"
"Little Tinky Ting don't need a liver pad, he don't," said Mrs. Luella Main Price Jopp, addressing the animal in her arms. "Because he was his mother's pet, he was." I was standing quite near to Vincent Jopp, and at this moment I saw a bead of perspiration spring out on his forehead, and into his steely eyes there came a positively hunted look. I could understand and sympathize. Napoleon himself would have wilted if he'd found himself in the midst of a trio of females, one talking baby talk, another fussing about his health, and the third making derogatory observations on his lower limbs. Vincent Jopp was becoming unstrung.
"May as well be starting, shall we?"
It was Jopp's opponent who spoke. There was a strange set look on his face, the look of a man whose back is against the wall. 10 down on the morning's round, and he had drawn his reserves of courage, and was determined to meet the inevitable bravely. Vincent Jopp nodded absently, then turned to me.
"Keep those women away from me," he whispered tersely. "They'll put me off my stroke."
"Put you off your stroke?" I exclaimed incredulously.
"Yes, me. How the deuce can I concentrate with these people babbling about liver pads and knickerbockers all around me? Keep them away."
He started to address his ball, and there was a weak uncertainty in the way he did it that prepared me for what was to come. His club rose, wavered, fell, and the ball, badly toppled, trickled 2 feet and sank into a cuppy lie.
"Is that good or bad?"
inquired Miss Luella Main Price Jopp. A sort of desperate hope gleamed in the eye of the other competitor in the final. He swung with renewed vigor. His ball sang through the air and lay within a chip-shot distance of the green. "At the very least," said Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jopp, "I hope, Vincent, that you are wearing flannel next to your skin." I heard Jopp give a stifled groan as he took his spoon from the bag. He made a gallant effort to retrieve the lost ground, but the ball struck a stone and bounded away into the long grass to the side of the green. His opponent won the hole. We moved on to the second tee.
"Now that young man,"
said Mrs. Jane Jukes Jopp, indicating her late husband's blushing antagonist,
"is quite right to wear knickerbockers. He can carry them off, but a glance in the mirror must have shown you—"
"I'm sure you're feverish, Vincent," said Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jopp solicitously. "You are quite flushed. There's a wild gleam in your eyes."
"Muzzel's pet's got little buttons of eyes that don't never have no wild gleam in them, because he's Muzzer's own darling, he is,"
said Mrs. Luella Main Price Jopp. A hollow groan escaped Vincent Jopp's ashen lips. I need not recount the play hole by hole, I think. There are some subjects that are too painful. It was pitiful to watch Vincent Jopp in his downfall. By the end of the first 9 his lead had been reduced to 1, and his antagonist, rendered a new man by success, was playing magnificent golf. On the next hole he drew level. Then with superhuman effort Jopp contrived to have the 11th, 12th, and 13th. It seemed as though his iron will might still assert itself, but on the 14th the end came. He had driven a superb ball, outdistancing his opponent by a full 50 yards. The latter played a good second to within a few feet of the green, and then as Vincent Jopp was shaping for his stroke, Luella Main Price gave tongue.
"Vincent!" "Well?" "Vincent, that other man, bad man, not playing fair. When your back was turned just now, he gave his ball a great eye. I was watching him."
"At any rate," said Mrs. Agnes Parsons Jopp, "I do hope when the game is over, Vincent, you'll remember to cool slowly."
"Flasho!" replied Mrs. Jane Jukes Jopp triumphantly. "I've been trying to remember the name all afternoon. I saw about it in one of the papers. The advertisements speak most highly of it. You take it before breakfast, and again before retiring, and they guarantee it to produce firm, healthy flesh that will most sparsely cover the limbs in next to no time. Now will you remember to get a bottle tonight? It comes in 2 sizes, the 5 shilling, or large size, and the smaller at half a crown."
Vincent Jopp uttered a quavering moan, and his hand, as he took the mashie from his bag, was trembling like an aspen. 10 minutes later he was on his way back to the clubhouse, a beaten man. "And so," concluded the oldest member, "you see that in golf there is no such thing as a soft snap. You can never be certain of the finest player. Anything may happen to the greatest expert at any stage of the game. In a recent competition, George Duncan took 11 shots over a hole which 18 handicap men generally do in 5. No, back horses or go down to the Throgmorton Street and try to take it away from the Rothschilds, and I will applaud you as a shrewd and cautious financer. But to bet at golf is pure gambling." End of chapter.
Thou Art the Man by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Abraham Romney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I will now play the Oedipus to the Rattleborough enigma. I will expound to you, as I alone can, the secret of the enginery that effected the Rattleborough miracle, the one, the true, the admitted, the undisputed, the indisputable miracle which put a definite end to infidelity among the Rattleburghers, and converted to the orthodoxy of the grandames all the carnal-minded who had ventured to be skeptical before. This event, which I should be very sorry to discuss in a tone of unsuitable levity, occurred in the summer of 18 Mr. Barnabas Shuttleworthy, one of the wealthiest and most respectable citizens of the borough, had been missing for several days under circumstances which gave rise to suspicion of foul play. Mr. Shuttleworthy had set out from Rattleborough very early one Saturday morning on horseback, with the avowed intention of proceeding to the city of about 15 miles distant, and of returning the night of the same day. 2 hours after his departure, however, his horse returned without him, and without the saddle-bags which had been strapped on his back at starting. The animal was wounded too, and covered with mud. These circumstances naturally gave rise to much alarm among the friends of the missing man, and when it was found on Sunday morning that he had not yet made his appearance, the whole borough arose in mass to go and look for his body. The foremost and most energetic in instituting this search was the bosom friend of Mr. Shuttleworthy, a Mr. Charles Goodfellow, or as he was universally called, Charlie Goodfellow, or Old Charlie Goodfellow. Now, whether it is a marvelous coincidence, or whether it is the name itself has an imperceptible effect upon the character, I have never yet been able to ascertain, but the fact is unquestionable, that there never yet was any person named Charles, who was not an open, manly, honest, good-natured, and frank-hearted fellow, with a rich, clear voice that did you good to hear it, and an eye that looked you always straight in the face, as much as to say, I have a clear conscience of myself, am afraid of no man, and am altogether above doing a mean action. And thus all the hearty, careless, walking gentlemen of the stage are very certain to be called Charles. Now, old Charlie Goodfellow, although he had been in Rattleborough no longer than 6 months or thereabouts, and although nobody knew anything about him before he came to settle in the neighborhood, had experienced no difficulty in the world in making the acquaintance of all the respectable people in the borough. Not a man of them but would have taken his bare word for 1,000 at any moment. And as for the women, there is no saying what they would not have done to oblige him. And all this came of his having been christened Charles, and of his possessing in consequence that ingenuous face which is proverbially the best letter of recommendation. I have already said that Mr. Shuttleworthy was one of the most respectable, and undoubtedly he was the most wealthy man in Rattleborough, while old Charlie Goodfellow was upon as intimate terms with him as if he had been his own brother. The two old gentlemen were next-door neighbors, and although Mr. Shuttleworthy seldom, if ever, visited old Charlie, and never was known to take a meal in his house, still this did not prevent the two friends from being exceedingly intimate, as I have just observed, for old Charlie never let a day pass without stepping in 3 or 4 times to see how his neighbor came on, and very often he would stay to breakfast or tea, and almost always to dinner, and then the amount of wine that was made way with by the two cronies at a sitting, it would really be a difficult thing to ascertain. Old Charlie's favorite beverage was Chateau Margaux, and it appeared to do Mr. Shuttleworthy's heart good to see the old fellow swallow it. as he did quart after quart, so that one day, when the wine was in and the wit, as a natural consequence, somewhat out, he said to his crony, as he slapped him upon the back, "I tell you what it is, old Charlie, you are by all odds the heartiest old fellow I ever came across in all my born days, and since you love to guzzle the wine at that fashion, I'll be darned if I don't have to make thee a present of a big box of the Chateau Margaux. Odd rot me." Mr. Shuttleworthy had a sad habit of swearing, although he seldom went beyond "odd rot me," or "by gosh," or "by the jolly golly." "Odd rot me," says he, "if I don't send an order to town this very afternoon for a double box of the best that can be got, and I'll make you a present of it, I will. You needn't say a word now, I will, I tell ye, and there's an end of it. So look out for it. It will come to hand some of these fine days precisely when ye are looking for it the least." I mentioned this little bit of liberality on the part of Mr. Shuttleworthy just by way of showing you how very intimate an understanding existed between the two friends. Well, on the Sunday morning in question, when it came to be fairly understood that Mr. Shuttleworthy had met with foul play, I never saw anyone so profoundly affected as old Charlie Goodfellow. When he first heard that the horse had come home without his master, and without his master's saddlebags, and all bloody from a pistol shot that had gone clean through and through the poor animal's chest without quite killing him, when he heard all this, he turned as pale as if the missing man had been his own dear brother or father, and shivered and shook all over as if he had had a fit of the ague. At first he was too much overpowered with grief to be able to do anything at all, or to decide upon any plan of action, so that for a long time he endeavored to dissuade Mr. Shuttleworthy's other friends from making a stir about the matter, thinking it best to wait a while, say for a week or two, or a month or two, to see if something wouldn't turn up, or if Mr. Shuttleworthy wouldn't come in the natural way, and explain his reasons for sending his horse on before. I dare say you have often observed this disposition to temporize or to procrastinate in people who are laboring under any very poignant sorrow. Their powers of mind seem to be rendered torpid, so that they have a horror of anything like action, and like nothing in the world so well as to lie quietly in bed and nurse their grief, as the old ladies express it. That is to say, ruminate over their trouble. The people of Rattleborough had, indeed, so high an opinion of the wisdom and discretion of old Charlie, that the greater part of them felt disposed to agree with him, and not make a stir in the business until something should turn up, as the honest old gentleman worded it, and I believe that, after all, this would have been the general determination, but for the very suspicious interference of Mr. Shuttleworthy's nephew, a young man of very dissipated habits, and otherwise of rather bad character. This nephew, whose name was Pennyfeather, would listen to nothing like reason in the matter of lying quiet, but insisted upon making immediate search for the corpse of the murdered man. This was the expression he employed, and Mr. Goodfellow acutely remarked at the time that it was a singular expression, to say no more. This remark of old Charlie's, too, had great effect upon the crowd, and one of the party was heard to ask very impressively how it happened that young Mr. Pennyfeather was so intimately cognizant of all the circumstances connected with his wealthy uncle's disappearance, as to feel authorized to assert distinctly and unequivocally that his uncle was a murdered man. Hereupon some little squibbling and bickering occurred among various members of the crowd, and especially between old Charlie and Mr. Pennyfeather, although this latter occurrence was indeed by no means a novelty, for little goodwill had subsisted between the two parties for the last 3 or 4 months, and matters had even gone so far that Mr. Pennyfeather had actually knocked down his uncle's friend for some alleged excess of liberty that the latter had taken in the uncle's house, of which the nephew was an inmate. Upon this occasion, old Charlie is said to have behaved with exemplary moderation and Christian charity. He arose from the blow, adjusted his clothes, and made no attempt at retaliation at all, merely muttering a few words about taking summary vengeance at the first convenient opportunity, a natural and very justifiable ebullition of anger, which meant nothing, however, and beyond doubt was no sooner given vent to than forgotten. However these matters may be, which have no reference to the point now at issue, it is quite certain that the people of Rattleborough, principally through the persuasion of Mr. Pennyfeather, came at length to the determination of dispersing over the adjacent country in search of the missing Mr. Shuttleworthy. I say they came to this determination in the first instance. After it had been fully resolved that a search should be made, it was considered almost a matter of course that the seekers should disperse, that is to say, distribute themselves in parties, for the more thorough examination of the region round about. I forget, however, by what ingenious train of reasoning it was that old Charlie finally convinced the assembly that this was the most injudicious plan that could be pursued. Convince them, however, he did, all except Mr. Pennifeather, and in the end it was arranged that a search should be instituted carefully and very thoroughly by the burghers en masse, old Charlie himself leading the way. As for the matter of that, there could have been no better pioneer than old Charlie, whom everybody knew to have the eye of a lynx. But although he led them into all manner of out-of-the-way holes and corners, by routes that nobody had ever suspected of existing in the neighborhood, and although the search was incessantly kept up day and night for nearly a week, still no trace of Mr. Shuttleworthy could be discovered. When I say no trace, however, I must not be understood to speak literally, for trace, to some extent, there certainly was. The poor gentleman had been tracked by his horse's shoes, which were peculiar, to a spot about 3 miles to the east of the borough, on the main road leading to the city. Here the track made off into a bypath through a piece of woodland, the path coming out again into the main road and cutting off about 1/2 mile of the regular distance. Following the shoe marks down this lane, the party came at length to a pool of stagnant water, half hidden by the brambles, to the right of the lane, and opposite this pool of all vestige of the track was lost sight of. It appeared, however, that a struggle of some nature had here taken place, and it seemed as if some large and heavy body, much larger and heavier than a man, had been drawn from the bypath to the pool. This latter was carefully dragged twice, but nothing was found, and the party were upon the point of going away, in despair of coming to any result, when Providence suggested to Mr. Goodfellow the expediency of draining the water off altogether. This project was received with cheers and many high compliments to old Charlie upon his sagacity and consideration, as many of the burghers had brought spades with them, supposing that they might possibly be called upon to disinter a corpse. The drain was easily and speedily effected, and no sooner was the bottom visible than, right in the middle of the mud that remained, was discovered a black silk velvet waistcoat, which nearly everyone present immediately recognized as the property of Mr. Pennifeather. This waistcoat was much torn and stained with blood, and there were several persons among the party who had a distinct remembrance of its having been worn by its owner on the very morning of Mr. Shuttleworthy's departure for the city, while there were others again ready to testify upon oath, if required, that Mr. P. did not wear the garment in question at any period during the remainder of that memorable day, nor could any one be found to say that he had seen it upon Mr. P.'s person at any period at all subsequent to Mr. Shuttleworthy's disappearance. Matters now wore a very serious aspect for Mr. Pennifeather, and it was observed as an indubitable confirmation of the suspicions which were excited against him, that he grew exceedingly pale, and when asked what he had to say for himself, was utterly incapable of saying a word. Hereupon the few friends his riotous mode of living had left him deserted him at once to a man, and were even more clamorous than his ancient and avowed enemies for his instantaneous arrest. But, on the other hand, the magnanimity of Mr. Goodfellow shone forth with only the more brilliant lustre through contrast. He made a warm and intensely eloquent defence of Mr. Pennifeather, in which he alluded more than once to his own sincere forgiveness of that wild young gentleman, the heir of the worthy Mr. Shuttleworthy, for the insult which he, the young gentleman, had no doubt, in the heat of passion, thought proper to put upon him, Mr. Goodfellow. He forgave him for it, he said, from the very bottom of his heart, and for himself, Mr. Goodfellow, so far from pushing the suspicious circumstances to extremity which he was sorry to say really had arisen against Mr. Pennifeather, he, Mr. Goodfellow, would make every exertion in his power, would employ all the little eloquence in his possession to soften down, as much as he could conscientiously do so, the worst features of this really exceedingly perplexing piece of business. Mr. Goodfellow went on for some half-hour longer in this train, very much to the credit both of his head and of his heart. But your warm-hearted people are seldom apposite in their observations, they run into all sorts of blunders, contretemps and malapropisms in the hot-headedness of their zeal to serve a friend, thus often with the kindest intentions in the world doing infinitely more to prejudice his cause than to advance it. So in the present instance it turned out with the eloquence of old Charlie. For although he labored earnestly in behalf of the suspected, yet it so happened, somehow or other, that every syllable he uttered, of which the direct but unwitting tendency was not to exalt the speaker in the good opinion of his audience, had the effect of deepening the suspicion already attached to the individual whose cause he pled, and of arousing against him the fury of the mob. One of the most unaccountable errors committed by the orator was his allusion to the suspected as the heir of the worthy old gentleman, Mr. Shuttleworthy. The people had really never thought of this before. They had only remembered certain threats of disinheritance uttered a year or two previously by the uncle, who had no living relative except the nephew, and they had therefore always looked upon this disinheritance as a matter that was settled. So single-minded a race of beings were the Rattleburghers. But the remarks of old Charlie brought them at once to a consideration of this point, and thus gave them to see the possibility of the threats having been nothing more than a threat. And straightway hereupon arose the natural question of cui bono, a question that tended even more than the waistcoat to fasten the terrible crime upon the young man. And here, lest I be misunderstood, permit me to digress for one moment, merely to observe that the exceedingly brief and simple Latin phrase which I have employed is invariably mistranslated and misconceived. Cui bono, in all the crack novels and elsewhere, in those of Mrs. Gore, for example, the author of Cecil, a lady who quotes all tongues from the Chaldean to Chickasaw, and is helped to her learning as needed upon a systematic plan by Mr. Beckford. In all the crack novels, I say, from those of Bulwer and Dickens to those of Turnapenny and Ainsworth, the two little Latin words cui bono are rendered to what purpose, or, as if quo bono, to what good. Their true meaning, nevertheless, is for whose advantage, qui, to whom, bono, is it for a benefit. It is a purely legal phrase, and applicable precisely in cases such as we have now under consideration, where the probability of the doer of deed hinges upon the probability of the benefit accruing to this individual or to that from the deed's accomplishment. Now, in the present instance, the question cui bono pointedly implicated Mr. Pennifeather. His uncle had threatened him, after making a will in his favor, with disinheritance. But the threat had not been actually kept. The original will, it appeared, had not been altered. Had it been altered, the only supposable motive for murder on the part of the suspected would have been the ordinary one of revenge, and even this would have been counteracted by the hope of reinstation into the good graces of the uncle. But the will being unaltered, while the threat to alter remained suspended over the nephew's head, there appears at once the very strongest possible inducement for the atrocity, and so concluded very sagaciously the worthy citizens of the borough of Rattle. Mr. Pennifeather was accordingly arrested upon the spot, and the crowd, after some further search, proceeded homeward, having him in custody. On the route, however, another circumstance occurred tending to confirm the suspicion entertained. Mr. Goodfellow, whose zeal led him to be always a little in advance of the party, was seen suddenly to run forward a few paces, stoop, and then apparently to pick up some small object from the grass. Having quickly examined it, he was observed, too, to make a sort of half attempt at concealing it in his coat pocket, but this action was noticed, as I say, and consequently prevented when the object picked up was found to be a Spanish knife, which a dozen persons at once recognized as belonging to Mr. Pennifeather. Moreover, his initials were engraved upon the handle. The blade of this knife was open and bloody. No doubt now remained of the guilt of the nephew, and immediately upon reaching Rattleborough, he was taken before a magistrate for examination. Here matters again took a most unfavorable turn. The prisoner, being questioned as to his whereabouts on the morning of Mr. Shuttleworthy's disappearance, had absolutely the audacity to acknowledge that on that very morning he had been out with his rifle deer-stalking in the immediate neighborhood of the pool where the blood-stained waistcoat had been discovered through the sagacity of Mr. Goodfellow. This latter now came forward, and with tears in his eyes asked permission to be examined. He said that a stern sense of the duty he owed his Maker not less than his fellow men would permit him no longer to remain silent. Hitherto, the sincerest affection for the young man, notwithstanding the latter's ill treatment of himself, Mr. Goodfellow, had induced him to make every hypothesis which imagination could suggest, by way of endeavoring to account for what appeared suspicious in the circumstances that told so seriously against Mr. Pennifeather. But these circumstances were now altogether too convincing, too damning. He would hesitate no longer. He would tell all he knew, although his heart, Mr. Goodfellow's, should absolutely burst asunder in the effort. He then went on to state that on the afternoon of the day previous to Mr. Shuttleworthy's departure for the city, that worthy old gentleman had mentioned to his nephew, in his hearing, Mr. Goodfellow's, that his object in going to town on the morrow was to make a deposit of an unusually large sum of money in the Farmers' and Mechanics' Bank, and that then and there the said Mr. Shuttleworthy had distinctly avowed to the same nephew his irrevocable determination of rescinding the will originally made, and of cutting him off with a shilling. He, the witness, now solemnly called upon the accused to state whether what he, the witness, had just stated was or was not the truth in every substantial particular. Much to the astonishment of every one present, Mr. Pennifeather frankly admitted that it was. The magistrate now considered it his duty to send a couple of constables to search the chamber of the accused in the house of his uncle. From this search they almost immediately returned with the well-known steel-bound, russet-leather pocket-book which the old gentleman had been in the habit of carrying for years. Its valuable contents, however, had been abstracted, and the magistrate in vain endeavored to extort from the prisoner the use which had been made of them, or the place of their concealment. Indeed, he obstinately denied all knowledge of the matter. The constables also discovered between the bed and sacking of the unhappy man a shirt and neck-handkerchief, both marked with the initials of his name, and both hideously besmeared with the blood of the victim. At this juncture it was announced that the horse of the murdered man had just expired in the stable from the effects of the wound he had received, and it was proposed by Mr. Goodfellow that a post-mortem examination of the beast should be immediately made, with a view, if possible, of discovering the ball. This was accordingly done, and as if to demonstrate beyond a question the guilt of the accused, Mr. Goodfellow, after considerable searching in the cavity of the chest, was enabled to detect and to pull forth a bullet of very extraordinary size, which upon trial was found to be exactly adapted to the bore of Mr. Pennifeather's rifle, while it was far too large for that of any other person in the borough or its vicinity. To render the matter even surer yet, however, this bullet was discovered to have a flaw or seam at right angles to the usual suture, and upon examination this seam corresponded precisely with an accidental ridge or elevation in a pair of molds acknowledged by the accused himself to be his own property. Upon the finding of this bullet, the examining magistrate refused to listen to any further testimony, and immediately committed the prisoner for trial, declining resolutely to take any bail in the case, although against this severity Mr. Goodfellow very warmly remonstrated, and offered to become surety in whatever amount might be required. This generosity on the part of old Charlie was only in accordance with the whole tenor of his amiable and chivalrous conduct during the entire period of his sojourn in the borough of Rattle. In the present instance, the worthy man was so entirely carried away by the excessive warmth of his sympathy that he seemed to have quite forgotten, when he offered to go bail for his young friend, that he himself, Mr. Goodfellow, did not possess a single dollar's worth of property upon the face of the earth. The result of the committal may be readily foreseen. Mr. Pennifeather, amid the loud execrations of all Rattleborough, was brought to trial at the next criminal sessions, when the chain of circumstantial evidence, strengthened as it was by some additional damning facts, which Mr. Goodfellow's sensitive conscientiousness forbade him to withhold from the court, was considered so unbroken and so thoroughly conclusive that the jury, without leaving their seats, returned an immediate verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Soon afterwards the unhappy wretch received sentence of death, and was remanded to the county jail, to await the inexorable vengeance of the law. In the meantime, the noble behavior of old Charlie Goodfellow had doubly endeared him to the honest citizens of the borough. He became 10 times a greater favorite than ever, and as a natural result of the hospitality with which he was treated, he relaxed, as it were, perforce, the extremely parsimonious habits which his poverty had hitherto impelled him to observe, and very frequently had little reunions at his own house, when wit and jollity reigned supreme, dampened a little, of course, by the occasional remembrance of the untoward and melancholy fate which impended over the nephew of the late lamented bosom friend of the generous host. One fine day, this magnanimous old gentleman was agreeably surprised at the receipt of the following letter. Charles Goodfellow, Esquire. Dear Sir, in conformity with an order transmitted to our firm about 2 months since by our esteemed correspondent, Mr. Barnabas Shuttleworthy, we have the honor of forwarding this morning to your address a double box of Chateau Margaux of the Antelope brand, violet seal, box numbered and marked as per margin. We remain, sir, your most obedient servants, Hogs, Frogs, Boggs, and Company. City of Blank, June 21st, 18 P.S. The box will reach you by wagon on the day after your receipt of this letter. Our respects to Mr. Shuttleworthy, H.F.B. and Company. Charles Goodfellow, Esquire, Rattleborough, from H.F.B. and Company. Chateau Margaux, A. No. 1, 6 dozen, BTS, 1/2 gross. The fact is that Mr. Goodfellow had, since the death of Mr. Shuttleworthy, given over all expectation of ever receiving the promised Chateau Margaux, and he therefore looked upon it now as a sort of especial dispensation of Providence in his behalf. He was highly delighted, of course, and in the exuberance of his joy invited a large party of friends to a petit souper on the morrow, for the purpose of broaching the good old Mr. Shuttleworthy's present. Not that he said anything about the good old Mr. Shuttleworthy when he issued the invitations. The fact is, he thought much and concluded to say nothing at all. He did not mention to anyone, if remembered aright, that he had received a present of Chateau Margaux. He merely asked his friends to come and help him drink some of a remarkably fine quality and rich flavor that he had ordered up from the city a couple of months ago, and of which he would be in the receipt upon the morrow. I have often puzzled myself to imagine why it was that old Charlie came to the conclusion to say nothing about having received the wine from his old friend, but I could never precisely understand his reason for the silence, although he had some excellent and very magnanimous reason, no doubt. The morrow at length arrived, and with it a very large and highly respectable company at Mr. Goodfellow's house. Indeed, half the borough was there, I myself among the number. But much to the vexation of the host, the Chateau Margaux did not arrive until a late hour, and when the sumptuous supper supplied by old Charlie had been done very ample justice by the guests. It came at length, however. A monstrously big box of it there was, too, and as the whole party were in excessively good humor, it was decided nemcon that it should be lifted upon the table and its contents disemboweled forthwith. No sooner said than done. I lent a helping hand, and in a trice we had the box upon the table, in the midst of all the bottles and glasses, not a few of which were demolished in the scuffle. Old Charlie, who was pretty much intoxicated and excessively red in the face, now took a seat, with an air of mock dignity, at the head of the board, and thumped furiously upon it with a decanter, calling the company to keep order during the ceremony of disinterring the treasure. After some vociferation, quiet was at length fully restored, and as very often happens in similar cases, a profound and remarkable silence ensued. Being then requested to force open the lid, I complied, of course, with an infinite deal of pleasure. I inserted a chisel, and giving it a few slight taps with a hammer, the top of the box flew suddenly off, and at the same instant there sprang up into a sitting position, directly facing the host, the bruised, bloody and nearly putrid corpse of the murdered Mr. Shuttleworthy himself. It gazed for a few moments fixedly and sorrowfully, with its decaying and lackluster eyes, full into the countenance of Mr. Goodfellow, uttered slowly but clearly and impressively the words, "Thou art the man," and then, falling over the side of the chest as if thoroughly satisfied, stretched out its limbs quiveringly upon the table. The scene that ensued is altogether beyond description. The rush of the doors and windows was terrific, and many of the most robust men in the room fainted outright through sheer horror. But after the first wild shrieking burst of affright, all eyes were directed to Mr. Goodfellow. If I live 1,000 years, I can never forget the more than mortal agony which was depicted in that ghastly face of his, so lately rubicund with triumph and wine. For several minutes he sat rigidly as a statue of marble, his eyes seeming, in the intense vacancy of their gaze, to be turned inward and absorbed in the contemplation of his own miserable, murderous soul. At length their expression appeared to flash suddenly out into the external world, and with a quick leap he sprang from his chair, and falling heavily with his head and shoulders upon the table, and in contact with the corpse, poured out rapidly and vehemently a detailed confession of the hideous crime for which Mr. Pennifeather was then imprisoned and doomed to die. What he recounted was in substance this. He followed his victim to the vicinity of the pool, there shot his horse with a pistol, dispatched its rider with the butt end, possessed himself of the pocket-book, and, supposing the horse dead, dragged it with great labor to the brambles by the pool. Upon his own beast he slung the corpse of Mr. Shuttleworthy, and thus bore it to a secure place of concealment a long distance off through the woods. The waistcoat, the knife, the pocket-book, and bullet had been placed by himself where found, with the view of avenging himself upon Mr. Pennifeather. He had also contrived the discovery of the stained handkerchief and shirt. Toward the end of the blood-chilling recital, the words of the guilty wretch faltered and grew hollow. When the record was finally exhausted, he arose, staggering backward from the table, and fell, dead. The means by which this happily timed confession was extorted, although efficient, were simple indeed. Mr. Goodfellow's excess of frankness had disgusted me, and excited my suspicions from the first. I was present when Mr. Pennifeather had struck him, and the fiendish expression which then arose upon his countenance, although momentary, assured me that his threat of vengeance would, if possible, be rigidly fulfilled. I was thus prepared to view the manoeuvring of old Charlie in a very different light from that in which it was regarded by the good citizens of Rattleborough. I saw at once that all the criminating discoveries arose, either directly or indirectly, from himself. But the fact which clearly opened my eyes to the true state of the case was the affair of the bullet, found by Mr. G. in the carcass of the horse. I had not forgotten, although the Rattleburghers had, that there was a hole where the ball had entered the horse, and another where it went out. If it were found in the animal, then, after having made its exit, I saw clearly that it must have been deposited by the person who found it. The bloody shirt and handkerchief confirmed the idea suggested by the bullet, for the blood on examination proved to be capital claret and no more. When I came to think of these things, and also of the late increase of liberality and expenditure on the part of Mr. Goodfellow, I entertained a suspicion, which was none the less strong because I kept it altogether to myself. In the meantime, I instituted a rigorous private search for the corpse of Mr. Shuttleworthy, and for good reason, searched in quarters as divergent as possible from those to which Mr. Goodfellow conducted his party. The result was that, after some days, I came across an old dry well, the mouth of which was nearly hidden by brambles, and here at the bottom I discovered what I sought. Now it so happened that I had overheard the colloquy between the two cronies, when Mr. Goodfellow had contrived to cajole his host into the promise of a box of Chateau Margaux. Upon this hint I acted. I procured a stiff piece of whalebone, thrust it down the throat of the corpse, and deposited the latter in an old wine-box, taking care so to double the body up as to double the whalebone with it. In this manner I had to press forcibly upon the lid to keep it down while I secured it with nails, and I anticipated, of course, that as soon as these latter were removed, the top would fly off and the body up. Having thus arranged the box, I marked, numbered, and addressed it as already told, and then, writing a letter in the name of the wine merchants with whom Mr. Shuttleworthy dealt, I gave instructions to my servant to wheel the box to Mr. Goodfellow's door in a barrow, at a given signal from myself. For the words which I intended the corpse to speak, I confidently depended on my ventriloquial abilities. For their effect, I counted upon the conscience of the murderous wretch. I believe there is nothing more to be explained. Mr. Pennifeather was released upon the spot, inherited the fortune of his uncle, profited by the lessons of experience, turned over a new leaf, and led happily ever afterward a new life. End of Thou Art the Man by Edgar Allan Poe.
Hollyhocks by Florence Finch Kelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Kaplan. Green and peaceful, the long, low undulations of the prairie sea of southern Kansas spread away to the horizon in lines as graceful and pleasing as those of a reclining Venus. Here and there against the hillside the emerald waves broke in a bright foam of many-colored flowers. In all that vast extent over which I could look, there was visible no living creature save the tiny furred and feathered things whose home it was. The soft prairie wind blew caressingly against my cheek and seemed to whisper in my ear, "Why do men cling to the boisterous, cruel, lying sea as the emblem of freedom? Is not here beauty that allures with freedom's own charms? Is not here freedom herself, serene, smiling, constant, and blessed with a blessedness the sea knows not?" The prairie wind blew the freedom it sang of into my heart, and it dwelt there with joy and exultation as I drove on and on over the waves of that smiling emerald sea. I salved my eyes, wearied and scorched by brick walls and city pavements, with those long swinging reaches of green, and their silent benediction filled and soothed my very soul. At last, when the low-lying hills began to cast cool shadows down their eastern slopes, there appeared against the velvet green of the distance the sprawling blotch of a little town, ugly, naked, and unashamed in its bustling newness. And nearer, by a mile or more, on a green slope which caught the golden red rays of the sinking sun, was a little enclosure, naked and ugly as the town itself, but silent and awe-inspiring with the silence and awe of death. A barbed wire fence enclosed it, and the prairie turf still covered much of its space. There were here no sunken mounds, no reeling headstones, no discoloured marbles. The grave heaps were trimly rounded, the wooden crosses which marked most of them grinned their newness, and the few headstones and monuments shone upstartishly white in the sun. Barren of that curtain of verdure with which love strives to conceal the footprints of death, the little cemetery lay there against the green hillside like some fresh, gaping, ghastly wound in the face of a loved one. One grave stood out startlingly from the rest. On the others, only an infrequent trailing vine or a faded bunch of flowers told of loving effort to cover death's nakedness. But this one, which lay in the center of the enclosure, was covered from headstone to foot-cross with a dense growth of hollyhocks. Their tall shafts were clothed with a luxuriance of vivid red bloom, as if they had sucked into their petals the life-blood of the sleeper below. In the level red sun-rays they glowed with lusty contempt of the silent impotence beneath them. A woman in a white dress, with her hands full of the red hollyhock blooms, walked between the graves down to the barred gate, and came out upon the road as I drove up. I recognized her as the woman whose acquaintance I had made in the train a few days previously, in whose company I had traveled from Chicago hither. She had been a pleasant chance acquaintance, intelligent, gentle, and refined. "Will you ride back to town with me?" I said. She accepted the offer of the seat beside me, carefully holding her flowers. "How odd that grave looks with its marshalled array of hollyhocks," I said, by way of opening conversation, for she sat there silent. "What a peculiar taste to adorn a loved one's last resting-place in that way." She looked up at me silently, and I noticed that her eyes were hollow and her face sad. Then she turned toward the graveyard and the tall red hollyhocks standing out so vividly in the sunset glow, and said quietly, "It is my mother's grave. I planted the hollyhocks upon it." She was silent again, looking sadly and tenderly at the flowers in her lap, but presently she went on. "I do not mind telling you why I did it. Perhaps talking about it will lessen the heaviness of my heart. No one but my sister knows why I planted them there, and she has never seen the grave, nor have I seen her since our mother died. When we were young girls at home, our mother loved hollyhocks. She had the yard filled with great clumps of them. We were away at school for a few years, and when we went home again they quite horrified our advanced young ladyish tastes. We thought them vulgar, and between ourselves we fretted and scolded about them, and declared to each other that they were horrid, and that we were ashamed to have any one visit us while those great ugly coarse things filled the yard. We apologized for them to visitors, and said they were mother's flowers, but we hated them. And after a while we complained about them to mother, and said before her how common and coarse and old-fashioned they were. And she, dear gentle soul, said not a word, but looked sadly out at the flowers she loved so well, and had cared for so long and so tenderly. And one day, after we had fretted and worried her a long time about them, she said to us, I can see yet how she tried to smile and disguise the sadness in her heart, that we might dig up all the hollyhocks and plant other flowers in their places. And we did. It stabs me to the heart now to think of it, but we did it joyfully. After we were married and went away from home, my sister to London and I to Chicago, our mother came here to this town and soon died. In the sorrow of that time, when first I knew how much and how tenderly I loved her, I remembered about the hollyhocks, and at last realized how brutally thoughtless and unfeeling we had been. So, in shame and remorse, I did the one little thing that was all I could do, and covered the grave of our dear, patient, gentle, saint-like mother with the flowers she loved the best of all, but which we had not let her gladden her life with. I do not pretend to know whether or not there is a hereafter, or whether there is anything more of her than what lies under those red flowers back there. But often I wish, oh how I wish, that it may be so, and that from somewhere her spirit may look down and see and be pleased by the atonement I have tried to make. I wrote to my sister what I had done, and I found that she also felt as I did about it. Every summer I come here and see that the hollyhocks grow and flourish as we wish them to, and at her request I gather and send to her some of the blooms. These in my lap are for that purpose, and 2 weeks from now she will be weeping over them in her London home. If we could only have known then how we should feel about it now. End of Hollyhocks by Florence Finch Kelly.
A Day at Niagara by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Thirk. A Day at Niagara by Mark Twain. Niagara Falls is a most enjoyable place of resort. The hotels are excellent and the prices are not at all exorbitant. The opportunities for fishing are not surpassed in the country. In fact, they are not even equaled elsewhere, because in other localities, certain places in the streams are much better than others, but at Niagara, one place is just as good as another, for the reason that the fish do not bite anywhere, and so there is no use in you walking 5 miles to fish when you can depend on being just as unsuccessful nearer to home. The advantages of this state of things have never heretofore been properly placed before the public. The weather is cool in summer, and the walks and drives are all pleasant and none of them fatiguing. When you start out to do the falls, you first drive down about a mile and pay a small sum for the privilege of looking down from a precipice into the narrowest part of the Niagara River. A railway cut through a hill would be just as comely if it had the angry river tumbling and foaming through its bottom. You can descend a staircase here 150 feet down and stand at the edge of the water. After you have done it, you will wonder why you did it, but you will then be too late. The guide will explain to you, in his blood-curdling way, how he saw the little steamer, made of the mist, descend the fearful rapids, how first one paddle box was out of sight behind the raging billows, and then the other, and at what point it was that her smokestack toppled overboard, and where her planking began to break in part asunder, and how she did finally live through the trip after accomplishing this incredible feat of traveling 17 miles in 6 minutes. Or 6 miles in 17 minutes. I've really forgotten which, but it was very extraordinary anyhow. It was worth the price of admission to hear the guide tell the story 9 times, in succession, to different parties, and never miss a word or alter a sentence or gesture. Then you drive over to Suspension Bridge, and divide your misery between the chances of smashing down 200 feet into the river below, and the chances of having the railway train overhead smashing down onto you. Either possibility is discomforting, taken by itself, but, mixed together, they amount in the aggregate to positive unhappiness. On the Canada side, you drive along the chasm between the long ranks of photographers standing guard behind their cameras, ready to make the ostentatious frontispiece of you and your decaying ambulance, and your solemn crate with a hide on it, which you are expected to regard in light of a horse and a diminished and unimportant background of sublime Niagara. And a great many people have the incredible effrontery or native depravity to aid and abet this sort of crime. Any day, in the hands of these photographers, you may see stately pictures of Papa and Mama, Johnny, Bub, and Sis, or a couple of country cousins, all smiling vacantly, and all disposed in studied, uncomfortable attitudes in their carriage, and all looming up in their awe-inspiring imbecility before the snubbed and diminished presentment of that majestic presence whose ministering spirits are the rainbows, whose voice is the thunder, whose awful front is the veiled clouds, who was monarch here, dead and forgotten ages before this hackful of small reptiles was deemed temporarily necessary to fill a crack in the world's unnoted myriads, and will still be monarch here, ages and decades of ages after they shall have gathered themselves to their blood relations, the other worms, and have been mingled with unremembering dust. There is no actual harm in making the Niagara a background whereon to display one's marvelous insignificance in good strong light, but it requires a sort of superhuman self-complacency to enable one to do it. When you have examined the stupendous Horseshoe Fall until you are satisfied you cannot improve on it, you return to America by the new Suspension Bridge and follow up the bank to where they exhibit the Cave of the Winds. Here I followed instructions, and divested myself of all my clothing, and put on a waterproof jacket and overalls. This costume is picturesque, but not beautiful. A guide, similarly dressed, led the way down a flight of winding stairs, which wound and still kept on winding long after the thing ceased to be a novelty, and then terminated long before it had begun to be a pleasure. We were then well down under the precipice, but still considerably above the level of the river. We now began to creep along flimsy bridges of a single plank, our persons shielded from destruction by a crazy wooden railing, to which I clung with both hands, not because I was afraid, but because I wanted to. Presently the descent became steeper, and the bridge flimsier, and the sprays from the American Fall began to rain down on us in fast increasing sheets that soon became blinding, and after that our progress was mostly from the nature of groping. Now a furious wind began to rush from behind the waterfall, which seemed determined to sweep us from the bridge and scatter us on the rocks and among the torrents below. I remarked that I wanted to go home, but it was too late. We were almost under the monstrous wall of water thundering down from above, and the speech was in vain in the midst of such a pitiless crash of sound. In another moment the guide disappeared behind the deluge, and, bewildered by thunder, driven helplessly by the wind, and smitten by the arrowy tempest of rain? I followed. All was darkness. Such a mad storming, roaring, and bellowing of warring wind and water never crazed my ears before. I bent my head and seemed to receive the Atlantic on my back. The world seemed to be going to destruction. I could not see anything, the flood poured down so savagely. I raised my head with open mouth, and most of the American cataract went down my throat. If I had sprung a leak now, I had been lost. And at this moment I discovered that the bridge had ceased, and we must trust for a foothold in the slippery and precipitous rocks. I never was so scared before and survived it. But we got through at last and emerged into the open day, where we could stand in front of the laced and the frothy and the seething world of descending water and look at it. When I saw how much of it there was, and how fearfully in earnest it was, I was sorry I had gone behind it. The noble red man has always been a friend and darling of mine. I love to read about him in tales and legends and romances. I love to read of his inspired sagacity, and his love of the wild free life of mountain and forest, and his general nobility of character, and his stately metaphorical manner of speech, and his chivalrous love for the dusky maiden, and the picturesque pomp of his dress and accoutrements, especially the picturesque pomp of his dress and accoutrements. When I found the shops at Niagara Falls full of dainty Indian beadwork, and stunning moccasins, and equally stunning toy figures representing human beings who carried their weapons in holes bored through their arms and bodies and had feet shaped like a pie, I was filled with emotion. I knew that now, at last, I was going to come face to face with the noble red man. A lady clerk in the shop told me indeed that all her grand array of curiosities were made by the Indians, and that they were plenty about the falls, and that they were friendly, and that it would not be dangerous to speak with them. And sure enough, as I approached the bridge leading over to Luna Island, I came upon a noble son of the forest sitting under a tree, diligently at work on a bead reticule. He wore a slouch hat and brogans, and had a short black pipe in his mouth. Thus does the baneful contact with our effeminate civilization dilute the picturesque pomp which is so natural to the Indian when far removed from us in his native haunts. I addressed the relic as follows. Is the Wah-Woo Wang-Wang of the Whack-A-Whack happy? Does the great speckled thunder sigh for the war-path, or is his heart contented with dreaming of the dusky maiden, the pride of the forest? Does this mighty sachem yearn to drink the blood of his enemies, or is he satisfied in making bead reticules for the papooses of the pale-face? Speak, sublime relic of bygone grandeur. Venerable ruin, speak! The relic said, And is it myself, Dennis Hooligan, that ye be taken for a dirty Injun, ye drawling, lantern-jawed, spider-legged devil? By the piper that played before Moses, I'll eat ya! I went away from there. By and by, in the neighborhood of the Terrapin Tower, I came upon a gentle daughter of the aborigines, in fringed and beaded buckskin moccasins and leggins, seated on a bench with her pretty wares about her. She had just carved out a wooden chief that had a strong family resemblance to a clothespin, and was now boring a hole through his abdomen to put his bow through. I hesitated a moment, and then addressed her. Is the heart of the forest maiden heavy? Is the laughing tadpole lonely? Does she mourn over the extinguished council fires of her race and the vanished glory of her ancestors? Or does her sad spirit wander afar toward the hunting grounds whither her brave gobbler of the lightnings is gone? Why is my daughter silent? Has she aught against the pale-faced stranger? The maiden said, Fie, and it's Biddy Malone you be dare calling names? Leave this or I'll shy your lean carcass over the cataract, you sniveling blackguard! I adjourned from this also. Confound these Indians, I said. They told me they were tame, but if appearances go for anything, I should say they were all on the warpath. I made one more attempt to fraternize with them, and only one. I came upon a camp of them gathered in the shade of a great tree, making wampum and moccasins, and addressed them in the language of friendship. Noble red men, braves, grand sachems, war chiefs, squaws, and high muckamucks, the paleface from the land of the setting sun greets you. You, beneficent polecat. You, devourer of mountains. You, roaring thunder gust. You, bully boy with a glass eye. The paleface from beyond the great waters greets you all. War and pestilence have thinned your ranks and destroyed your once proud nation. Poker and 7-Up and a vain modern expense for soap, unknown to your glorious ancestors, have depleted your purses. Appropriating in your simplicity the property of others has gotten you into trouble. Misrepresenting facts in your simple innocence has damaged your reputation with the soulless usurper. Trading for 40-rod whiskey to enable you to get drunk and happy and tomahawk your families has played the everlasting mischief with the picturesque pomp of your dress. And here you are, in the broad light of the 19th century, gotten up like the ragtag and bobtail of the purlieus of New York. For shame! Remember your ancestors. Recall their mighty deeds. Remember Uncas and Red Jacket and Hole in the Day and Whoop-de-doop-de-doodle-doo. Emulate their achievements. Unfurl yourselves under my banner, noble savages, illustrious gutter snipes. Down with him! Scoop the blackguard! Burn him! Hang him! Drown him! It was the quickest operation that ever was. I simply saw a sudden flash in the air of clubs, brickbats, fists, bead baskets, and moccasins. A single flash, and they all appeared to hit me at once, and no two of them in the same place. In the next instant, the entire tribe was upon me. They tore half the clothes off me. They broke my arms and legs. They gave me a thump that dented the top of my head till it would hold coffee like a saucer. And, to crown their disgraceful proceedings and add insult to injury, they threw me over the Niagara Falls. And I got wet. About 90 or 100 feet from the top, the remains of my vest got caught on a projecting rock and I was almost drowned before I could get loose. I finally fell and brought up in a world of white foam at the foot of the fall, whose celled and bubbly masses towered up several inches above my head. Of course I got into the eddy. I sailed round and round in it 44 times, chasing a chip and gaining on it, each round trip a half a mile, reaching for the same bush on the bank 44 times, and just exactly missing it by a hair's breadth every time. At last a man walked down and sat close to that bush, and put a pipe in his mouth, and lit a match, and followed me with one eye, and kept the other on the match, while he sheltered it in his hands from the wind. Presently, a puff of wind blew it out. The next time I swept around, he said, "Got a match?" "Yes, in my other vest. Help me out, please." "Not for Joe." When I came round again, I said, "Excuse the seemingly impertinent curiosity of a drowning man, but will you explain this singular conduct of yours?" "With pleasure. I'm the coroner. Don't hurry on my account. I can wait for you, but I wish I had a match." I said, "Take my place, and I'll go and get you one." He declined. This lack of confidence on his part created a coldness between us, and from that time forward, I avoided him. It was my idea, in case anything happened to me, to so time the occurrence as to throw my custom into the hands of the opposition coroner on the American side. At last a policeman came along and arrested me for disturbing the peace by yelling at people on shore for help. The judge fined me, but I had the advantage on him. My money was with my pantaloons, and my pantaloons were with the Indians. Thus I escaped. I am now lying in a very critical condition. At least I am not lying, critical or not critical. I am hurt all over, but I cannot tell the full extent yet, because the doctor is not done taking inventory. He will make out my manifest this evening. However, thus far he thinks only 16 of my wounds are fatal. I don't mind the others. Upon regaining my right mind, I said, "It is an awful savage tribe of Indians that do the beadwork and moccasins for Niagara Falls, Doctor. Where are they from?" Limerick, my son. End of A Day at Niagara by Mark Twain.
The Caballero's Way by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Caballero's Way by O. Henry. Read by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas. The Cisco Kid had killed 6 men in more or less fair scrimmages, had murdered twice as many, mostly Mexicans, and had winged a larger number whom he modestly forbore to count. Therefore, a woman loved him. The Kid was 25, looked 20, and a careful insurance company would have estimated the probable time of his demise at, say, 26. His habitat was anywhere between the Frio and the Rio Grande. He killed for the love of it, because he was quick-tempered, to avoid arrest, for his own amusement. Any reason that came to his mind would suffice. He had escaped capture because he could shoot 5/6 of a second sooner than any sheriff or ranger in the service, and because he rode a speckled roan horse that knew every cow path in the mesquite and pear thickets from San Antonio to Matamoros. Tonia Perez, the girl who loved the Cisco Kid, was half Carmen, half Madonna, and the rest. Oh, yes, a woman who is half Carmen and half Madonna can always be something more. The rest, let us say, was Hummingbird. She lived in a grass-roofed jacal near a little Mexican settlement at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio. With her lived a father or grandfather, a lineal Aztec, somewhat less than 1,000 years old, who herded 100 goats and lived in a continuous drunken dream from drinking mescal. Back of the jacal, a tremendous forest of bristling pear, 20 feet high at its worst, crowded almost to its door. It was along the bewildering maze of this spinous thicket that the speckled roan would bring the Kid to see his girl. And once, clinging like a lizard to the ridgepole high up under the peaked grass roof, he had heard Tonia, with her Madonna face and Carmen beauty and hummingbird soul, parley with the sheriff's posse, denying knowledge of her man in her soft melange of Spanish and English. One day the adjutant general of the state, who is ex officio commander of the ranger forces, wrote some sarcastic lines to Captain Duval of Company X, stationed at Laredo, relative to the serene and undisturbed existence led by murderers and desperadoes in the said captain's territory. The captain turned the color of brick dust under his tan and forwarded the letter, after adding a few comments, per Ranger Private Bill Adamson, to Ranger Lieutenant Sandridge, camped at a waterhole on the Nueces with a squad of 5 men in preservation of law and order. Lieutenant Sandridge turned a beautiful couleur de rosé through his ordinary strawberry complexion, tucked the letter in his hip pocket, and chewed off the ends of his gamboge mustache. The next morning he saddled his horse and rode alone to the Mexican settlement of the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio, 20 miles away. 6'2", blond as a Viking, quiet as a deacon, dangerous as a machine gun, Sandridge moved among the jacales, patiently seeking news of the Cisco Kid. Far more than the law, the Mexicans dreaded the cold and certain vengeance of the lone rider that the ranger sought. It had been one of the Kid's pastimes to shoot Mexicans to see them kick. If he demanded from them moribund terpsichorean feats, simply that he might be entertained, what terrible and extreme penalties would be certain to follow should they anger him? One and all, They lounged with upturned palms and shrugging shoulders, filling the air with "Quien sabes?" and denials of the kid's acquaintance. But there was a man named Fink who kept a store at the crossing, a man of many nationalities, tongues, interests, and ways of thinking. "No use to ask them Mexicans," he said to Sandridge. "They're afraid to tell. This hombre they call the Kid. Goodall is his name, ain't it? He's been in my store once or twice. I have an idea you might run across him but I guess I don't care to say myself. I'm 2 seconds later in pulling a gun than I used to be, and the difference is worth thinking about. But this Kid's got a half Mexican girl at the crossing that he comes to see. She lives in that jacal 100 yards down the arroyo at the edge of the pear. Maybe no, I don't suppose she would, but that jacal would be a good place to watch, anyway." Sandridge rode down to the jacal of Perez. The sun was low, and the broad shade of the great pear thicket already covered the grass-thatched hut. The goats were enclosed for the night in a brush corral nearby. A few kids walked the top of it, nibbling the chaparral leaves. The old Mexican lay upon a blanket on the grass, already in a stupor from his mescal, and dreaming perhaps of the nights when he and Pizarro touched glasses to their New World fortunes, so old his wrinkled face seemed to proclaim him to be. And in the door of the jacal stood Tonia, and Lieutenant Sandridge sat in his saddle staring at her like a gannet agape at a sailorman. The Cisco Kid was a vain person, as all eminent and successful assassins are, and his bosom would have ruffled had he known that at a simple exchange of glances, 2 persons in whose mind he had been looming large suddenly abandoned, at least for the time, all thought of him. Never before had Tanya seen such a man as this. He seemed to be made of sunshine and blood-red tissue and clear weather. He seemed to illuminate the shadow of the pear when he smiled, as though the sun were rising again. The men she had known had been small and dark. Even the Kid, in spite of his achievements, was a stripling no larger than herself, with black straight hair and a cold marble face that chilled the noonday. As for Tonia, though she sends description to the poorhouse, let her make a millionaire of your fancy. Her blue-black hair, smoothly divided in the middle and bound close to her head, and her large eyes full of the Latin melancholy, gave her the Madonna touch. Her motions and air spoke of the concealed fire and the desire to charm that she had inherited from the gitanas of the Basque province. As for the hummingbird part of her, that dwelt in her heart. You could not perceive it unless her bright red skirt and dark blue blouse gave you a symbolic hint of the vagarious bird. The newly lighted sun god asked for a drink of water. Tanya brought it from the red jar hanging under the brush shelter. Sandridge considered it necessary to dismount so as to lessen the trouble of her ministrations. I play no spy, nor do I assume to master the thoughts of any human heart, but I assert, by the chronicler's right, that before a quarter of an hour had sped, Sandridge was teaching her how to plait a 6-strand rawhide stake rope, and Tonia had explained to him that were it not for her little English book that the peripatetic padre had given her, and the little crippled chivo that she fed from a bottle, she would be very, very lonely indeed. Which leads to a suspicion that the Kid's fences needed repairing, and that the adjutant general's sarcasm had fallen on unproductive soil. In his camp by the water hole, Lieutenant Sandridge announced and reiterated his intention of either causing the Cisco Kid to nibble the black loam of the Frio country prairies, or of hailing him before a judge and jury. That sounded businesslike. Twice a week he rode over to the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio, and directed Tonia's slim, slightly lemon-tinted fingers among the intricacies of the slowly growing lariata. A six-strand plait is hard to learn and easy to teach. The ranger knew that he might find the kid there at any visit. He kept his armament ready and had a frequent eye for the pear thicket at the rear of the jacal. Thus he might bring down the kite and the hummingbird with one stone. While the sunny-haired ornithologist was pursuing his studies, the Cisco Kid was also attending to his professional duties. He moodily shot up a saloon in a small cow village on Quintana Creek, killed the town marshal, plugging him neatly in the center of his tin badge, and then rode away morose and unsatisfied. No true artist is uplifted by shooting an aged man carrying an old-style .38 bulldog. On his way, the kid suddenly experienced the yearning that all men feel when wrongdoing loses its keen edge of delight. He yearned for the woman he loved to reassure him that she was his in spite of it. He wanted her to call his bloodthirstiness bravery and his cruelty devotion. He wanted Tanya to bring him water from the red jar into the brush shelter and tell him how the chivo was thriving on the bottle. The kid turned his speckled roan's head up the 10-mile pear flat that stretches along the Arroyo Hondo until it ends at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio. The roan whickered, for he had a sense of locality and direction equal to that of a Beltline streetcar horse, and he knew he would soon be nibbling the rich mesquite grass at the end of a 40-foot stake rope, while Ulysses rested his head in Circe's straw-roofed hut. More weird and lonesome than the journey of an Amazonian explorer is the ride of one through a Texas pear flat. With dismal monotony and startling variety, the uncanny and multiform shapes of the cacti lifted their twisted trunks and fat, bristly hands to encumber the way. The demon plant, appearing to live without soil or rain, seems to taunt the parched traveler with its lush gray greenness. It warps itself 1,000 times upon what look to be open and inviting paths, only to lure the rider into blind and impassable, spine-defended bottoms of the bag, leaving him to retreat, if he can, with the points of the compass whirling in his head. To be lost in the pear is to die almost the death of the thief on the cross, pierced by nails and with grotesque shapes of all the fiends hovering about. But it was not so with the kid and his mount. Winding, twisting, circling, tracing the most fantastic and bewildering trail ever picked out, the good roan lessened the distance to the Lone Wolf crossing with every coil and turn that he made. While they fared, the kid sang. He knew but one tune, and sang it as he knew but one code, and lived it, and but one girl, and loved her. He was a single-minded man of conventional ideas. He had a voice like a coyote with bronchitis, but whenever he chose to sing his song, he sang it. It was a conventional song of the camps and trail, running at its beginning as near as may be to these words: "Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl, or I'll tell you what I'll do," and so on. The roan was inured to it, and did not mind. But even the poorest singer will, after a certain time, gain his own consent to refrain from contributing to the world's noises. So the kid, by the time he was within a mile or two of Tonia's jacal, had reluctantly allowed his song to die away, not because his vocal performance had become less charming to his own ears, but because his laryngeal muscles were aweary. As though he were in a circus ring, the speckled roan wheeled and danced through the labyrinth of pear, until at length his rider knew by certain landmarks that the Lone Wolf crossing was close at hand. Then, where the pear was thinner, he caught sight of the grass roof of the jacal and the hackberry tree on the edge of the arroyo. A few yards further the kid stopped the roan and gazed intently through the prickly openings. Then he dismounted, dropped the roan's reins, and proceeded on foot, stooped and silent like an Indian. The roan, knowing his part, stood still, making no sound. The kid crept noiselessly to the very edge of the pear thicket, and reconnoitered between the leaves of a clump of cactus. 10 yards from his hiding place, in the shade of the jacal, sat his Tonia, calmly plaiting a rawhide lariat. So far she might surely escape condemnation. Women have been known from time to time to engage in more mischievous occupations. But if all must be told, there is to be added that her head reposed against the broad and comfortable chest of a tall red and yellow man, and that his arm was about her, guiding her nimble fingers that required so many lessons at the intricate 6-strand plait. Sandridge glanced quickly at the dark mass of pear when he heard a slight squeaking sound that was not altogether unfamiliar. A gun scabbard will make that sound when one grasps the handle of a 6-shooter suddenly. But the sound was not repeated, and Tonia's fingers needed close attention. And then, in the shadow of death, they began to talk of their love, and in the still July afternoon every word they uttered reached the ears of the kid. "Remember, then," said Tonia, "you must not come again until I send for you. Soon he will be here. A vaquero at the tienda said today he saw him on the Guadalupe 3 days ago. When he is that near, he always comes. If he comes and finds you here, he will kill you. So for my sake, you must come no more until I send you the word." "All right," said the stranger. "And then what?" "And then," said the girl, "you must bring your men here and kill him. If not, he will kill you." "He ain't a man to surrender, that's sure," said Sandridge. "It's kill or be killed for the officer that goes up against Mr. Cisco Kid." "He must die," said the girl. "Otherwise there will not be any peace in the world for thee and me. He has killed many. Let him so die. Bring your men, and give him no chance to escape." "You used to think right much of him," said Sandridge. Tonia dropped the lariat, twisted herself around, and curved a lemon-tinted arm over the ranger's shoulder. "But then," she murmured in liquid Spanish, "I had not beheld thee, thou great red mountain of a man, and thou art kind and good, as well as strong. Could one choose him, knowing thee? Let him die, for then I will not be filled with fear by day and night, lest he hurt thee or me." "How can I know when he comes?" asked Sandridge. "When he comes," said Tania, "he remains 2 days, sometimes 3. Gregorio, the small son of old Luisa the lavandera, has a swift pony. I will write a letter to thee and send it by him, saying how it will be best to come upon him. By Gregorio will the letter come, and bring many men with thee, and have much care, O dear red one, for the rattlesnake is not quicker to strike than is El Chivato, as they call him, to send a ball from his pistola." "The kid's handy with his gun, sure enough," admitted Sandridge. "But when I come for him, I shall come alone. I'll get him by myself or not at all. The Cap wrote one or two things to me that make me want to do the trick without any help. You let me know when Mr. Kidd arrives. I'll do the rest." "I will send you the message by the boy Gregorio," said the girl. "I knew you were braver than that small slayer of men who never smiles. How could I ever have thought I cared for him?" It was time for the ranger to ride back to his camp on the water hole. Before he mounted his horse, he raised the slight form of Tonia with one arm high from the earth for a parting salute. The drowsy stillness of the torpid summer air still lay thick upon the dreaming afternoon. The smoke from the fire in the jacal, where the frijoles blubbered in the iron pot, rose straight as a plumb line above the clay-daubed chimney. No sound or movement disturbed the serenity of the dense pear thicket 10 yards away. When the form of Sandridge had disappeared, loping his big dun down the steep banks of the Frio crossing, the Kid crept back to his own horse, mounted him, and rode back along the tortuous trail he had come. But not far. He stopped and waited in the silent depths of the pear until half an hour had passed. And then Tonia heard the high, untrue notes of his unmusical singing coming nearer and nearer, and she ran to the edge of the pear to meet him. The Kid seldom smiled, but he smiled and waved his hat when he saw her. He dismounted, and his girl sprang into his arms. The Kid looked at her fondly. His thick black hair clung to his head like a wrinkled mat. The meeting brought a slight ripple of some undercurrent of feeling to his smooth dark face that was usually as motionless as a clay mask. "How's my girl?" he asked, holding her close. "Sick of waiting so long for you, dear one," she answered. "My eyes are dim with always gazing into that devil's pincushion through which you come, and I can see into it such a little way, too. But you are here, beloved one, and I will not scold. Que mal muchacho! Not to come to see your alma more often. Go in and rest, and let me water your horse and stake him with the long rope. There is cool water in the jar for you." The Kid kissed her affectionately. "Not if the court knows itself do I let a lady stake my horse for me," said he. "But if you'll run in, chica, and throw a pot of coffee together while I attend to the caballo, I'll be a good deal obliged." Besides his marksmanship, the Kid had another attribute for which he admired himself greatly. He was muy caballero, as the Mexicans express it, where the ladies were concerned. For them he had always gentle words and consideration. He could not have spoken a harsh word to a woman. He might ruthlessly slay their husbands and brothers, but he could not have laid the weight of a finger in anger upon a woman. Wherefore, many of that interesting division of humanity who had come under the spell of his politeness declared their disbelief in the stories circulated about Mr. Kidd. One shouldn't believe everything one heard, they said. When confronted by their indignant menfolk with proof of the caballero's deeds of infamy, they said maybe he had been driven to it, and that he knew how to treat a lady anyhow. Considering this extremely courteous idiosyncrasy of the Kid, and the pride he took in it, one can perceive that the solution of the problem that was presented to him by what he saw and heard from his hiding place in the pear that afternoon, at least as to one of the actors, must have been obscured by difficulties. And yet one could not think of the Kid overlooking little matters of that kind. At the end of the short twilight they gathered around a supper of frijoles, goat steaks, canned peaches, and coffee, by the light of a lantern in the jacal. Afterward the ancestor, his flock corralled, smoked a cigarette, and became a mummy in a gray blanket. Tonia washed the few dishes while the kid dried them with the flour sacking towel. Her eyes shone. She chatted volubly of the inconsequent happenings of her small world since the kid's last visit. It was as all his other homecomings had been. Then outside, Tonia swung in a grass hammock with her guitar and sang sad canciones de amor. "Do you love me just the same, old girl?" asked the kid, hunting for his cigarette papers. "Always the same, little one," said Tonia, her dark eyes lingering upon him. "I must go over to Fink's," said the kid, rising, "for some tobacco. I thought I had another sack in my coat. I'll be back in a quarter of an hour." "Hasten," said Tonia, "and tell me, how long shall I call you my own this time? Will you be gone again tomorrow, leaving me to grieve, or will you be longer with your Tonia?" "Oh, I might stay 2 or 3 days this trip," said the kid, yawning. "I've been on the dodge for a month, and I'd like to rest up." He was gone half an hour for his tobacco. When he returned, Tonia was still lying in the hammock. "It's funny," said the kid, "how I feel. I feel like there was somebody lying behind every bush and tree waiting to shoot me. I never had mullygrubs like them before. Maybe it's one of them presumptions. I've got half a notion to light out in the morning before day. The Guadalupe country is burning up about that old Dutchman I plugged down there." "You are not afraid? No one could make my brave little one fear." "Well, I haven't been usually regarded as a jackrabbit when it comes to scrapping. But I don't want a posse smoking me out when I'm in your jacal. Somebody might get hurt that oughtn't to." "Remain with your Tonia. No one will find you here." The kid looked keenly into the shadows up and down the arroyo and toward the dim lights of the Mexican village. "I'll see how it looks later on," was his decision. At midnight, a horseman rode into the ranger's camp, blazing his way by noisy halloos to indicate his pacific mission. Sandridge and 1 or 2 others turned out to investigate the row. The rider announced himself to be Domingo Sales, from the Lone Wolf Crossing. He bore a letter for Señor Sandridge. Old Luisa, the lavendera, had persuaded him to bring it, he said, her son Gregorio being too ill of a fever to ride. Sandridge lighted the camp lantern and read the letter. These were its words: "Dear one, he has come. Hardly had you ridden away when he had come out of the pear. When he first talked, he said he would stay 3 days or more. Then, as it grew later, he was like a wolf or a fox, and walked about without rest, looking and listening. Soon he said he must leave before daylight when it is dark and stillest. And then he seemed to suspect that I am not true to him. He looked at me so strange that I am frightened. I swear to him that I love him, his own Tonia. Last of all, he said, I must prove to him I am true. He thinks that even now men are waiting to kill him as he rides from my house. To escape, he says, he will dress in my clothes, my red skirt, and the blue waist I wear, and the brown mantilla over the head, and thus ride away. But before that, he says that I must put on his clothes, his pantalones and camisa and hat, and ride away on his horse from the jacal as far as the big road beyond the crossing and back again. This before he goes, so he can tell if I am true, and if men are hidden to shoot him. It is a terrible thing. An hour before daybreak this is to be. Come, my dear one, and kill this man, and take me for your Tonia. Do not try to take hold of him alive, but kill him quickly. Knowing all, you should do that. You must come long before the time and hide yourself in the little shed near the jacal, where the wagon and saddles are kept. It is dark in there. You will wear my red skirt and blue waist and brown mantilla. I send you 100 kisses. Come surely, and shoot quickly and straight. Thine own, Tonia. Sandridge quickly explained to his men the official part of the missive. The Rangers protested against his going alone. "I'll get him easy enough," said the lieutenant. "The girl's got him trapped, and don't even think he'll get the drop on me." Sandridge saddled his horse and rode to the Lone Wolf Crossing. He tied his big gun in a clump of brush on the arroyo, took his Winchester from its scabbard, and carefully approached the Perez jacal. There was only the half of a high moon, drifted over by ragged, milk-white Gulf clouds. The wagon shed was an excellent place for ambush, and the Ranger got inside it safely. In the black shadow of the brush shelter in front of the jacal, he could see a horse tied and hear him impatiently pawing the hard-trodden earth. He waited almost an hour before two figures came out of the jacal. One, in man's clothes, quickly mounted the horse and galloped past the wagon shed toward the crossing and village, and then the other figure, in skirt, waist, and mantilla over its head, stepped out into the faint moonlight, gazing after the rider. Sandridge thought he would take his chance then, before Tanya rode back. He fancied she might not care to see it. "Throw up your hands," he ordered loudly, stepping out of the wagon shed with his Winchester at his shoulder. There was a quick turn of the figure, but no movement to obey, so the Ranger pumped in the bullets, 1, 2, 3, and then twice more, for you never could be too sure of bringing down the Cisco Kid. There was no danger of missing at 10 paces, even in that half moonlight. The old ancestor, asleep on his blanket, was awakened by the shots. Listening further, he heard a great cry from some man in mortal distress or anguish, and rose up, grumbling at the disturbing ways of moderns. The tall red ghost of a man burst into the jacal, reaching one hand, shaking like a tule reed, for the lantern hanging on its nail. The other spread a letter on the table. "Look at this letter, Perez," cried the man. "Who wrote it?" "Ah, Dios, it is Senor Sandridge," mumbled the old man, approaching. "Pues, senor, that letter was written by El Chivato, as he is called, by the man of Tonia. They say he is a bad man. I do not know. While Tonia slept, he wrote the letter and sent it by this old hand of mine to Domingo Sales, to be brought to you. Is there anything wrong in the letter? I am very old, and I did not know. Valgame Dios! It is a very foolish world, and there is nothing in the house to drink, nothing to drink." Just then, all that Sandridge could think of to do was to go outside and throw himself face downward in the dust by the side of his hummingbird, of whom not a feather fluttered. He was not a caballero by instinct, and he could not understand the niceties of revenge. A mile away, the rider who had ridden past the wagon shed struck up a harsh, untuneful song, the words of which began, "Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl, or I'll tell you what I'll do." End of The Caballero's Way by O. Henry.
A Curious Dream by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Thirk. A Curious Dream by Mark Twain, containing a moral. Night before last, I had a singular dream. I seemed to be sitting on a doorstep, in no particular city perhaps, ruminating, and the time of night appeared to be about 12 or 1 o'clock. The weather was balmy and delicious. There was no human sound in the air, not a footstep. There was no sound of any kind to emphasize the dead stillness, except the occasional hollow barking of a dog in the distance, and even a fainter answer of the further dog. Presently, up the street, I heard a bony clacking, and guessed it was the castanets of a serenading party. In a minute more, a tall skeleton, hooded and half-clad in a tattered and moldy shroud, whose shreds were flapping about the ribby latticework of its person, swung by me with a stately stride and disappeared into the gray gloom of the starlight. It had broken and worm-eaten coffin on its shoulder and a bundle of something in its hand. I knew what the clacking was then. It was this party's joints working together, and his elbows knocking against his sides as he walked. I may say I was surprised. Before I could collect my thoughts and enter upon any speculations as to what this apparition might portend, I heard another one coming, for I recognized his click-clack. He had 2/3 of a coffin on his shoulder and some foot and headboards under his arm. I mightily wanted to peer under his hood and speak to him, but when he turned and smiled upon me with his cavernous sockets and his projecting grin as he went by, I thought I would not detain him. He was hardly gone when I heard the clacking again, and another one issued from the shadowy half-light. This one was bending under a heavy gravestone, and dragging a shabby coffin after him by a string. When he got to me, he gave me a steady look for a moment or two, and then rounded to and back up to me, saying, "Ease this down for a fellow, will you?" I eased the gravestone down till it rested on the ground, and in doing so noticed that it bore the name of John Baxter Copmanhurst, with May 1839 as the date of his death. Deceased sat down warily by me, and wiped his os frontis with his major maxillary. Chiefly from former habit, I judged, for I could not see that he brought away any perspiration. "It is too bad, said he, drawing the remnant of the shroud about him and leaning his jaw pensively on his hand. Then he put his left foot up on his knee and fell to scratching his ankle bone absently with a rusty nail which he got out of the coffin. "What is too bad, friend?" "Oh, everything. Everything. I almost wish I never had died." "You surprise me. Why do you say this? Has anything gone wrong? What is the matter?" "Matter! Look at this shroud. Rags. Look at this gravestone, all battered up. Look at that disgraceful old coffin. All a man's property going to ruin and destruction before his eyes, and ask him if anything is wrong? Fire and brimstone!" Calm yourself, I said. "It is too bad. It certainly is too bad. But then I had not supposed that you would mind such matters, situated as you are." "Well, my dear sir, I do mind them. My pride is hurt, and my comfort is impaired. Destroyed, I might say. I will state my case. I will put it to you in such a way that you can comprehend it, if you will let me," said the poor skeleton, tilting the hood of his shroud back, as if he were clearing for action, and thus unconsciously giving himself a jaunty and festive air, very much at variance with the grave character of his position in life, so to speak, and in prominent contrast to his distressful mood. "Proceed," said I. "I reside in the shameful old graveyard a block or two above you, here in this street. There now, I just expected that cartilage would let go. Third rib from the bottom, friend. Hitch the end of it to my spine with a string, if you've got such a thing about you. Though a bit of silver wire is a deal pleasanter, and more durable and becoming, if one keeps it polished. To think of shredding out and going to pieces in this way, just on the account of the indifference and neglect of one's posterity. And the poor ghost grated his teeth in a way that gave me a wrench and a shiver, for the effect is mightily increased by the absence of muffling flesh and cuticle. I reside in that old graveyard, and have for these 30 years, and I tell you, things are changed since I first laid this old, tired frame there, and turned over and stretched out for a long sleep, with a delicious sense upon me of being done with bother, and grief, and anxiety, and doubt, and fear, forever and ever, and listening with my comfortable and increasing satisfaction to the sexton's work, from the startling clatter of his first spadeful on my coffin, till it dulled away to the faint padding that shaped the roof of my new home. Delicious! My, I wish you could try it tonight. And out of my reverie, deceased fetched me a rattling slap with a bony hand. Yes, sir, 30 years ago I laid me down there and was happy, for it was out in the country then, out in the breezy, flowery, grand old woods, and the lazy winds gossiped with the leaves, and the squirrels capered over us and around us, and the creeping things visited us, and the birds filled the tranquil solitude with music. Ah, it was worth 10 years of a man's life to be dead then. Everything was pleasant. I was in a good neighborhood, for all the dead people that lived near me belonged to the best families in the city. Our posterity appeared to think the world of us. They kept our graves in the very best condition. The fences were always in faultless repair. Headboards were kept painted or whitewashed, and were replaced with new ones as soon as they began to look rusty or decayed. Monuments were kept upright, railings intact and bright, the rose bushes and shrubbery trimmed, trained, and free from blemish, the walks clean and smooth and gravelled. But that day is gone by. Our descendants have forgotten us. My grandson lives in this stately house built with money made by these old hands of mine, and I sleep in a neglected grave with invading vermin that gnaw on my shroud and build their nests withal. I and friends that lie with me founded and secured the prosperity of this fine city, and the stately bantling of our loves leaves us to rot in a dilapidated cemetery which neighbors curse and strangers scoff at. See the difference between the old time and this? For instance, our graves are all caved in now. Our headboards have rotted away and tumbled down. Our railings reel this way and that, with one foot in the air after a fashion of unseemly levity. Our monuments lean warily, and our gravestones bow their heads discouraged. There be no adornments any more. No roses, nor shrubs, nor gravelled walks, nor anything that is a comfort to the eye. And even the paintless old board fence that did make a show of holding us sacred from companionship with the beasts, and the defilement of heedless feet, has tottered till it overhangs the street, and only advertises the presence of our dismal resting place, and invites yet more derision to it. And now we cannot hide our poverty and tatters in the friendly woods, for the city has stretched its withering arms abroad and taken us in. And all that remains of the cheer of our old home is the cluster of lugubrious forest trees that stand, bored and weary of city life, with their feet in our coffins, looking into the hazy distance and wishing they were there. I tell you, it is disgraceful. You begin to comprehend. You begin to see how it is. While our descendants are living sumptuously on our money, right around us in the city. We have to fight hard to keep skull and bones together. Bless you, there isn't a grave in our cemetery that doesn't leak, not one. Every time it rains in the night, we have to climb out and roost in the trees, and sometimes we are awakened suddenly by the chilly water trickling down the backs of our necks. Then I tell you, there is a general heaving up of old graves and kicking over old monuments and scampering of old skeletons for the trees. Bless me, if you had gone along there some such nights after 12, you might have seen as many as 15 of us roosting up on one limb, with our joints rattling drearily and the wind wheezing through our ribs. Many a time we have perched there for 3 or 4 dreary hours, and then come down, stiff and chilled, through and drowsy, and borrowed each other's skulls to bail out our graves with. If you will glance up in my mouth now as I tilt my head back, you can see that my headpiece is half full of old dry sediment. How top-heavy and stupid it makes me sometimes. Yes, sir, a many time if you have happened to come along just before dawn, you'd have caught us bailing out our graves and hanging our shrouds on the fence to dry. Why, I had an elegant shroud stolen from there one morning. Think a party by the name of Smith took it that resides in a plebeian graveyard over yonder. I think so because the first time I ever saw him he hadn't anything on but a check shirt, and the last time I saw him, which was at a social gathering in the new cemetery, he was the best dressed corpse in the company. And it is a significant fact that he left when he saw me. And presently an old woman from here missed her coffin. She generally took it with her when she went anywhere because she was liable to take cold and bring on spasmodic rheumatism that originally killed her if she exposed herself to the night air much. She was named Hotchkiss, Anna Matilda Hotchkiss. You might know her? She has 2 upper front teeth, is tall, but a good deal inclined to stoop. 1 rib on the left side gone, has 1 shred of rusty hair hanging from the left side of her head, and 1 little tuft just above and a little forward of her right ear. Has her underjaw wired on 1 side where it has worked loose. Small bone of left forearm gone, lost in a fight. Has a kind of swagger in her gait and a gallus way of going out with her arms akimbo and her nostrils in the air. Has been pretty free and easy and is all damaged and battered up till she looks like a queensware crate in ruins. Maybe you have met her. God forbid, I involuntarily ejaculated, for somehow I was not looking for that form of question, and it caught me a little off my guard. But I hastened to make amends for my rudeness and say, I simply meant I had not had the honor, for I would not deliberately speak discourteously of a friend of yours. You were saying that you were robbed, and it was a shame too, but it appears by what is left of the shroud you have on that it was a costly one in its day. How did... A most ghastly expression began to develop among the decayed features and shriveled entanglements of my guest's face, and I was beginning to grow uneasy and distressed, when he told me he was only working up a deep, sly smile with a wink in it, to suggest that about the time he acquired his present garment, a ghost in a neighboring cemetery missed one. This reassured me, but I begged him to confine himself to speech thenceforth, because his facial expression was uncertain. Even with the most elaborate care, it was liable to misfire. Smiling should especially be avoided. What he might honestly consider a shining success was likely to strike me in a very different light. I said I had liked to see a skeleton cheerful, even decorously playful, but I did not think smiling was a skeleton's best hold. Yes, friend, said the poor skeleton, the facts are just as I have given them to you. 2 of these old graveyards, the one that I resided in and the one further along, have been deliberately neglected by our descendants of today until there is no occupying them any longer. Aside from the osteological discomfort of it, and that is no light matter in this rainy weather, the present state of things is ruinous to property. We have got to move or be content to see our effects wasted away and utterly destroyed. Now, you will hardly believe it, but it is true nevertheless, that there isn't a single coffin in good repair among all my acquaintance. Now that is an absolute fact. I do not refer to low people who come in a pine box mounted on an express wagon, but I am talking about your high-toned, silver-mounted burial case, your monumental sort, that travel under black plumes at the head of a procession and have choice of cemetery lots. I mean folks like the Jarvies and the Bledsoes and the Burlings and such. They're all about ruined. The most substantial people in our set they were, and now look at them, utterly used up and poverty-stricken. One of the Bledsoes actually traded his monument to a late barkeeper for some fresh shavings to put under his head. I tell you it speaks volumes, for there is nothing a corpse takes so much pride in as his monument. He loves to read the inscription. He comes after a while to believe what it says himself, and then you may see him sitting on the fence night after night enjoying it. Epitaphs are cheap, and they do a poor chap a world of good after he is dead, especially if he has had hard luck while he was alive. I wish they were used more. Now, I don't complain, but confidentially, I do think it was a little shabby of my descendants to give me nothing but this old slab of a gravestone, and all the more that there isn't a compliment on it. It used to have, "Gone to his just reward," on it, and I was proud when I first saw it. But by and by I noticed that whenever an old friend of mine came along, he would hook his chin on the railing and pull a long face and read along down till he came to that, and then he would chuckle to himself and walk off, looking satisfied and comfortable. So I scratched it off and got rid of those fools. But a dead man always takes a deal of pride in his monument. Yonder goes half a dozen of the Jarvies now, with the family monument along, and Smithers and some hired specters went by with his a while ago. Hello, Higgins. Goodbye, old friend. That's Meredith Higgins. Died in '44. Belongs to our set in the cemetery. Fine old family. Great-grandmother was an Injun. I'm on the most familiar terms with him. He didn't hear me, and that was the reason why he didn't answer me, and I'm sorry, too, because I would have liked to introduce you. You would admire him. He was the most disjointed, swayed-back, and generally distorted old skeleton you ever saw, but he's full of fun. When he laughs, it sounds like rasping 2 stones together, and he always starts it off with a cheery screech like raking a nail across a window pane. Hey, Jones! That's old Columbus Jones. Shroud cost $400, and tarred trousseau, including monument, $2,700. This was in the spring of '26. It was enormous style for those days. Dead people came all the way from the Alleghenies to see his things. The party that occupies the grave next to mine remembers it well. Now do you see that individual going along with a piece of headboard under his arm, one leg bone below his knee gone, and not a thing in the world on? That is Barstow Dalhousie, and next to Columbus Jones he was the most sumptuously outfitted person that ever entered our cemetery. We are all leaving. We cannot tolerate the treatment we are receiving at the hands of our descendants. They open new cemeteries, but they leave us to our ignominy. They mend the streets, but they never mend anything that is about us or belongs to us. Look at that coffin of mine. Yet I tell you in its day it was a piece of furniture that would have attracted attention in any drawing room in this city. You may have it if you want it. I can't afford to repair it. Put a new bottom in her and part of a new top, and a bit of fresh lining along the left side, and you'll find her about as comfortable as any receptacle of her species you ever tried. No thanks. No, don't mention it. You have been civil to me, and I would give you all the property I've got before I would seem ungrateful. Now this winding sheet is kind of a sweet thing in its way if you would like to. No? Well, just as you say, but I wish to be fair and liberal. There's nothing mean about me. Goodbye, friend. I must be going. I may have a good way to go tonight. Don't know. I only know one thing for certain, and that is that I am on the emigrant trail now, and I'll never sleep in that crazy old cemetery again. I will travel till I find respectable quarters, if I have to hoof it to New Jersey. All the boys are going. It was decided at a public conclave last night to emigrate, and by the time the sun rises there won't be a bone left in our old habitations. Such cemeteries may suit my surviving friends, but they do not suit the remains that have the honor to make these remarks. My opinion is the general opinion. If you doubt it, Go see how the departing ghosts upset before they started. They were almost riotous in their demonstrations of distaste. Hello, here come some of the Bledsoes, and if you'll give me a lift with this tombstone, I guess I will join company and jog along with them. Mighty respectable family, the Bledsoes, and used to always come out in 6-horse hearses and all that sort of thing 50 years ago when I walked these streets in daylight. Goodbye, friend. And with his gravestone on his shoulder, he joined the grisly procession, dragging his damaged coffin after him, for notwithstanding he pressed it upon me so earnestly, I utterly refused his hospitality. I suppose that for as much as 2 hours these sad outcasts went clacking by, laden with their dismal effects, and all the time I sat pitying them. 1 or 2 of the youngest and least dilapidated among them inquired about midnight trains on the railways, but the rest seemed unacquainted with that mode of travel, and merely asked about common public roads to various towns and cities, some of which are not on the map now, and vanished from it and from the earth as much as 30 years ago. And some few of them never had existed anywhere but on maps, and private ones in real estate agencies at that. And they asked about the condition of the cemeteries in these towns and cities, and about the reputation the citizens bore as to reverence for the dead. This whole matter interested me deeply, and likewise compelled my sympathy for these homeless ones. And it all seeming real, and I not knowing it was a dream, I mentioned to one shrouded wanderer an idea that had entered my head to publish an account of this curious and very sorrowful exodus, but said also that I could not describe it truthfully, and just as it occurred, without seeming to trifle with a grave subject and exhibit an irreverence for the dead that would shock and distress their surviving friends. But this bland and stately remnant of a former citizen leaned him far over my gate and whispered in my ear and said, "Do not let that disturb you. The community that can stand such graveyards as those we are emigrating from can stand anything a body can say about the neglected and forsaken dead that lie in them." At that very moment a cock crowed, and the weird procession vanished and left not a shred or a bone behind. I awoke and found myself lying with my head out of the bed and sagging downward considerably. A position favorable to dreaming dreams with morals in them, maybe, but not poetry. Note: the reader is assured that if the cemeteries in his town are kept in good order, this dream is not leveled at his town at all, but is leveled particularly and venomously at the next town. End of A Curious Dream by Mark Twain.
Ixion in Heaven by Benjamin Disraeli. Read by Amy Graymore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 1. An Errant King. The thunder groaned, the wind howled, and the rain fell in hissing torrents. Impenetrable darkness covered the earth. A blue and forky flash darted a momentary light over the landscape. A Doric temple rose in the centre of a small and verdant plain, surrounded on all sides by green and hanging woods. Jove is my only friend, exclaimed a wanderer, as he muffled himself up in his mantle, and were it not for the porch of his temple, this night, methinks, would complete the work of my loving wife and my dutiful subjects. The thunder died away, the wind sank into silence, the rain ceased, and the parting clouds exhibited the glittering crescent of the young moon. A sonorous and majestic voice sounded from the skies. Who art thou that hast no other friend than Jove? One whom all mankind unite in calling a wretch. Art thou a philosopher? If philosophy be endurance. But for the rest, I was sometime a king, and am now a scatterling. How do they call thee? Ixion of Thessaly. Ixion of Thessaly! I thought he was a happy man. I heard that he was just married. Father of gods and men, for I deem thee such. Thessaly is not Olympus. Conjugal felicity is only the portion of the immortals. Hem! What? Was Dia jealous, which is common, or false, which is commoner, or both, which is commonest? It may be neither. We quarrelled about nothing. Where there is little sympathy, or too much, the splitting of a straw is plot enough for a domestic charity. I was careless, her friends stigmatized me as callous; she cold, her friends styled her magnanimous. Public opinion was all on her side, merely because I did not choose that the world should interfere between me and my wife. Dia took the world's advice upon every point, and the world decided that she always acted rightly. However, life is life, either in a palace or a cave. I am glad you ordered it to leave off thundering. A cool dog is this, and Dia left thee? No, I left her. What, Craven? Well, not exactly. The truth is, 'tis a long story. I was over head and ears in debt. Ah, that accounts for everything. Nothing so harassing as a want of money. But what lucky fellows you mortals are with your post obits! We immortals are deprived of this resource. I was obliged to get up a rebellion against my father, because he kept me so short, and couldn't die. You could have married for money. I did. I had no opportunity. There was so little female society in those days. When I came out, there were no heiresses except the parquet, confirmed old maids, and no very rich dowager except my grandmother, old Terra. Just the thing, the older the better. However, I married Dia, the daughter of Dionysus, with a prodigious portion. But after the ceremony, the old gentleman would not fulfil his part of the contract without my giving up my stud. Can you conceive anything more unreasonable? I smothered my resentment at the time, for the truth is, my tradesmen all renewed my credit on the strength of the match, and so we went on for very well a year. But at last they began to smell a rat, and grew importunate. I entreated Dia to interfere, but she was a paragon of daughters, and always took the side of her father. If she had only been dutiful to her husband, she would have been a perfect wife. At last I invited Dionysus to the Larissa races, with the intention of conciliating him. The unprincipled old man bought the horse that I had backed, and by which I intended to have redeemed my fortunes, and he withdrew it. My book was ruined. I dissembled my rage. I dug a pit in our garden, and filled it with burning coals. As my father in law and myself were taking a stroll after dinner, the worthy Dionysus fell in merely by accident. Dia proclaimed me the murderer of her father, and as a satisfaction to her wounded feelings, earnestly requested her subjects to decapitate her husband. She certainly was the best of daughters. There was no withstanding public opinion, an infuriated rabble, and a magnanimous wife at the same time. They surrounded my palace. I cut my way through the greasy capped multitude, sword in hand, and gained a neighbouring court, where I solicited my brother princes to purify me from the supposed murder. If I had only murdered a subject, they would have supported me against the people; but Dionysus being a crowned head like themselves, they declared they would not countenance so immoral a being as his son in law; and so at length, after much wandering, and shunned by all my species, I am here, Jove, in much higher society than I ever expected to mingle. Well, thou art a frank dog, and in a sufficiently severe scrape. The Gods must have pity on those for whom men have none. It is evident that earth is too hot for thee at present, so I think thou hadst better come and stay a few weeks with us in heaven. Take my thanks, hecatombs, great Jove. Thou art indeed a God. I hardly know whether our life will suit you. We dine at sunset, for Apollo is so much engaged that he cannot join us sooner, and no dinner goes off well without him. In the morning you are as your own master, and must find amusement where you can. Diana will show you some tolerable sport. Do you shoot? No arrow sure. Fear not for me, Aegicus. I am always at home. But how am I to get to you? I will send Mercury. He is the best travelling companion in the world. What ho, my eagle! The clouds joined, and darkness fell again over the earth. So, tread softly. Don't be nervous. Are you sick? A little nausea. 'Tis nothing. The novelty of the motion. The best thing is a beefsteak. We will stop at Taurus and take one. You have been a great traveller, Mercury. I have seen the world. Ah, a wondrous spectacle. I long to travel. The same thing over and over again. Little novelty and much change. I am wearied with exertion, and if I could get a pension would retire. And yet travel brings wisdom. It cures us of cares. Seeing much we feel little, and learn how very petty are all those great affairs which cost us such anxiety. I feel that already myself, floating in this blue ether. What the devil is my wife to me and her dirty earth? My persecuting enemies seem so many pismires, and as for my debts, which have occasioned me so many brooding moments, honour and infamy, credit and beggary, seem to me alike ridiculous. Your mind is opening, Ixion. You will soon be a man of the world. To the left, and keep clear of that star. Who lives there? The Fates know, not I. Some low people who are trying to shine into notice. 'Tis a parvenu planet, and only sprung into space within this century. We do not visit them. Poor devils! I feel hungry. All right, we'll get into heaven by the first dinner bolt. You cannot arrive at a strange house at a better moment. We shall have just time to dress. I wouldn't spoil my appetite by luncheon. Jupiter keeps a capital cook. I've heard of nectar and ambrosia. Pooh! Nobody touches them. They are regular old fashioned celestial food, and merely put upon the side table. Nothing goes down in heaven now but infernal cookery. We took our chef from Proserpine. Were you ever in hell? Several times. 'Tis the fashion now among the Olympians to pass the winter there. Is this the season in heaven? Yes, you are lucky. Olympus is quite full. It was kind of Jupiter to invite me. Ay, he has his good points, and no doubt he has taken a liking to you, which is all very well. But be upon your guard. He has no heart, and is as capricious as he is tyrannical. Gods cannot be more unkind to me than men have been. All those who have suffered think they have seen the worst. A great mistake. However, you are now on the high road to preferment, so we will not be dull. There are some good fellows enough amongst us. You will like old Neptune. Is he there now? Yes, he generally passes his summer with us. There is little stirring in the ocean at that season. I am anxious to see Mars. Oh, a brute! More a bully than a hero. Not at all in the best set. These mustachioed gentry are by no means the rage at present in Olympus. The women are all literary now, and Minerva has quite eclipsed Venus. Apollo is our hero. You must read his last work. I hate reading. So do I. I have no time, and seldom do anything in that way but glance at a newspaper. Study and action will not combine. I suppose I shall find the Goddesses very proud. You will find them as you find women below, of different dispositions with the same object. Venus is a flirt, Minerva is a prude, who fancies she has a correct taste and a strong mind, and Juno a politician. As for the rest, faint heart never won fair lady. Take a friendly hint, and do not be alarmed. I fear nothing. My mind mounts with my fortunes. We are above the clouds. They form beneath us a vast and snowy region, dim and irregular, as I have sometimes seen them clustering upon the horizon's ridge at sunset, like a raging sea stilled by some sudden supernatural frost, and frozen into form. How bright the air above us, and how delicate its fragrant breath! I scarcely breathe, and yet my pulses beat like my first youth. I hardly feel my being. A splendour falls upon your presence. You seem indeed a God. Am I so glorious? This is heaven. The travellers landed on a vast flight of sparkling steps of lapis lazuli. Ascending, they entered beautiful gardens, winding walks that yielded to the feet, and accelerated your passage by their rebounding pressure. Fragrant shrubs, covered with dazzling flowers, the fleeting tints of which changed every moment. Groups of tall trees, with strange birds of brilliant and variegated plumage, singing and reposing in their sheeny foliage, and fountains of perfumes. Before them rose an illimitable and golden palace, with huge spreading domes of pearl, and long windows of crystals. Around the huge portal of ruby was ranged a company of winged genii, who smiled on Mercury as he passed them with his charge. The father of Gods and men is dressing, said the son of Maia. I shall attend his toilette, and inform him of your arrival. These are your rooms. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. I will call for you as I go down. You can be formally presented in the evening. At that time, inspired by liquors and his matchless band of winged instruments, you will agree with the world that Aeacus is the most finished God in existence. Now, Ixion, are you ready? Even so. What says Jove? He smiled, but said nothing. He was trying on a new robe. By this time he is seated. Hark, the thunder! Come on! They entered a cupolaed hall. Seats of ivory and gold were ranged around the circular table of cedar, inlaid with the campaigns against the Titans, and silver, exquisitely worked, a nuptial present of Vulcan. The service of gold plate threw all the ideas of the King of Thessaly as to royal magnificence into the darkest shade. The enormous plateau represented the constellations. Ixion viewed the father of Gods and men with great interest, who, however, did not notice him. He acknowledged the majesty of that countenance whose nod shook Olympus. Majestically robust and luxuriantly lusty, his tapering waist was evidently immortal, for it defied time, and his splendid auburn curls parted on his forehead with celestial precision, extended over cheeks glowing with purple radiancy of perpetual manhood. The haughty Juno was seated on his left hand, and Ceres on his right. For the rest of the company there was Neptune, Latona, Minerva, and Apollo. And when Mercury and Ixion had taken their places, one seat was still vacant. 'Where is Diana?' inquired Jupiter with a frown. 'My sister is hunting,' said Apollo. 'She is always too late for dinner,' said Jupiter. 'No habit is less goddess like.' 'Godlike pursuits cannot be expected to induce goddess like manners,' said Juno with a sneer. 'I have no doubt Diana will be here directly,' said Latona mildly. Jupiter seemed pacified, and at that instant the absent guest returned. 'Good sport, Di?' inquired Neptune. 'Very fair, uncle. Mamma,' continued the sister of Apollo, addressing herself to Juno, whom she ever thus styled when she wished to conciliate her, 'I've brought you a new peacock.' Juno was fond of pets, and was conciliated by the present. 'Bacchus made a great noise about his wine, Mercury,' said Jupiter, 'but I think with little cause. What do you think?' 'It pleases me, but I am fatigued, and then all wine is agreeable.' 'You have had a long journey,' replied the Thunderer. 'Ixion, I am glad to see you in heaven.' 'Your Majesty arrived to day?' inquired Minerva, to whom the King of Thessaly sat next. 'Within this hour.' 'You must leave off talking of time now,' said Minerva, with a severe smile. 'Pray, is there anything new in Greece?' 'I have not been at all in society lately.' 'No new edition of Homer? I admire him exceedingly.' 'All about Greece interests me,' said Apollo, who, although handsome, was a somewhat melancholy, lackadaisical looking personage, with his shirt collar thrown open, and his long curls theatrically arranged. 'All about Greece interests me. I always consider Greece my peculiar property. My best poems were written at Delphi. I travelled in Greece when I was young. I envy mankind.' 'Indeed!' said Ixion. 'Yes, they at least can look forward to a termination of the ennui of existence. But for us Celestials there is no prospect. Say what they like, immortality is a bore.' 'You eat nothing, Apollo,' said Ceres. 'Nor drink,' said Neptune. 'To eat, to drink, what is it but to live? And what is life but death? If death be that which all men deem it, a thing insufferable, and to be shunned, I refresh myself now only with soda water and biscuits. Ganymede, bring some.' Now, although the cuisine of Olympus was considered perfect, the forlorn poet had unfortunately fixed upon the only two articles which were not comprised in its cellar or larder. In heaven there was neither soda water nor biscuits. A great confusion consequently ensued, but at length the bard, whose love of fame was only equalled by his horror of getting fat, consoled himself with a swan stuffed with truffles, and a bottle of strong Tenedos wine. 'What do you think of Homer?' inquired Minerva of Apollo. 'Is he not delightful?' 'If you think so.' 'Nay, I am desirous of your opinion.' 'Then you should not have given me yours, for your taste is too fine for me to dare to differ with. I have suspected for some time that you are rather a heretic.' 'Why, the truth is,' replied Apollo, playing with his rings, 'I do not think much of Homer. Homer was not esteemed in his own age, and our contemporaries are generally our best judges. The fact is, there are very few people who are qualified to decide upon matters of taste. A certain set, for certain reasons, resolve to cry up a certain writer, and the great mass soon join in. All is cant, and the present admiration of Homer is not less so. They say I have borrowed a great deal from him. The truth is, I have never read Homer since I was a child, and I thought of him then what I think of him now, a writer of some wild irregular power, totally deficient in taste. Depend upon it, our contemporaries are our best judges, and his contemporaries decided that Homer was nothing. A great poet cannot be kept down. Look at my case. Marsyas said of my first volume that it was pretty good poetry for a God. In answer I wrote a satire, and flayed Marsyas alive. But what is poetry? And what is criticism? And what is life? Air? And what is air? Do you know? I don't. All is mystery and all is gloom, and ever and anon from out the clouds a star breaks forth and glitters, and that star is poetry.' 'Splendid!' exclaimed Minerva. 'I do not exactly understand you,' said Neptune. 'Have you heard from Proserpine lately?' inquired Jupiter of Ceres. 'Yesterday,' said the domestic mother. 'They talk of soon joining us, but Pluto is at present so busy, owing to the amazing quantity of wars going on right now, that I am almost afraid he will scarcely be able to accompany her.' Juno exchanged a telegraphic nod with Ceres. The Goddesses rose and retired. 'Come, old boy,' said Jupiter to Ixion, instantly throwing off all his chivalric majesty, 'I drink your welcome in a magnum of maraschino. Damn your poetry, Apollo and Mercury. Give us one of your good stories.' 'Well, what do you think of him?' asked Juno. 'He appears to have a fine mind,' said Minerva. 'Pooh! He has very fine eyes,' said Juno. 'He seems a very nice, quiet young gentleman,' said Ceres. 'I have no doubt he is very amiable,' said Latona. 'He must have felt very strange,' said Diana. Hercules arrived with his bride Hebe. Soon after the Graces dropped in, the most delightful personages in the world, for a soiree, so useful and ready for anything. Afterwards came a few of the Muses, Thalia, Melpomene, and Terpsichore, famous for a charade or a proverb. Jupiter liked to be amused in the evening. Bacchus also came, but finding that the Gods had not yet left their wine, retired to pay them a visit. Ganymede announced coffee in the saloon of Juno. Jupiter was in superb good humour. He was amused by his mortal guest. He had condescended to tell one of his best stories in his best style, about Leda, not too scandalous, but gay. 'Those were bright days,' said Neptune. 'We can remember,' said the Thunderer, with a twinkling eye. 'These youths have fallen upon duller times. There are no fine women now. Ixion, I drink to the health of your wife.' 'With all my heart, and may we never be nearer than we are at present.' 'Good, I' faith, Apollo. Your arm. Now for the ladies. La 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 la.' The Thunderer entered the saloon of Juno with that bow which no God could rival. All rose, and the King of Heaven seated himself between Ceres and Latona. The melancholy Apollo stood apart, and was soon carried off by Minerva to an assembly at the house of Mnemosyne. Mercury chatted with the Graces, and Bacchus with Diana. The three Muses favoured the company with singing, and the Queen of Heaven approached Ixion. 'Does your Majesty dance?' she haughtily inquired. 'On earth I have a few accomplishments even there, and none in Heaven.' 'You have led a strange life. I have heard of your adventures. A king who has lost his crown may generally gain at least experience. Your courage is firm. I have felt too much to care for much. Yesterday I was a vagabond, exposed to every pitiless storm, and now I am the guest of Jove. While there is life there is hope, and he who laughs at destiny will gain fortune. I would go through the past again to enjoy the present, and feel that, after all, I am my wife's debtor, since through her conduct I can gaze upon you. No great spectacle, if that be all. I wish you better fortune. I desire no greater. You are moderate. I am perhaps more unreasonable than you imagine.' 'Indeed!' Their eyes met. The dark orbs of the Thessalian did not quail before the flashing vision of the Goddess. Juno grew pale. Juno turned away. Ixion in Heaven, Part II. Others say it was only a cloud, a mortal among the Gods. Mercury and Ganymede were each lolling on opposite couch in the antechamber of Olympus. 'It is wonderful,' said the son of Maia, yawning. 'It is incredible,' rejoined the cupbearer of Jove, stretching his legs. 'A miserable mortal!' exclaimed the God, elevating his eyebrows. 'A vile Thessalian,' said the beautiful Phrygian, shrugging his shoulders. 'Not 3 days back an outcast among his own wretched species, and now commanding everybody in Heaven. He shall not command me, though,' said Mercury. 'Will he not?' replied Ganymede. 'Why, what do you think? Only last night. Hark! Here he comes.' The companions jumped up from their couches. A light laugh was heard. The cedar portal was flung open, and Ixion lounged in, habited in a loose morning robe, and kicking before him one of his slippers. 'Ah!' exclaimed the King of Thessaly, 'the very fellows I wanted to see. Ganymede, bring me some nectar, and Mercury, run and tell Jove that I shall not dine at home to day. The messenger and the page exchanged looks of indignant consternation. 'Well, what are you waiting for?' continued Ixion, looking round from the mirror in which he was arranging his locks. The messenger and the page disappeared. 'So this is heaven!' exclaimed the husband of Dia, flinging himself upon one of the couches. 'And a very pleasant place too. These worthy immortals required their minds to be opened, and I trust I have effectually performed the necessary operation. They wanted to keep me down with their dull, old fashioned, celestial airs, but I fancy I have given them change for their talent. To make your way in heaven you must command. These exclusives sink under the audacious invention of an aspiring mind. Jove himself is really a fine old fellow, with some notions too. I am a prime favourite, and no one is greater authority with the Geacus on all subjects, from the character of the fair sex or the pedigree of a courser, down to the cut of a robe or the flavour of a dish. Thanks, Ganymede,' continued the Thessalian, as he took the goblet from his returning attendant. 'I drink to your bon fortune. Splendid! This nectar makes me feel quite immortal. By the bye, I hear sweet sounds. Who is in the hall of music?' 'The Goddesses, royal sir, practise a new air of Euterpe, the words of Apollo. 'Tis pretty, and will doubtless be very popular, for it is all about moonlight and the misery of existence. I warrant it.' 'You have a taste for poetry yourself?' inquired Ganymede. 'Not the least,' replied Ixion. 'Apollo,' continued the heavenly page, 'is a great genius, though Marsyas said he would never be a poet because he was a God, and had no heart. But do you think, sir, that a poet does indeed need a heart?' 'I cannot really say. I know my wife always said I had a bad heart, and worse head, but what she meant, upon my honour, I never could understand. Minerva will ask you to write in her album.' 'Will she indeed? I am sorry to hear it, for I can scarcely scrawl my signature. I should think that Jove himself cared little for all this nonsense. Jove loves an epigram. He does not esteem Apollo's works at all. Jove is of the classical school, and admires satire, provided there be no allusions to Gods and kings. Of course I quite agree with him. I remember we had a confounded poet at Larissa, who proved my family lived before the deluge, and asked me for a pension. I refused him, and then he wrote an epigram asserting that I sprang from the veritable stones thrown by Deucalion and Pyrrha at the repeopling of the earth, and retained all the properties of my ancestors. Ha, ha, hark! There's a thunderbolt. I must run to Jove, and I will look in on the musicians. This way, I think. Up the ruby staircase, turn to your right, down the amethyst gallery. Farewell. Good-bye, a lively lad that.' The King of Thessaly entered the hall of music, with its golden walls and crystal dome. The Queen of Heaven was reclining in an easy chair, cutting out peacocks in small sheets of note paper. Minerva was making a pencil observation on a manuscript copy of the song. Apollo listened with deference to her laudatory criticisms. Another divine dame, standing by the side of Euterpe, who was seated by the harp, looked up as Ixion entered. The wild liquid glance of her soft but radiant countenance denoted the famed Goddess of Beauty. Juno just acknowledged the entrance of Ixion by a slight and haughty inclination of the head, and then resumed her employment. Minerva asked his opinion of her amendment, of which he greatly approved. Apollo greeted him with a melancholy smile, and congratulated him on being mortal. Venus complimented him on his visit to Olympus, and expressed the pleasure that she experienced in making his acquaintance. 'What do you think of heaven?' inquired Venus in a soft, still voice, and with a smile like summer's lightning. 'I never found it so enchanting as at this moment,' replied Ixion. 'A little dull. For myself, I pass my time chiefly at Cnidus. You must come and visit me there. 'Tis the most charming place in the world. 'Tis said, you know, that our opinions are like other people's roses. We will take care of you if your wife come. No fear of that. She always remains at home, and piques herself on her domestic virtues, which means pickling and quarrelling with her husband. Ah, I see you are a droll. Very good indeed. Well, for my part, I like a watering place existence. Cnidus and Paphos, Cythera. You will usually find me at one of these places. I like the easy distraction of a career without any visible result. At these fascinating spots, your gloomy race, to whom, by the bye, I am exceedingly partial, appeared emaciated from the wearing fetters of their regular, dull, orderly, methodical, moral, political, toiling existence. I pride myself upon being the Goddess of watering places. You really must pay me a visit at Cnidus. Such an invitation requires no repetition. And Cnidus is your favourite spot?' 'Why, it was so, but of late it has become so inundated with invalid Asiatics and valetudinarian Persians that the simultaneous influx of the handsome heroes who swarm in from the islands to look after their daughters scarcely compensates for the annoying presence of their yellow faces and shaking limbs. No, I think on the whole Paphos is my favourite. I have heard of its magnificent luxury. Oh, 'tis lovely, quite my idea of country life. Not a single tree. When Cyprus is very hot, you run to Paphos for a sea breeze, and are sure to meet every one whose presence is in the least desirable. All the bores remain behind, as if by instinct. I remember when we married, we talked of passing the honeymoon at Cythera, but Dia would have her waiting maid and a bandbox stuffed between us in the chariot, so I got sulky after the first stage and returned by myself. You were quite right. I hate bandboxes. They are always in the way. You would have liked Cythera if you had been in the least in love. High rocks and green knolls, bowery woods, winding walks, and delicious sunsets. I haven't been there much of late,' continued the Goddess, looking somewhat sad and serious, since but I will not talk sentiment to Ixion. Do you think then I'm insensible? Yes, perhaps you are right. We mortals grow callous. So I have heard. How very odd. So saying, the Goddess glided away, and saluted Mars, who at that moment entered the hall. Ixion was presented to the military hero, who looked fierce, and bowed stiffly. The King of Thessaly turned upon his heel. Minerva opened her album, and invited him to inscribe a stanza. 'Goddess of wisdom,' replied the King, 'unless you inspire me, the virgin page must remain pure as thyself. I can scarcely sign a decree.' It is Ixion of Thessaly who says this, one who has seen so much, and, if I am not mistaken, has felt and thought so much. I can easily conceive why such a mind may desire to veil its movements from the common herd. But pray concede to Minerva the gratifying compliment of assuring her that she is the exception for whom the rule has been established. I seem to listen to the inspired music of an oracle. Give me a pen. Here is one plucked from a sacred owl. So I write there. Will it do?' Minerva read the inscription. 'I have seen the world, and more than the world. I have studied the heart of man, and now I consort with immortals. The fruit of my tree of knowledge is plucked, and it is this: adventures are to the adventurous. Written in the album of Minerva, by Ixion in heaven.' ''Tis brief,' said the Goddess, with a musing air, 'but full of meaning. You have a daring soul and pregnant mind.' 'I have dared much. What I may produce we haven't yet to see.' 'I must to Jove,' said Minerva, 'to counsel. We shall meet again. Farewell, Ixion.' 'Farewell, Glaucopis.' The King of Thessaly stood away from the remaining guests, and leant with folded arms and pensive brow against a wreathed column. Mars listened to Venus with an air of deep devotion. Euterpe played an inspiring accompaniment of their conversation. Queen of Heaven seemed engrossed in the creation of her paper peacocks. Ixion advanced and seated himself on a couch near Juno. His manner was divested of that reckless bearing and careless coolness by which it was in general distinguished. He was, perhaps, even a little embarrassed. His ready tongue deserted him. At length he spoke. 'Has your Majesty ever heard of the peacock of the Queen of Mesopotamia?' 'No,' replied Juno, with stately reserve; and then she added, with an air of indifferent curiosity, 'Is it in any way remarkable? Its breast is of silver, its wings of gold, its eyes of carbuncle, its claws of amethyst.' 'And its tail?' eagerly inquired Juno. 'That is a secret,' replied Ixion. 'The tail is the most wonderful part of all. Oh, tell me, pray tell me. I forget.' 'No, no, no, it is impossible,' exclaimed the animated Juno. 'Provoking mortal,' continued the Goddess, 'let me entreat you, tell me immediately. There is a reason which prevents me.' 'What can it be? How very odd! What reason can it possibly be? Now tell me as a particular, a personal favour. I request you, do tell me.' 'What? The tail or the reason? The tail is wonderful, but the reason is much more so. I can only tell one. Now choose. What provoking things these human beings are! The tail is wonderful, but the reason is much more so. Well, then, the reason. No, the tail. Stop. Now, as a particular favour, pray tell me both. What can the tail be made of, and what can the reason be? I'm literally dying of curiosity.' 'Your Majesty has cut out that peacock wrong,' replied Ixion. 'It is more like one of Minerva's owls.' 'Who cares about paper peacocks, when the Queen of Mesopotamia has got such a miracle?' exclaimed Juno, and she tore the labours of the morning to pieces, and threw away the fragments with vexation. 'Now tell me instantly, if you have the slightest regard for me, tell me instantly, what was the tail made of? And do you not wish to hear the reason?' 'That afterwards. Now I am all ears.' At this moment Ganymede entered, and whispered the Goddess, who rose in evident vexation, and retired to the presence of Jove. The King of Thessaly quitted the Hall of Music. Moody, yet not uninfluenced by a degree of wild excitement, he wandered forth into the gardens of Olympus. He came to a beautiful green retreat, surrounded by enormous cedars, so vast that it seemed they must have been coeval with the creation, so fresh and brilliant you would have deemed them wet with dew of their first spring. The turf, softer than down, and exhaling, as you pressed it, an exquisite perfume, invited him to recline himself upon this natural couch. He threw himself upon the aromatic herbage, and leaning on his arm, fell into a deep reverie. Hours flew away. The sunshiny glades that opened in the distance had softened into shade. 'Ixion, how do you do?' inquired a voice, wild, sweet, and thrilling as a bird. The King of Thessaly started, and looked up with the distracted air of a man roused from a dream, or from complacent meditation over some strange sweet secret. His cheek was flushed, his dark eyes flashed fire, his brow trembled, his dishevelled hair played in the fitful breeze. The King of Thessaly looked up, and beheld a most beautiful youth. Apparently he had attained about the age of puberty. His stature, however, was rather tall for his age, but exquisitely moulded and proportioned. Very fair, his somewhat round cheeks were tinted with a rich but delicate glow, like the stars of twilight, and lighted by dimples that twinkled like stars. His large and deep blue eyes sparkled with exultation, and an air of ill suppressed mockery quivered round his pouting lips. His light auburn hair, braided off his white forehead, clustered in massy curls on each side of his face, and fell in sunny torrents down his neck. And from the back of the beautiful youth there fluttered forth two wings, the tremulous plumage of which seemed to have been bathed in a sunset. So various, so radiant, and so novel were its shifting and wondrous tints, purple and crimson and gold, streaks of azure, dashes of orange and glossy black, now a single feather whiter than light, and sparkling like the frost, stars of emerald and carbuncle, and then the prismatic blaze of an enormous brilliant. A quiver hung at the side of the beautiful youth, and he leant upon a bow. 'O God, for God thou must be!' at length exclaimed Ixion. 'Do I behold the bright divinity of love?' 'I am indeed Cupid,' replied the youth, 'and am curious to know what Ixion is thinking about. Thought is often bolder than speech, oracular though immortal. You need not be afraid to trust me. My aid I am sure you must need. Whoever was found in a reverie on the green turf, under the shade of spreading trees, without requiring the assistance of Cupid? Come, be frank. Who is the heroine? Some love sick nymph deserted on the far earth, or worse, some treacherous mistress, whose frailty is more easily forgotten than her charms? 'Tis a miserable situation, no doubt. It cannot be your wife?' 'Assuredly not,' replied Ixion with energy. 'Another man's? No. What! An obdurate maiden?' Ixion shook his head. 'It must be a widow, then,' continued Cupid. 'Who ever heard before of such a piece of work about a widow?' 'Have pity upon me, dread Cupid!' exclaimed the King of Thessaly, rising suddenly from the ground, and falling on his knee before the God. 'Thou art the universal friend of man, and all the nations alike throw their incense on thy altars. Thy divine discrimination has not deceived thee. I am in love, desperately, madly, fatally enamoured. The object of my passion is neither my own wife nor another man's. In spite of all they have said and sworn, I am a moral member of society. She is neither a maid nor a widow. She is—' 'What? What?' exclaimed the impatient deity. 'A Goddess,' replied the King. 'Whew!' whistled Cupid. 'What! Has my mischievous mother been indulging you with an innocent flirtation?' 'Yes, but it produced no effect upon me.' 'You have a stout heart, then. Perhaps you have been reading poetry with Minerva, and are caught in one of her Platonic man traps. She set one, but I broke away.' 'You have a stout leg, then. But where are you? Where are you? Is it Hebe? It can hardly be Diana, she's so cold. Is it a Muse, or is it one of the Graces?' Ixion again shook his head. 'Come, my dear fellow,' said Cupid, quite in a confidential tone. 'You've told enough to make further reserve mere affectation. Ease your heart at once, and if I can assist you, depend upon my exertions.' 'Beneficent God!' exclaimed Ixion. 'If I ever return to Larissa, the brightest temple in Greece shall hail thee for its inspiring deity. I address thee with all the confiding frankness of a devoted votary. Know then the heroine of my reverie was no less personage than the Queen of Heaven herself.' 'Juno, by all that is sacred!' shouted Cupid. 'I am here,' responded the voice of majestic melody. The stately form of the Queen of Heaven advanced from a neighbouring bower. Ixion stood with his eyes fixed upon the ground, with a throbbing heart and burning cheeks. Juno stood motionless, pale and astounded. The God of Love burst into excessive laughter. A pretty pair! He exclaimed, fluttering between them both and laughing in their faces. Truly a pretty pair! Well, I see I am in your way. Good bye. And so saying, the God pulled a couple of arrows from his quiver, and with the rapidity of lightning shot one in the respective breasts of the Queen of Heaven and the King of Thessaly. The amethystine twilight of Olympus died away. The stars blazed with the tints of every hue. Ixion and Juno returned to the palace. She leant upon his arm. Her eyes were fixed upon the ground. They were in sight of the gorgeous pile, and yet she had not spoken. Ixion too was silent, and gazed with abstraction upon the glowing sky. Suddenly, when within 100 yards of the portal, Juno stopped, and looking up into the face of Ixion with an irresistible smile, she said: I am sure you cannot now refuse to tell me what the Queen of Mesopotamia's peacock tail was made of. It is impossible now, said Ixion. Know then, beautiful Goddess, that the tail of the Queen of Mesopotamia's peacock was made of some plumage she had stolen from the wings of Cupid. And what was the reason that prevented you from telling me before? Because, beautiful Juno, I am the most discreet of men, and respect the secret of a lady, however trifling. I am glad to hear that, replied Juno, and they re-entered the palace. Mercury met Juno and Ixion in the gallery leading to the grand banqueting hall. I was looking for you, said the God, shaking his head. Jove is in a sublime rage. Dinner has been ready this hour. The King of Thessaly and the Queen of Heaven exchanged a glance and entered the saloon. Jove looked up with a brow of thunder, but did not condescend to send forth a single flash of anger. Jove looked up, and Jove looked down. All Olympus trembled as the Father of the Gods and men resumed his soup. The rest of the guests seemed nervous and reserved, except Cupid, who said immediately to Juno, Your Majesty has been detained? I fell asleep in a bower reading Apollo's last poem, replied Juno. I am lucky, however, in finding a companion in my negligence. Ixion, where have you been? Take a glass of nectar, Juno, said Cupid, with eyes twinkling with mischief, and perhaps Ixion will join us. This was the most solemn banquet ever celebrated in Olympus. Every one seemed out of humour or out of spirits. Jupiter spoke only in monosyllables of suppressed rage that sounded like distant thunder. Apollo whispered to Minerva. Mercury never opened his lips, but occasionally exchanged significant glances with Ganymede. Mars compensated by his attentions to Venus for his want of conversation. Cupid employed himself in asking disagreeable questions. At length the Goddesses retired. Mercury exerted himself to amuse Jove, but the Thunderer scarcely deigned to smile at his best stories. Mars picked his teeth, Apollo played with his rings, Ixion was buried in a profound reverie. It was a glad relief to all when Ganymede summoned them to the presence of their late companions. I've written a comment upon your inscription, said Minerva to Ixion, and I'm anxious for your opinion of it. I am a wretched critic, said the King, breaking away from her. Juno smiled upon him in the distance. Ixion, said Venus, as he passed by, come and talk to me. The bold Thessalian blushed. He stammered out an unmeaning excuse. He quitted the astonished but good-natured Goddess, and seated himself by Juno. And as he seated himself, his moody brow seemed suddenly illumined with brilliant light. Is it so? said Venus. Said Minerva. Aha, said Cupid. Jupiter played piquet with Mercury. Everything goes wrong to-day, said the King of Heaven. Cards wretched, and kept waiting for dinner, and by a mortal. Your Majesty must not be surprised, said the good-natured Mercury, with whom Ixion was no favourite. Your Majesty must not be very much surprised at the conduct of this creature, considering what he is and where he is. I am only astonished that his head is not much more turned than it appears to be. A man, a thing made of mud, and in heaven. Only think, sire, it is not enough to inflame the brain of any child of clay. To be sure, keeping your Majesty from dinner is a little short of celestial high treason. I hardly expected that, indeed. To order me about, to treat Ganymede as his own lackey, and in short to command the whole household. All this might be expected from such a person in such a situation, but I confess I did think he had some little respect left for your Majesty. And he does order you about, eh? inquired Jove. I have the spades. Oh, 'tis quite ludicrous, responded the son of Maia. Your Majesty would not expect from me the offices that this upstart daily requires. Eternal destiny! Is it possible? That is my trick, and Ganymede too.' 'But quite shocking, I assure you, sire,' said the beautiful cupbearer, leaning over the chair of Jove with all the easy insolence of a privileged favourite. 'Really, sire, if Ixion is to go on in the way he does, either he or I must quit.' 'Is it possible?' exclaimed Jupiter. 'But I can believe anything of a man who keeps me waiting for dinner. 2 and 3 make 5. 'It is Juno that encourages him so,' said Ganymede. 'Does she encourage him?' inquired Jove. 'Everybody notices it,' protested Ganymede. 'It is indeed a little notice,' observed Mercury. 'What business has such a fellow to speak to Juno?' exclaimed Jove. 'A mere mortal, a mere miserable mortal. You have the point. How I have been deceived in this fellow! Who ever could have supposed that, after all my generosity to him, he would ever have kept me waiting for dinner?' 'He was walking with Juno,' said Ganymede. 'It was all a sham about their having met by accident. Cupid saw them.' 'Ha!' said Jupiter, turning pale. 'You don't say so! Repiqued as I am a God. That is mine. Where is the Queen?' 'Talking to Ixion, sire,' said Mercury. 'Oh, I beg your pardon, sire. I did not know you meant the Queen of Diamonds. Never mind, I am repiqued, and I have been kept waiting for dinner. Accursed be this day! Is Ixion really talking to Juno? We will not endure this.' 'Where is Juno?' demanded Jupiter. 'I'm sure I can't say,' said Venus with a smile. 'I'm sure I don't know,' said Minerva with a sneer. 'Where's Ixion?' said Cupid, laughing outright. 'Mercury, Ganymede, find the Queen of Heaven instantly,' thundered the father of Gods and men. The celestial messenger and the heavenly page flew away out of different doors. There was a terrible and immortal silence. Sublime rage lowered on the brow of Jove like a storm upon the mountain top. Minerva seated herself at the card table, and played at patience. Venus and Cupid tittered in the background. Shortly returned the envoys, Mercury looking solemn, Ganymede malignant. 'Well?' inquired Jove, and all Olympus trembled at the monosyllable. Mercury shook his head. 'Her Majesty has been walking on the terrace with the King of Thessaly,' replied Ganymede. 'Where is she now, sir?' demanded Jupiter. Mercury shrugged his shoulders. 'Her Majesty is resting herself in the pavilion of Cupid with the King of Thessaly,' replied Ganymede. 'Confusion!' exclaimed the father of Gods and men, and he rose and seized a candle from the table, scattering the cards in all the directions. Every one present, Minerva and Venus, and Mars and Apollo, and Mercury and Ganymede, and the Muses and the Graces, and all the winged genii, each seized a candle, riffling the chandeliers, and each followed Jove. 'This way,' said Mercury. 'This way,' said Ganymede. 'This way,' echoed the celestial crowd. 'Mischief!' cried Cupid. 'I must save my victims.' They were all upon the terrace. Father of the Gods and men, though both in a passion and a hurry, moved with dignity. It was, as customary in heaven, a clear and starry night. But this eve Diana was indisposed or otherwise engaged, and there was no moonlight. They were in sight of the pavilion. 'What are you?' inquired Cupid of one of the genii, who accidentally extinguished his candle. 'I am a cloud,' answered the winged genius. 'A cloud! Just the thing. Now do me a shrewd turn, and Cupid is ever your debtor. Fly, fly, pretty cloud, and encompass yon pavilion with your form. Away, ask no questions, swift as my word.' 'I declare there's a fog,' said Venus. 'An evening mist in heaven,' said Minerva. 'Where is Nox?' said Jove. 'Everything goes wrong. Who ever heard of a mist in heaven?' 'My candle is out,' said Apollo. 'And mine too,' said Mars. 'And mine, and mine, and mine,' said Mercury and Ganymede, and the Muses and the Graces. 'All the candles are out,' said Cupid. 'A regular fog. I can't even see the pavilion. It must be hereabouts though,' said the God to himself. So, I should be at home in my own pavilion, and am tolerably accustomed to stealing about in the dark. There is a step, and here, surely, is the lock. The door opens, but the cloud enters before me. 'Juno, Juno,' whispered the God of Love, 'we are all here. Be contented to escape, like many other innocent dames, with your reputation. Only under a cloud. It will soon disperse, and lo, the heaven is clearing.' 'It must have been the heat of our flambeaux,' said Venus, 'for see, the mist has vanished. Here's the pavilion.' Ganymede ran forward and dashed open the door. Ixion was alone. 'Seize him,' said Jove. 'Juno is not here,' said Mercury, with an air of blended congratulation and disappointment. 'Never mind,' said Jove. 'Seize him. He kept me waiting for dinner.' 'Is this your hospitality, Aeacus?' exclaimed Ixion, in a tone of bullying innocence. 'I shall defend myself.' 'Seize him, seize him!' exclaimed Jupiter. 'What! Do you all falter? Are you afraid of a mortal?' 'And a Thessalian?' added Ganymede. No one advanced. 'Send for Hercules,' said Jove. 'I will fetch him in an instant,' said Ganymede. 'I protest,' said the King of Thessaly, 'against this violation of the most sacred rites.' 'The marriage tie?' said Mercury. The dinner hour, said Jove. It is no use talking about sentiment to Ixion, said Venus. All mortals are callous. Adventures are to the adventurous, said Minerva. Here is Hercules. Seize him, said Jove. Seize that man. In vain the mortal struggled with the irresistible demigod. Shall I fetch your thunderbolt, Jove? inquired Ganymede. Anything short of eternal punishment is unworthy of a God, answered Jupiter with great dignity. Apollo, bring me a wheel of your chariot. What shall I do to-morrow morning? inquired the God of Light. Order an eclipse, replied Jove. Bind the insolent wretch to the wheel, hurl him to Hades. Its motion shall be perpetual. What am I to bind him with? inquired Hercules. The girdle of Venus, replied the Thunderer. What is all this? inquired Juno, advancing pale and agitated. Come along, you shall see, answered Jupiter. Follow me, follow me. They all followed the leader, all the gods, all the genii. In the midst, the brawny husband of Hebe bearing Ixion aloft, bound to the fatal wheel. They reached the terrace. They descended the sparkling steps of lapis lazuli. Hercules held his burthen on high, ready at a nod to plunge the hapless but presumptuous mortal through space into Hades. The heavenly group surrounded him, and peeped over the starry abyss. It was a fine moral, and demonstrated the usual infelicity that attends unequal connection. Celestial despot, said Ixion. In a moment all sounds were hushed as they listened to the last words of the unrivalled victim. Juno, in despair, leant upon the respective arms of Venus and Minerva. Celestial despot, said Ixion, I defy the immortal ingenuity of thy cruelty. My memory must be as eternal as thy torture. That will support me. End of Ixion in Heaven by Benjamin Disraeli.
The Lottery Ticket by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. Translated by Constance Gardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lottery Ticket by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. Ivan Dmitritch, a middle-class man who lived with his family on an income of 1,200 a year and was very well satisfied with his lot, sat down on the sofa after supper and began reading the newspaper. "I forgot to look at the newspaper to-day," his wife said to him as she cleared the table. "Look and see whether the list of drawings is there." "Yes, it is," said Ivan Dmitritch. "But hasn't your ticket lapsed?" "No, I took the interest on Tuesday." "What is the number?" "Series 9499, number 26." "All right, we will look. 9499 and 26." Ivan Dmitritch had no faith in lottery luck, and would not, as a rule, have consented to look at the lists of winning numbers. But now, as he had nothing else to do, and as the newspaper was before his eyes, he passed his finger downwards along the column of numbers, and immediately, as though in mockery of his scepticism, no further than the second line from the top, his eye was caught by the figure 9499. Unable to believe his eyes, he hurriedly dropped the paper on his knees without looking to see the number of the ticket, and, just as though someone had given him a douche of cold water, he felt an agreeable chill in the pit of the stomach, tingling and terrible and sweet. "Masha, 9499 is there," he said in a hollow voice. His wife looked at his astonished and panic-stricken face, and realized that he was not joking. 9499? she asked, turning pale and dropping the folded tablecloth on the table. Yes, yes, it really is there." "And the number of the ticket?" "Oh, yes, there's the number of the ticket too. But stay, wait, no, I say, anyway, the number of our series is there. Anyway, you understand." Looking at his wife, Ivan Dmitritch gave a broad, senseless smile, like a baby when a bright object is shown it. His wife smiled too. It was as pleasant to her as to him that he only mentioned the series, and did not try to find out the number of the winning ticket. To torment and tantalize oneself with hopes of possible fortune is so sweet, so thrilling. "It is our series," said Ivan Dmitritch, after a long silence. "So there is a probability that we have won. It's only a probability, but there it is. Well, now look." "Wait a little. We have plenty of time to be disappointed. It's on the second line from the top. So the prize is 75,000. That's not money, but power, capital. And in a minute I shall look at the list, and there, 26, eh? I say, what if we really have won?" The husband and wife began laughing and staring at one another in silence. The possibility of winning bewildered them. They could not have said, could not have dreamed what they both needed that 75,000 for, what they would buy, where they would go. They thought only of the figures 9499 and 75,000, and pictured them in their imagination, while somehow they could not think of the happiness itself which was so possible. Ivan Dmitritch, holding the paper in his hand, walked several times from corner to corner, and only when he had recovered from the first impression began dreaming a little. "And if we have won," he said, "why, it will be a new life, it will be a transformation. The ticket is yours, but if it were mine, I should first of all, of course, spend 25,000 on real property, in the shape of an estate, 10,000 on immediate expenses, new furnishings, travelling, paying debts, and so on. The other 40,000 I would put in the bank and get interest on it." "Yes, an estate, that would be nice," said his wife, sitting down and dropping her hands in her lap. "Somewhere in the Tula or Oryol provinces. In the first place, we shouldn't need a summer villa, and besides, it would always bring in an income." And pictures came crowding on his imagination, each more gracious and poetical than the last. And in all these pictures he saw himself well fed, serene, healthy, felt warm, even hot. Here, after eating a summer soup, cold as ice, he lay on his back on the burning sand close to a stream, or in the garden under a lime tree. Ah, it is hot. His little boy and girl are crawling about near him, digging in the sand or catching ladybirds in the grass. He dozes sweetly, thinking of nothing, and feeling all over that he need not go to the office today, tomorrow, or the day after. Or, tired of lying still, he goes to the hay-field, or to the forest for mushrooms, or watches the peasants catching fish with a net. When the sun sets, he takes a towel and soap and saunters to the bathing shed, where he undresses at his leisure, slowly rubs his bare chest with his hands, and goes into the water. And in the water, near the opaque soapy circles, little fish flit to and fro, and green water weeds nod their heads. After bathing there is tea with cream and milk rolls. In the evening a walk or vint with the neighbours. "Yes, it would be nice to buy an estate," said his wife, also dreaming, and from her face it was evident that she was enchanted by her thoughts. Ivan Dmitritch pictured to himself autumn with its rains, its cold evenings, and its St. Martin's summer. At that season he would have to take longer walks about the garden and beside the river, so as to get thoroughly chilled, and then drink a big glass of vodka and eat a salted mushroom or a soused cucumber, and then drink another. The children would come running from the kitchen garden, bringing a carrot and a radish, smelling of fresh earth. And then he would lie stretched full length on the sofa, and in leisurely fashion turn over the pages of some illustrated magazine, or covering his face with it and unbuttoning his waistcoat, give himself up to slumber. The St. Martin's summer is followed by cloudy, gloomy weather. It rains day and night, the bare trees weep, the wind is damp and cold, the dogs, the horses, the fowls, all are wet, depressed, downcast. There is nowhere to walk, one can't go out for days together, one has to pace up and down the room, looking despondently at the grey window. It is dreary. Ivan Dmitritch stopped and looked at his wife. "I should go abroad, you know, Masha," he said, and he began thinking how nice it would be in late autumn to go abroad somewhere, to the south of France, to Italy, to India. "I should certainly go abroad too," his wife said. "But look at the number of the ticket." "Wait, wait." He walked about the room and went on thinking. It occurred to him, what if his wife really did go abroad? It is pleasant to travel alone, or in the society of light, careless women who live in the present, and not such as think and talk all the journey about nothing but their children, sigh and tremble with dismay over every farthing. Ivan Dmitritch imagined his wife in the train with a multitude of parcels, baskets, and bags. She would be sighing over something, complaining that the train made her head ache, that she had spent so much money. At the stations he would continually be having to run for boiling water, bread, and butter. She wouldn't have dinner because of its being too dear. "She would begrudge me every farthing," he thought with a glance at his wife. "The lottery ticket is hers, not mine. Besides, what is the use of her going abroad? What does she want there? She would shut herself up in the hotel and not let me out of her sight, I know." And for the first time in his life his mind dwelt on the fact that his wife had grown elderly and plain, and that she was saturated through and through with the smell of cooking, while he was still young, fresh, and healthy, and might well have got married again. "Of course, all that is silly nonsense," he thought. "But why should she go abroad? What would she make of it? And yet she would go, of course. I can fancy, in reality, it is all one to her whether it is Naples or Klin. She would only be in my way. I should be dependent upon her. I can fancy how, like a regular woman, she will lock the money up as soon as she gets it. She will hide it from me. She will look after her relations and grudge me every farthing." Ivan Dmitritch thought of her relations. All those wretched brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles would come crawling about as soon as they heard of the winning ticket, would begin whining like beggars, and fawning upon them with oily, hypocritical smiles. Wretched, detestable people! If they were given anything, they would ask for more, while, if they were refused, they would swear at them, slander them, and wish them every kind of misfortune. Ivan Dmitritch remembered his own relations and their faces, at which he had looked impartially in the past, struck him now as repulsive and hateful. "They are such reptiles," he thought. And his wife's face, too, struck him as repulsive and hateful. Anger surged up in his heart against her, and he thought malignantly, "She knows nothing about money, and so she is stingy. If she won it, she would give me 100 roubles and put the rest away under lock and key." And he looked at his wife, not with a smile now, but with hatred. She glanced at him too, and also with hatred and anger. She had her own daydreams, her own plans, her own reflections. She understood perfectly well what her husband's dreams were. She knew who would be the first to try and grab her winnings. "It's very nice making daydreams at other people's expense," is what her eyes expressed. "No, don't you dare." Her husband understood her look. Hatred began stirring again in his breast, and in order to annoy his wife, he glanced quickly, to spite her, at the 4th page on the newspaper, and read out triumphantly, "Series 9499, number 46, not 26." Hatred and hope both disappeared at once, and it began immediately to seem to Ivan Dmitritch and his wife that their rooms were dark and small and low-pitched, that the supper they had been eating was not doing them good, but lying heavily on their stomachs, that the evenings were long and wearisome. "What the devil's the meaning of it?" said Ivan Dmitritch, beginning to be ill-humored. "Wherever one steps there are bits of paper under one's feet, crumbs, husks. The rooms are never swept. One is simply forced to go out. Damnation take my soul entirely! I shall go and hang myself on the first aspen tree." The End of the Lottery Ticket by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or for how you can participate, please visit LibriVox.org. Sweet Ermengarde by H.P. Lovecraft. Published 1917. Read by Seth Woodworth. Audio production, A.J. Mazer. Sweet Ermengarde, or The Heart of a Country Girl, by Percy Simple. Chapter 1. A Simple Rustic Maid. Ermengarde Stubbs was the beauteous blonde daughter of Hiram Stubbs, a poor but honest farmer bootlegger of Hogden, Vermont. Her name was originally Ethel Ermengarde, but her father persuaded her to drop the prenomen after the passage of the 18th Amendment, averring that it made him thirsty by reminding him of ethyl alcohol, C2H5OH. His own products contained mostly methyl or wood alcohol, CH3OH. Ermengarde confessed to 16 summers, and branded as mendacious all reports to the effect that she was 30. She had large black eyes, a prominent Roman nose, light hair which was never dark at the roots, except when the local drugstore was short on supplies, and a beautiful but inexpensive complexion. She was about 5 foot 3.33 inches tall, weighed 115.47 pounds on her father's copy scales, also off them, and was adjudged most lovely by all the village swains who admired her father's farm and liked his liquid crops. Ermengarde's hand was sought in matrimony by two ardent lovers. Squire Hardman, who had a mortgage on his old home, was very rich and elderly. He was dark and cruelly handsome, and always rode horseback and carried a riding crop. Long had he sought the radiant Ermengarde, and now his ardor was fanned to a fever heat by a secret known to him alone, for upon the humble acres of Farmer Stubbs he had discovered a vein of rich gold. "Aha," said he, "I will win the maiden ere her parent knows of his unexpected wealth, and join to my fortune a greater fortune still." And so he began to call twice a week instead of once as before. But alas for the sinister designs of a villain! Squire Hardman was not the only suitor for the fair one. Close by the village dwelt another, the handsome Jack Manley, whose curly yellow hair had won the sweet Ermengarde's affection when both were toddling youngsters at the village school. Jack had long been too bashful to declare his passion, but one day while strolling along a shady lane by the old mill with Ermengarde, he found the courage to utter what was within his heart. "O light of my life," said he, "my soul is so overburdened that I must speak. Ermengarde, my ideal," he pronounced it, ideal. "Life has become an empty thing without you. Beloved of my spirit, behold a supplicant kneeling in the dust before thee. Ermengarde, O Ermengarde, raise me to a heaven of joy and say that you will some day be mine. It is true that I am poor, but have I not youth and strength to fight my way to fame? This can I only do for you, dear Ermengarde, my only, my most precious." But here he paused to wipe his eyes and mop his brow, and the fair responded, "Jack, my angel, at last. I mean, this is so unexpected and quite unprecedented. I had never dreamed that you entertained sentiments of affection in connection with one so lowly as Farmer Stubbs' child, for I am still but a child. Such is your natural nobility that I feared, thought, that you would be blind to such slight charms as I possess, that you would seek your fortune in the great city, where meeting and wedding one of those most comely damsels whose splendor we observe in fashion books. But Jack, since it is really I who you adore, let us waive all needless circumlocution. Jack, my darling, my heart has long been susceptible to your manly graces. I cherish an affection for thee. Consider me thy own, and be sure to buy the ring at Perkins' hardware store, where they have the nice imitation diamonds in the window. Ermengarde, my love, Jack, my precious, my darling, my own, my God." Curtain. Chapter 2. And the villain still pursued her. But these tender passages, sacred though their fervor, did not pass unobserved by profane eyes, for crouched in the bushes and gritting his teeth was this dastardly Squire Hardman. When the lovers had finally strolled away, he leapt out into the lane, viciously twirling his mustache and riding crop, and kicking an unquestionably innocent cat who was also out strolling. "Curses!" he cried. "Hardman, not the cat. I am foiled in my plot to get the farm and the girl. But Jack Manley shall never succeed. I am a man of power, and we shall see. Thereupon he repaired to the humble Stubbs' cottage, where he found the fond father in the still cellar washing bottles under the supervision of the gentle wife and mother, Hannah Stubbs. Coming directly to the point, the villain spoke. Farmer Stubbs, I cherish a tender affection of long standing for your lovely offspring, Ethel Ermengarde. I am consumed with love, and wish her hand in matrimony. Always a man of few words, I shall not descend to euphemism. Give me the girl, I will foreclose the mortgage and take the old home. But, sir, pleaded the distracted Stubbs, while his stricken spouse merely glowered, I am sure the child's affections are elsewhere placed. She must be mine, sternly snapped the sinister squire. I will make her love me. None shall resist my will. Either she must become my wife, or the old homestead goes. And with a sneer and flick of his riding crop, Squire Hardman strode out into the night. Scarce had he departed, when there entered by the back door the radiant lovers, eager to tell the senior Stubbses of their new-found happiness. Imagine the universal consternation which reigned when all was known. Tears flowed like white ale, till suddenly Jack remembers that he was the hero and raised his head, declaiming in appropriately virile accents, Never shall the fair Ermengarde be offered up to this beast as a sacrifice while I live. I shall protect her. She is mine, 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 and then some. Fear not, dear father and mother-to-be, I will defend you all. You shall have the old farm still. Adverb, not noun, although Jack was by no means out of sympathy for Stubbs' kind of farm produce. And I shall lead to the altar the beauteous Ermengarde, loveliest of her sex, to perdition with the cruel squire and his ill-gotten gold. The right shall always win, and the hero is always in the right. I will go to the great city, and there make a fortune to save you all ere the mortgage fall due. Farewell, my love. I leave you now in tears, but I shall return to pay off the mortgage and claim you as my bride. Jack, my protector! Ermy, my sweet roll! Dearest! Darling! Don't forget the ring at Perkins. Oh. Ah. Curtain. Chapter 3. A Dastardly Act. But the resourceful Squire Hardman was not so easily to be foiled. Close by the village lay a disreputable settlement of unkempt shacks, populated by a shiftless scum who lived by thieving and other odd jobs. Here the devilish villain secured 2 accomplices, ill-favored fellows who were very clearly no gentlemen. And in the night the evil 3 broke into Stubbs' cottage and abducted the frail Ermengarde, taking her to a wretched hovel in the settlement and placing her there under the charge of Mother Maria, a hideous old hag. Farmer Stubbs was quite distracted, and would have advertised in the papers if the cost had been less than a cent a word for each insertion. Ermengarde was firm, and never wavered in a refusal to wed the villain. Aha, my proud beauty, quoth he, I have ye in my power, and sooner or later I will break that will of thine. Meanwhile, think of your poor old father and mother as turned out of hearth and home and wandering as helpless through the meadows. Oh, spare them, said the maiden. Never! Ha 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 ha! Leered the brute. And so the cruel days sped on, while all in ignorance young Jack Manley was seeking fame and fortune in the great city. Chapter 4. Subtle Villainy. One day as Squire Hardman sat in the front parlor of his expensive and palatial home, indulging in his favorite pastime of gnashing his teeth and swishing his riding crop, a great thought came to him, and he cursed aloud at the statue of Satan on the onyx mantelpiece. Fool that I am, he cried. Why would I ever waste all this trouble on the girl when I can get the farm by simply foreclosing? I never thought of that. I'll let the girl go, take the farm, and be free to wed some fair city maid, like the leading lady of the burlesque troupe that played last week at Town Hall. And so he went down to the settlement, apologized to Ermengarde, let her go home, and went home himself to plot new crimes and invent new modes of villainy. The days wore on, and the Stubbses grew very sad over the coming loss of their home, and still, but nobody seemed to be able to do anything about it. One day a party of hunters from the city chanced to stray over the old farm, and one of them found gold. Hiding his discovery from his companions, he feigned rattlesnake bite, and went to the Stubbs' cottage for aid of the usual kind. Ermengarde opened the door and saw him. He also saw her, and in that moment resolved to win her and the gold. For my old mother's sake I must, he cried loudly to himself. No sacrifice is too great. Chapter 5. The City Chap. Algernon Reginald Jones was a polished man of the world from the great city, and in his sophisticated hands our poor little Ermengarde was as a mere child. One could almost believe that 16-year-old stuff. Algy was a fast worker, and never crude. He could have taught Hardman a thing or two about finesse and shrieking. Thus, only a week after his advent to the Stubbs family circle, where he lurked like a vile serpent that he was, he had persuaded the heroine to elope. It was in the night that she went, leaving a note to her parents. Sniffing the familiar mash for the last time and kissing the cat goodbye. Touching stuff. On the train, Algernon became sleepy and slumped down in his seat, allowing a paper to fall out of his pocket by accident. Ermengarde, taking advantage of her supposed position as bride-elect, picked up the folded sheet and read its perfumed expanse, when lo, she almost fainted. It was a love letter from another woman. "Perfidious deceiver!" she whispered to the sleeping Algernon. "So this is all that your boasted fidelity amounts to. I am done with you for all eternity." So saying, she pushed him out the window and settled down for a much-needed rest. Chapter 6. Alone in the Great City. When the noisy train pulled out into the dark station at the city, poor helpless Ermengarde was all alone without money to get back to Hogden. Oh, why, she sighed in innocent regret, didn't I take his pocketbook before I pushed him out? Oh well, I should worry. He told me all about this city, so I can easily earn enough to get home, if not pay off the mortgage. But alas for our little heroine, work is not easy for a greenhorn to secure. So for a week she was forced to sleep on park benches and obtain food from the bread line. Once a wily and wicked person, perceiving her helplessness, offered her a position as a dishwasher in a fashionable and depraved cabaret. But our heroine was true to her rustic ideals and refused to work in such a gilded and glittering palace of frivolity, especially since she was only offered $3 a week, with meals but no board. She tried to look up Jack Manley, her one-time lover, but he was nowhere to be found. Perchance, too, he would not have known her, for in her poverty she had perforce become a brunette again, and Jack had not beheld her in such state since school days. One day she found a neat but costly purse in the dark, and after seeing there was not much in it, took it to the rich lady whose card proclaimed her ownership. Delighted beyond words at her honesty of this forlorn waif, the aristocratic Miss Van Itty adopted Ermengarde to replace the little one who had been stolen from her so many years ago. How like my precious Maud, she sighed, as she watched the fair brunette return to blondness. And so several weeks passed, with the old folks at home tearing their hair, and the wicked Squire Hardman chuckling devilishly. Chapter 7. Happily Ever Afterward. One day, the wealthy heiress Ermengarde S. Van Itty hired a new second assistant chauffeur. Struck by something familiar in his face, she looked again and gasped. Lo, it was none other than the perfidious Algernon Reginald Jones, whom she had pushed from a car window on that fateful day. He had survived. This much was almost immediately evident. Also, he had wed the other woman, who had run away with his milkman and all the money in the house. Now wholly humbled, he asked forgiveness of our heroine, and confided to her the whole tale of the gold of her father's farm. Moved beyond words, she raised his salary $1 a month, and resolved to gratify at last that always unquenchable anxiety to relieve the worry of the old folks. So one bright day Ermengarde motored back to Hogden and arrived at the farm just as Squire Hardman was foreclosing the mortgage and ordering the old folks out. "Stay, villain!" she cried, flashing a colossal roll of bills. "You are foiled at last. Here is your money. Now go, and never darken our humble door again." Then followed a joyous reunion, whilst the squire twisted his mustache and riding crop in bafflement and dismay. But hark! What is this? Footsteps sound on the old gravel walk, and who should appear but our hero, Jack Manley, worn and seedy, but radiant of face. Seeking at once the downcast villain, he said, "Squire, lend me a 10-spot, will you? I just come back from the city with my beauteous bride, the fair Bridget Goldstein. I need something to start things off on the old farm." Then turning to the Stubbses, he apologized for his inability to pay off the mortgage, as agreed. "Don't mention it," said Ermengarde. "Prosperity has come to us, and I will consider it sufficient payment if you will forget forever the foolish fancies of our childhood." All this time, Miss Van Itty had been sitting in the motor waiting for Ermengarde. But as she lazily eyed the sharp-faced Hannah Stubbs, a vague memory startled from the back of her brain. Then it all came to her, and she shrieked accusingly at the agrestic matron. You, Hannah Smith, I know you now. 28 years ago when you were my baby Maud's nurse and you stole her from the cradle. Where, oh where is my child?" Then a thought came, as the lightning in a murky sky. Ermengarde, you say she is your daughter. She is mine. Fate has restored to me my old shield, my tiny Maudie. Ermengarde, Maudie, come to your mother's loving arms. But Ermengarde was doing some tall thinking. How could she get away with the 16-year-old stuff if she'd been stolen 28 years ago? And if she was not Stubbs's daughter, the gold would never be hers. But Miss Van Itty was rich, but Squire Hardman was richer. So approaching the dejected villain, she inflicted upon him the last terrible punishment. "Squire dear," she murmured, "I have reconsidered all. I love you and your naive strength. Marry me at once, or I will have you prosecuted for kidnapping me last year. Foreclose your mortgage, and enjoy with me the gold your cleverness discovered. Come, dear." And the poor dub did. The end.
The Guest by Baron Edward John Morton Drax Plunkett Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A young man came into an ornate restaurant at 8 o'clock in London. He was alone, but 2 places had been laid at the table which was reserved for him. He had chosen the dinner very carefully, by letter a week before. A waiter asked him about the other guest. "You probably won't see him till the coffee comes," the young man told him, so he was served alone. Those at adjacent tables might have noticed the young man continually addressing the empty chair and carrying on a monologue with it throughout his elaborate dinner. "I think you knew my father," he said to it over the soup. "I sent for you this evening," he continued, "because I want you to do me a good turn. In fact, I must insist on it." There was nothing eccentric about the man except for this habit of addressing an empty chair. Certainly he was eating as good a dinner as any sane man could wish for. After the burgundy had been served he became more voluble in his monologue. Not that he spoiled his wine by drinking excessively. "We have several acquaintances in common," he said. "I met King Setai a year ago in Thebes. I think he has altered very little since you knew him. I thought his forehead a little low for kings. Cheops has left the house that he built for your reception. He must have prepared for you for years and years. I suppose you have seldom been entertained like that. I ordered this dinner over a week ago. I thought then that a lady might have come with me, but as she wouldn't, I've asked you. She may not, after all, be as lovely as Helen of Troy. Was Helen very lovely? Not when you knew her, perhaps. You were lucky in Cleopatra. You must have known her when she was in her prime. You never knew the mermaids, nor the fairies, nor the lovely goddesses of long ago. That's where we have the best of you." He was silent when the waiters came to his table, but rambled merrily on as soon as they left, still turned to the empty chair. "You know I saw you here in London only the other day. You were on a motor bus going down Ludgate Hill. It was going much too fast. London is a good place, but I should be glad enough to leave it. It was in London that I met the lady that I was speaking about. If it hadn't been for London, I probably shouldn't have met her. And if it hadn't been for London, she probably wouldn't have had so much besides me to amuse her. It cuts both ways." He paused once to order coffee, gazing earnestly at the waiter and putting a sovereign in his hand. "Don't let it be chicory," said he. The waiter brought the coffee, and the young man dropped a tabloid of some sort into his cup. "I don't suppose you come here very often," he went on. "Well, you probably want to be going. I haven't taken you much out of your way. There is plenty for you to do in London." Then, having drunk his coffee, he fell on the floor by a foot of the empty chair, and a doctor, who was dining in the room, bent over him, and announced to the anxious manager the visible presence of the young man's guest. End of The Guest by Baron Edward John Morton Drax Plunkett Dunsany.
A Work of Art by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. Translated by Constance Garnett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sasha Smirnov, the only son of his mother, holding under his arm something wrapped up in number 223 of the Financial News, assumed a sentimental expression, and went into Dr. Koshelkov's consulting room. "Ah, dear lad," was how the doctor greeted him. "Well, how are we feeling? What good news have you for me?" Sasha blinked, laid his hand on his heart, and said in an agitated voice, "Mamma sends her greetings to you, Ivan Nikolaevitch, and told me to thank you. I am the only son of my mother, and you have saved my life. You have brought me through a dangerous illness, and we do not know how to thank you." "Nonsense, lad," said the doctor, highly delighted. "I only did what anyone else would have done in my place. I am the only son of my mother. We are poor people, and cannot, of course, repay you, and we are quite ashamed, doctor, although, however, mamma and I, the only son of my mother, earnestly beg you to accept, in token of our gratitude, this object, which, an object of great value, an antique bronze, a rare work of art." "You shouldn't," said the doctor, frowning. "What's this for?" "No, please do not refuse," Sasha went on muttering as he unpacked the parcel. "You will wound mamma and me by refusing. It's a fine thing, an antique bronze. It was left us by my deceased father, and we have kept it as a precious souvenir. My father used to buy antique bronzes and sell them to connoisseurs. Mamma and I keep on the business now." Sasha undid the object and put it solemnly on the table. It was a not very tall candelabra of old bronze and artistic workmanship. It consisted of a group. On the pedestal stood two female figures in the costume of Eve, and in attitudes for the description of which I have neither the courage nor the fitting temperament. The figures were smiling coquettishly, and altogether looked as though, had it not been for the necessity of supporting the candlestick, they would have skipped off the pedestal and have indulged in an orgy such as is improper for the reader even to imagine. Looking at the present, the doctor slowly scratched behind his ear, cleared his throat, and blew his nose irresolutely. "Ah, yes, it is certainly a fine thing," he muttered. "But how shall I express it? It's not quite for family reading. It's not simply décolleté, but beyond anything. Dash it all!" "How do you mean?" "The serpent tempter himself could not have invented anything worse. Why, to put such a phantasmagoria on the table would be defiling the whole flat." "What a strange way of looking at art, doctor," said Sasha, offended. "Why, it is an artistic thing. Look at it. There is so much beauty and elegance that it fills one's soul with a feeling of reverence and brings a lump into one's throat. When one sees anything so beautiful one forgets everything earthly. Only look, how much movement, what an atmosphere, what expression!" "I understand all that very well, my dear boy," the doctor interposed. "But you know I am a family man. My children run in here. Ladies come in." "Of course, if you look at it from the point of view of the crowd," said Sasha, "then this exquisitely artistic work may appear in a certain light. But, doctor, rise superior to the crowd, especially as you will wound mamma and me by refusing it. I am the only son of my mother. You have saved my life. We are giving you the thing most precious to us, and I only regret that I have not the pair to present to you." "Thank you, my dear fellow. I am very grateful. Give my respects to your mother. But really consider, my children run in here. Ladies come. However, let it remain. I see there's no arguing with you." "And there is nothing to argue about," said Sasha, relieved. "Put the candlestick here, by this vase. What a pity we have not the pair to it. It is a pity. Well, good bye, doctor." After Sasha's departure the doctor looked for a long time at the candelabra, scratched behind his ear, and meditated. "It's a superb thing, there's no denying it," he thought, "and it would be a pity to throw it away. But it's impossible for me to keep it. Here's a problem. To whom can I make a present of it? Or to what charity can I give it?" After long meditation he thought of his good friend, the lawyer Uhov, to whom he was indebted for the management of legal business. Excellent, the doctor decided. It would be awkward for him as a friend to take money from me, and it would be very suitable for me to present him with this. I will take him the devilish thing. Luckily he is a bachelor and easy-going. Without further procrastination the doctor put on his hat and coat, took his candelabra, and went off to Uhov's. "How are you, friend?" he said, finding the lawyer at home. "I've come to see you, to thank you for your efforts. You won't take money, so you must at least accept this thing here. See, my dear fellow, the thing is magnificent." On seeing the bronze the lawyer was moved to indescribable delight. "What a specimen!" he chuckled. "Ah, deuce take it! To think of them imagining such a thing, the devils! Exquisite! Ravishing! Where did you get hold of such a delightful thing?" After pouring out his ecstasies the lawyer looked timidly toward the door and said, "Only you must carry off your present, my boy. I can't take it." "Why?" cried the doctor, disconcerted. "Why, because my mother is here at times, my clients. Besides, I should be ashamed for my servants to see it." "Nonsense, nonsense! Don't you dare to refuse," said the doctor, gesticulating. "It's piggish of you. It's a work of art. What movement! What expression! I won't even talk of it. You will offend me." "If one could plaster over it, or stick on fig leaves." But the doctor gesticulated more violently than before, and dashing out of the flat went home, glad that he had succeeded in getting the present off his hands. When he had gone away the lawyer examined the candelabra, fingered it all over, and then, like the doctor, racked his brains over the question what to do with the present. "It's a fine thing," he mused, "and it would be a pity to throw it away, and improper to keep it. The very best thing would be to make a present of it to someone. I know what. I'll take it this evening to Shashkin, the comedian. The rascal is fond of such things. And by the way, it is his benefit tonight." No sooner said than done. In the evening the candelabra, carefully wrapped up, was duly carried to Shashkin's. The whole evening the comic actor's dressing-room was besieged by men coming to admire the present. The dressing-room was filled with the hum of enthusiasm and laughter, like the neighing of horses. If one of the actresses approached the door and asked, "May I come in?" the comedian's husky voice was heard at once, "No, no, my dear, I am not dressed." After the performance the comedian shrugged his shoulders, flung up his hands, and said, "Well, what am I to do with the horrid thing? Why, I live in a private flat. Actresses come and see me. It's not a photograph that you can put in a drawer." "You had better sell it, sir," the hairdresser who was disrobing the actor advised him. "There's an old woman living about here who buys antique bronzes. Go and inquire for Madame Smirnov. Everyone knows her." The actor followed his advice. 2 days later the doctor was sitting in his consulting room, and with his finger to his brow was meditating on the acids of the bile. All at once the door opened and Sasha Smirnov flew into the room. He was smiling, beaming, and his whole figure was radiant with happiness. In his hands he held something wrapped up in newspaper. "Doctor," he began breathlessly, "imagine my delight. Happily for you we have succeeded in picking up the pear to your candelabra. Mamma is so happy. I am the only son of my mother. You saved my life." And Sasha, all of a tremor with gratitude, set the candelabra before the doctor. The doctor opened his mouth, tried to say something, but said nothing. He could not speak. End of a work of art by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.